An amazing job to match a guy like Bradley this morning in qualifying. He's doing a very good job. So we're happy, for sure.
Polo Cup's going to be incredible as well. We've got a slightly different format today, running a sprint race and an enduro.
Yeah, I think it's always good to switch it up a little bit. So the second race is a 30-minute plus one lap. And I think the sensation from qualifying was Tate Bishop. He showed really great pace at his first round in Cape Town, and yesterday sort of came out of nowhere in qualifying, and he starts in the top 6 in both races. So so it's great to see new faces at the top of the grid.
Thanks, Mike, for joining us. Remember to come and join all the action. Like and share everything you see here today. You can see Kelly Gregory and all the InvestChem Formula 1600s making their way out onto the grid for race number 1. Let's go back to the studio and learn Mew.
A big welcome to Aldo Scribante and a big thanks to Greg Maloney and Mike Rowe from Volkswagen Motorsport. The first race of the day is, of course, the InvestChem Formula 1600s and their sister class, the Kents, just behind them. As far as the basic grid positions go, it is Andrew Rackstraw who has got 2 wins from 2 rounds so far. He is absolutely unstoppable. Currently a 19-point lead in the championship. Next to him is one of the rookies of this season, and that is young Jared Weberski. Second row of the grid, also one of our rookies, Josh Leroux, and then next to him, Nicholas Van Wheelie. Third row of the grid is Antoine Geldenhuys and Andrew Schofield. Then we've got Ewan Holtzhausen and Alex Voss, followed by Gerhard Geldenhuys and Brendan Tracy. Then we're going to leave a little bit of a gap. As you can see, they're separating the 2 classes, and the Kents are headed up by current championship leader, none other than InvestChem's Ian Schofield. Next to Schofield will be Dean Fenter, and that qualifying was incredibly close this morning. We'll go through some of the times if we have some time, as the guys are keen and lining up very quickly. Graham Hepburn and Alan Mayer. Graham Hepburn had a disastrous start to the season and unable to compete in Cape Town. I've just been told Ian Schofield will be starting from pit lane because he's got a clutch issue. And obviously you need your clutch with these cars to pull off the line and make sure you don't roll. If you roll, you get a 30-second penalty. And with the times as close as they are, no one can afford that because it'll put you straight to the back. They are now under starters orders. They've had the green flag at the back, and we're going to have to go for the racing lights in a few moments. 10 laps of the Aldo Scribante circuit, and we are away racing. It is a flag today and not lights as the green flag goes. It is Andrew Schofield and Jared Weberski. Andrew Schofield, my apologies. It's Andrew Rackstraw out in front in the race driver SA colours. Jared Weberski in the DAW, and we are away racing with young Andy out in front. Then it is Jared. Josh Leroux should be right there as well in the mix. And that is the 2 Geldenhuys boys, Ewan Holtzhausen. That is Nicholas Van Wheelie, not the best start for him. And of course we've got our Kent classes in the mix there. Andrew Schofield in the Sapphire colours. Not the best qualifying from him, unfortunately, but also he has been recovering from COVID, so it's so great to see him back out on track again. Double waved yellows means that there is a car off track and they need to be aware. We have not been told as yet what the issue is. The 2 Geldenhuys boys side by side. The green edging is, there's contact there on the last exit before they go onto the... I'm just double checking if there's a flag issue. Yep, there's a red flag. There has been a red flag. I'm not sure who was involved in that incident in the first lap, but there was definitely contact as the guys were slowing down and coming back into their starting positions. Okay, they say to me that it was actually the outlap. My apologies, guys. They say it was the outlap, but there has been contact. So, these guys are so eager to get racing. Hopefully the contact was not too severe. They're going to go through the grid positions again and also check for contact. I see there's Or Geldenhuys has just been told by one of his sons, obviously, what was going on there. It's not actually a wet race. The instructions for the drivers were on the other side. We are now racing. The green flag has been given. They are going to go back to live racing. And now it is the tussle between Andrew Rackstraw, Jared Werberski and Nicholas van Wheelie. Now definitely where we expect him to be. And they threw the first two corners into the S's, and now that very fast sweeping right-hander onto the back straight. There it comes. They almost flat out there, and then a very tight hairpin where they drop to second gear. And they bunch up completely. No change out in front at the moment. It is still Andrew Rackstraw reading ahead of Jared Werberski, Nicholas van Wheelie and Josh LaRue. Side-by-side action there with Josh LaRue and Nicholas van Wheelie. That is Hugh and Holtzhausen, and that is Alex Voss, also from the Ukiri Zoo and Magnificent Paints and Hardware, as they come onto the main straight now to complete lap number 1 for our Investchem Formula 1600s. Magnificent prize money up for grabs. We'll go into that in a little bit more detail later. The first two leaving a slight gap, and Andrew Rackstraw showing how he is managed to go 4 races from 4 starts so far in the season. He has been absolutely unbeatable. Jared Werberski definitely going to make him honest today and keep him on his tail. He doesn't have any room for error. Touch of the dirt as Josh LaRue sneaks up the inside, going into that hairpin with Nicholas van Wheelie. Nicholas having to let him squeeze through once he'd put his nose in front, otherwise it was going to end in tears. Slightly off camper corner, coming up to the final Dunlop corner and back onto the main straight. Aldo Scribante is one of the oldest circuits in the country, but it's also one of the shortest. They go through here, an entire lap for them is about at 1 minute 1:02. They come through very, very quickly. These are 1600 powered Formula 1600s, hence the name, and they are lightning quick. Open wheels. So every little bit of dirt or rubber that gets picked up by the guy in front of you, believe me, you're going to get pelted with. Oh, someone went straight. There's a car gone off. We've lost it. It looks like it's car number 27. That's Alex Voss of Ukiri Zoo, straight into the tires. He is okay. He's going to have known that he hit a tire wall, and that was flat out. I have a feeling that the accelerator possibly got stuck open, because there was absolutely no attempt to brake. That car went straight into the tires, and unfortunately Alex Voss's race is run. That does, however, leave some space up in front. Andrew Rackstraw leading, Jared Werberski, Josh LaRue, Nicholas van Wheelie. Then it's Ewan Holtzhausen. His mechanic Sebastian Lancetti had a lovely birthday yesterday working at the track. Then it's now Alex Voss has moved down the field. It's Antoine Caldenes and then Andrew Schofield, followed by Gerhard Caldenes. Then Brendan Tracy. Dean Fenter is currently leading the Kent class. We'll catch up with him a little later. We go back to the racing action, and that is Jared Werberski flying free in the DAW colours. Beautiful history in racing is the DAW colours. Andrew Rackstraw in the race driver SA colours, flying the flag out in front. And like I said, it's not as close as you think it is, but it's much closer than it has been. Andrew, if he puts a slight hesitation into a gear change, Jared Werberski will be close enough to pass him. He does have a 19-point championship lead currently over Jared Werberski, but anything can happen. It's 22 points in a race day. That is what you get. 10 points for a win, 10 points for pole, and 1 point for fastest overall lap of the day. And currently I will tell you that the fastest person out there at the moment, very quickly, is actually Josh LaRue with a 1:02. That is currently the best time out there at the moment, and Josh LaRue is currently in 3rd place. Into the hairpin they go, Jared and Andrew, then Josh just behind them, followed by Nicholas van Wheelie. Nicholas has got a bit of work to do. He did struggle, not quite where he needed and wanted to be. This is a great tussle between Holtzhausen and Geldenhuys, and that is Antoine Geldenhuys in 6th position and Ewan Holtzhausen in 5th. That is points battle between the two of them. Holtzhausen holds the inside line. Geldenhuys has no other option but to cut in and stay behind him. Back onto the main straight they go. Down to the first corner. It's a sweeping corner and then tightens up for that second turn before they go into the kink and the S's. Holtzhausen is seeing the yellow flag. That tells us that yellow flag is there for Alex Voss, just reminding them that unfortunately one of the competitors is still stuck in the tyre wall. That car will be removed between races, brought back to the pits, where it will hopefully be fixed in time for the next race. That's the gap currently between Weberski in 2nd place and Rackstraw, and there's 3rd place, Josh LaRue. It's still very strange to see Aldo Scribante Raceway here in Nelson Mandela Bay with no spectators. Those are cameramen, those are press that you are seeing on the berms around, and also mechanics. It's a very quiet Aldo Scribante here, but it is great to have national racing in my hometown of Nelson Mandela Bay. It's fantastic. The weather's still pretty great. We'll see what happens, but back to the racing in front of us, and the bright yellow colors of Jared Weberski flying in 2nd place. The gap there is about 1 second between 1st and 2nd. Slightly bigger. There you can see Josh just coming onto the back straight now from that big sweeping corner. And now they're going to start catching the slightly slower moving Kent cars. So now they have to start watching for the blue flags. That was Steve Fenter moving out and off the racing line as the faster Investchem 1600s come flying through. So the blue flags will start being waved around the track now as the faster cars start catching the slower cars on track. It is of course of interest to note that our next race meeting will be in East London. So we go to one of the tightest technical tracks in the country, to one of the most historic and the longest track in the country, as well as one of the quickest tracks in the country, which is of course the beautiful and iconic East London Grand Prix circuit. We will be there next month. Can't wait to see the whales in the background as this magnificent racing takes place. We are on lap number 7 at the moment, if my maths works. I'm just struggling to see it on the timing system at the moment. We're going to keep an eye on that. It is 10 laps of racing action in the closing stages of this race. They keep the same tyres for race 2. There we go. We've shown there's 2 laps remaining according to the lap board in front of us. Oh dear, that is Graham Hepburn, one of the Kent contenders, and he looks like he went on a sightseeing tour in into the grass. They don't do well on grass. Out of interest though, also of course the cars in front, which are the Investchem 1600s, and Ewan Holtzhausen and Antoine Geldenhuys still having a lovely battle between the two of them for that all-important 5th place position. The Investchem Formula 1600s have slick tyres, where the Kent cars have semi-slick tyres, which means that they're slightly grooved like your car tyres, but they are still a very quick racing tyre. So the Kent cars can use the same tyres in wet and dry conditions, where the Investchem Formula 1600 cars have to change their tyres to wet weather tyres. And saying that, we are seeing, as blue flags are being shown, that there's a possibility of rain this afternoon. So the guys do have their wet weather tyres. As Andrew Rackstraw and Jared Weberski come down the straight, the next time they come past, it will be for the completion of race 1 in the Investchem Formula 1600, the richest prize money motor racing event in the country. It's almost R1 million worth of investment and prizes and additional car tests to the various winners, and prize money going all the way through. I will go into detail with that in race 2, but it is amazing money for these youngsters up for grabs. Andrew Rackstraw, youngster from Cape Town, knows how to go sea level, has been performing outstandingly well in karting and Formula Libre. This is his passion. This is the championship title he wants for 2021, and he's going about it the right way. 5 starts, 5 wins. Well done to race driver SA's Andrew Rackstraw. Second place is Jared Weberski. Josh LaRue comes home in 3rd. Nicholas Van Wheelie 4th. Ewan Holtzhausen holds on to 5th by the skin of his teeth. Antoine Geldenhuys comes home in 6th. Andrew Schofield 7th. Gerhard Geldenhuys 8th. Brendan Tracy 9th. Dean Venter winning out over the Kents with Graham Hepburn in 11th. Ronald Van Wheelie comes home in 3rd. Graham Foss 4th. And unfortunately, championship leader Ian Schofield unable to start, as well as Alan Mayer. So I will follow up and see what happens with them. A great bit of racing there from our InvestChem Formula 1600s. We will see them a little later today in race number 2. Next up is the GTC and the GTC Super Cup. They have 10 laps of racing action as our InvestChem Formula 1600s come into Park Ferme, where the winners will be congratulated and a couple of people will need to be consoled. So when the guys come into Park Ferme, they will be weighed, they will be checked for compliance. As you can see, there's a couple of other categories on your left-hand side of your screen currently in Park Ferme and going through various checks before they start their race. And the little wind that Nelson Mandela Bay is well known for starting to show its colors, and is going to come through quite strong later. It's going to prove very interesting for our two-wheeled action, of course. But for now, we're going to take a brief break as we get ready for race number 1 and the second category of the day, which is the GTC and GTC Super Cup, and that will be brought to you by my fellow commentator Greg Maloney. Andrew, 5 wins, 5 starts, congratulations. But Jared Wilburski put a bit of pressure on you.
Oh yeah, 100%. Firstly, thank you. It's going very well this season. I'm really putting my head down and seeing what I can do. And yeah, I mean, it's awesome to see the youngsters come up and they're on the pace, and it's going to be exciting racing. So for that, I'm very happy. And yeah, he put some pressure on me. I managed to hold him off though, and yeah, I'm just ready for the next race.
The next race, you are not starting from pole position. You are starting on the dirty side of the track, which means your start has to count.
Oh yeah, definitely. I made a small mistake in qualifying, which resulted in P2 for the second race, but I'm not too phased. I'm just going to bank some points and, yeah, most important, have fun.
Back to Greg Maloney.
Big welcome from Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, here to Quebec for round 3 of the Extreme Festival. So we've just wrapped up the InvestChem Formula 1600s, and we'll be back shortly with more action on track as we start things out for Global Touring Cars. Welcome back to Quebec and to the Aldo Scribante circuit for round 3 of the Extreme Festival. A small change in the program. We were expecting to see the Global Touring Cars and Super Cup class about to go out onto track, but there has been a couple of cars that require a few little bits and pieces to be sorted out, and they're giving them a little bit extra time to do that. So we're going to kick things off in a couple of minutes' time with Heat 1 of the Volkswagen Polo Cup, celebrating 25 years in racing with Volkswagen brand and the Polo brand. And looking forward to that first one. It's a sprint race, and we've got a 30-minute enduro later on. But in a few minutes' time, as soon as we've got cars on track, you'll get all the action from the Volkswagen Polo Cup.
The camera that I've got does it have a...
Who do you think you are?
Kitty, quickly, come on! It's not good enough, Kitty.
What makes you think you can breathe new life into a dying sun? You, with the audacity to step into the light. Who do you think you are? Volkswagen.
Welcome back. We are in Quebec for round 3 of the Extreme Festival and the Polo Cup Championship. Volkswagen Polo Cup out on the grid at the moment. 19 cars about to go to battle, and the split between those 19 cars, incredibly, a 1 minute 11.5 for Leighton Fourie and a 1:13.9 at the back for Dean Fenter. So it's 2 seconds that splits all 19 cars in this Polo Cup grid about to take up their positions. It's a slight change in the program. If you did look at the program for today, and if you got one ahead of you or in front of you, we have a slight change in the program due to some global touring cars that are just getting some repair work done, and some Super Cup category cars that have got a little bit of parts coming in from Volkswagen Motorsport just down the road here in Uitenhage. So a big welcome to everybody from my side. Greg Maloney, the voice of choice here, along with Laren Mew today to bring you all the action from the round 3 championship. Just absolutely incredible that we've seen so far. The InvestChem Formula 1600s out on circuit. That is the man to beat out on track right now in the Universal Motorsport Team Red Racing Polo, and that is Leighton Free. Alongside him, Tate Bishop, who was a little bit of a sandbagger yesterday. Looking at the way things are going, he couldn't quite get any of the setup right, and then all of a sudden came to qualifying and something clicked, and the angry man made his way up into the front row and into the top 6 shootout for Super Pole. And then in fact, only right at the end did we see a change up between himself and Leighton Free. Arnie Neveling also looked good. He's out there for Stradale Motorsport into Africa, and of course Gulf Lubricants and Oils, all involved in that team. Had a phenomenal outing last weekend just down the road at East London Grand Prix circuit for the South African Endurance Series. Clinton Besaidnout's come a bit further down than what we've seen already, and remember Besaidnout now sitting with an opportunity to try and catch his teammate in this championship lead. There's a big fight there between Leighton Free and Clinton Besaidnout, and just behind that you would have picked up on Yuri Swart. Campos is in the house. Good to see a big resurgence coming out of Keegan Campos. He's in 5th place, just ahead of Yuri Swart. Remember, Yuri Swart came into this championship after round 1 leading, heading to Swartkops. Coming out of Swartkops and heading down to here, it's the manoeuvre that happened across just the stables there to Leighton Free. Further back in the pack, watch out as well for big manoeuvres from that man as he looks to try and get to the front. He'll be on pole position for race number 2, the Enduro, after doing the lucky draw yesterday, so we'll see how that pans out for him. Behind Yuri, they line up as follows. It's JP van der Walt pushing hard there in the 3rd version of Universal Motorsport's team machinery out there. He is alongside Nathan Hammond for the Trinity Services Security Services car. Lonica Martins is the 2nd of the Stradale Motorsport cars, and there you can see pole position award to Leighton Free, R2,500 Rand, courtesy of Dunlop and ATS. He'll be happy with that one, there's no doubt about it. Alongside Lonica Martins will be Natium Samanga, first of the Squadra Corsa boys. Then Davy van der Merwe battled a little bit yesterday in the qualifying sessions on those new tyres. He didn't quite get the setup right to get out on new tyres and set the pace that he'd set earlier in the day, but watch out for the youngster out of Universal Motorsport and Team Red Racing. Quantum McQuena is the 3rd of the Stradale Motorsport cars there. He's down in 12th place then. He's just ahead of Charles Visser, his arch rival from karting, also part of Team Red Racing. And then it's Faran Basha who lines up alongside there to push through for the 4th version of the Stradale Motorsport squad. Behind them, you've got Buxy Kamani. He lines up alongside King Price Extreme Insurance car of Jaden Else. Damien Hammond in the 2nd of the Trinity Security Services machines down in 17th, just ahead of Chivy Bassoon, the Coffee Bean Man and Dunlop-sponsored car. And right at the back, Dean Fenter for Gerald Wright Motorsport. So that's how they line up now for race 1. It's the sprint race. The first race is a sprint race. We've got a 30-minute Enduro later on, and they make their way around now for their warm-up. So they make their way down into turn 1. As you can see, a nice field of cars out there, 19 of them in total, celebrating 25-year anniversary of the Polo Cup and also 25 years of polo in South Africa. So it's a big maneuver here for the Volkswagen brand, especially at their home circuit of Aldo Scribante. And I'm sure they're going to be looking forward to putting on a good show here for everybody watching us worldwide. A big welcome to everybody worldwide on Facebook and on YouTube. Thanks so much for the support, and look forward to some big action here today from 2-wheels and 4-wheel side of things. We've got global touring cars and the Super Cup category joining the Volkswagen Polo Cup. You've already seen the InvestChem Formula 1600's first race of the day, and we've got 2 Superbike categories, the National Superbikes and Bridgestone Superbike combined, and the Kawasaki ZX10R Masters Cup also in for a big race day here today at the Aldo Scribante circuit. So Leighton Free comes into this round leading the championship. He's on the front row. He's a little bit further down in third for the second heat, but shouldn't be too much of an issue because it's a 30-minute enduro. So it's going to be a slightly different format of racing that these guys and girls involved in Polo Cup will be used to. Some of them have done enduro races in the past. Yuri Swart is definitely a man who's had a little bit of an outing last weekend at East London Grand Prix Circuit as part of the South African Endurance Series in an enduro race there, the big 400. 700, I should say, the Bigfoot Express Freight 700, 4-hour endurance race that happened there. So he'll certainly be looking forward to using that little bit of experience that he had last weekend, just up the coast from where we are right now. One big concern, of course, all day long is going to be watching that front in the background. You can see it in that shot, and hopefully we're going to get through the day's racing before that front hits us. Otherwise, we could be in for some treacherous conditions later on in the day. Right, we are under starters' orders. Everybody's lined up. Dean Fenton will be the last car to take up his position down in 19th place. Can he get through the field? Possibly find a way through, and some of the youngsters that are just ahead of him. It's a big battle expected here. We are under starters' orders now. Leighton Free looking to try and get the drop down there on Tate Bishop as they go side by side on the start line. Lights are about to go on. As soon as they go off, we are racing, and it's a great start from Leighton Free. He drops the hammer nicely. Irene Evelyn going alongside with him and on behind him as they head towards turn number 1. Not such a good start there from Charles Visser. Great start coming out of Dean Fenton. Looks like he's just got over a couple of cars. Yuri Swart going side by side with Tate Bishop. The two Cape Town boys. Tate Bishop dropping right back into about 7th place there. Not a good start out of Tate Bishop as they go into turn 1. You can see him with some issues there, already being hounded by Hammond and by Buxy Kamani by the looks of things going through there. Yes, indeed, a great start coming out of Kamani and out of Natium Samanga. The two Squadra boys have got a superb drop off the line. In the mid-pack, you can see Darby van der Merwe side by side there with Hammond as they tuck in behind. Little wheels on the dirt there, little touch coming out of the second pass of the S's. Now they go through the very fast, absolutely incredible hanger sweep. And then it's hard on the brakes down into the hairpin. Onto the hairpin. Irene Evelyn up into second place. Clinton Mercedes notes into third. In the background, looks like there could have been a little bit of a touch there between a few cars. Tate Bishop getting run wide there by Hammond as he comes out of the hairpin. And I'll go through the big sweep. Absolutely amazing stuff. Look at that. On the inside line there from Lanika Martins, putting her wheels onto the dirt to try and find a way through there on the Trinity car. Hard on the brakes up to the final corner. Dunlop corner here. These are Dunlop tyres on these cars. And Hammond manages to fend off Lanika Martins' attempt to get through. Shivi Bassoon in the background. They're just dropping back slightly. But the biggest loser in that first lap was Tate Bishop on the front row. And as he crosses the line now, he is down. And down in 10th place. What an incredibly hectic start there for Tate Bishop. As they come down onto the braking point there, it's big move on the inside coming out by the looks of things. I think that was Keegan Campos looking for a way past. Campos putting the car, yes, the Campos transport car up the inside, and Campos out of shape. Oh, he got completely out of shape there. A little tag, I think, but he managed to catch it. Well done, Keegan Campos. Amazing bit of car control there from Campos in the Campos transport car, and he was very lucky to not spin that one completely round. Yuri Swart and him going at it big time, and right on their tail, looking for a way through. You can see just itching to get through is JP van der Walt. JP van der Walt just very lucky to avoid the spinning car. As they come up on the braking point now, Yuri Swart has taken the lead of that little battle. But you can see Campos now with JP van der Walt and looks like Darby van der Merwe right on his tail. Here comes a move from Lanika Martins. Can she get up on the inside of Tate Bishop? Yes, she can. Finding a way through there on Tate Bishop, and now Bishop falls into the clutches. And it looks like straight into the clutches there of Natium Samanga. Squadra Corsa boys have had a great start here, there's no doubt about it. Much better running from them as they come under braking now for the top end of the circuit in the final corner. Brilliant stuff, another lap down. Coming through to complete this first one in anger, and absolutely amazing stuff there from these guys as they come flying past once again here in the Volkswagen Polo Cup. Arani Neville looking around the outside with a bit of push to pass. He's used the push to pass to perfection and has found a way through. Gets to the front, but Leighton Free's going to try and come back at him into the S's. Is he good enough on the brakes? Leighton's late on the brakes. He has a big look on the inside, some wheels on the dirt. They are side by side through the S's. Brilliant action there from Arnie and from Leighton Free. Those two, of course, were teacher and pupil at one stage. Irene Evelyn teaching Leighton Free some of the best skills in karting that you can get from a driver of that caliber. And now he's having all of those skills returned to him in a big fight out here with two of his karting rivals from the past. One is Leighton Free, two is Clinton Mercedes. Both of them out of Team Red Racing, and they are hounding the back end of that Sudale into Africa Mining machine there of Arnie Evelyn. JP van der Walt trying to close things down, but Yuri Swart has now pulled the small margin, taking Keegan Campos along for the ride just in the background, and they bridge that gap up into the third place to Poseidon. Poseidon could be in a bit of trouble here as he gets some big maneuvers there from Yuri Swart and from Keegan Campos. JP van der Walt with Darby van der Merwe on his tail. The rest of the pack come flying through. Absolutely amazing stuff. Right down into 19th place. They are absolutely hauling across this line, and there's no worries at all for these first couple of laps. The one big concern is Charles Visser. He's dropped right to the back of the field and a little bit out of contention. Here comes Leighton Free trying to do the same thing as what Arnie did to him, trying to drive around the outside of turn 1. That is not an easy maneuver to make. Just saw how difficult it was there for Ari to make it into the S's on the last pass, and now Leighton Free follows him through absolutely right on the back end of his bumper. Could be a fender trailer on the back of that car. That's how close it is. Behind that, they start to line up. You can see there's a bit of a maneuver from Quantum McQuena. Quantum McQuena's got Tate Bishop, and it looks like just behind that, they start to line up in the form of Natim Samanga, Lonica Martins, Nathan Hammond, and Darby van der Merwe. They're all looking for opportunities to get into that top 6. Championship points are very much up for grabs here this weekend. It's a long way still to go in this championship. We're only in round number 3, and there's certainly some valuable championship points to be had today in the first sprint race, and of course later on in the Enduro. Late braking from Arnie, trying to break the toe slightly there of the 2 Team Red racing cars. Hammond also diving up the inside, looking for an opportunity, didn't quite make it stick. Foreign Basha, much better run there from him as well. The third of those Squadron Corsa cars. I think he might actually be up ahead of his teammate Quantum McQuena. He is. Foreign Basha is actually ahead of Quantum McQuena, so he's actually the second of the Stradale cars. Good drive there from him so far. Quantum McQuena has lost out slightly there. Yuri Swart now looking for an opportunity to try and close things down on Campos. Campos has got through on Swart, and he's now putting his attentions onto the back end of Clinton Mercedes. Mercedes could be in a bit of trouble here. Could be in a bit of a threat there coming out of Keegan Campos. Hammond pounding the back end of Darby van der Merwe, and here comes Lonica Martins along for the ride as well. A nice 3-way battle there between Nathan Hammond, Darby van der Merwe, and Lonica Martins. Head up to the top of the hill. It's literally like the team effect that's happening out there. We've got Team Red Racing versus Stradale Motorsport versus Pepper Racing and Campos Transport. Then you got Yuri Swart, a little bit on his own at this stage. Hasn't quite got into the back end of Keegan Campos again, but he's trying hard to do that. JP van der Walt all on his own sim. He's currently just ahead there of his stablemate, Darby van der Merwe, Hammond and Martins. Monica Martins with those pink wing mirrors, easy to pick up in terms of her livery on her car. The Stradale car is very similar livery, and of course just the wing mirrors will change it up in terms of who's who as they come through there. I thought there might be a slight change. Oh, a little running wide there from JP. JP van der Walt putting a wheel on the dirt just in the background of that shot. Can't do that, not at this track. That can be a very costly maneuver and can end up in tears. Possibly put yourself out after a off-track excursion here. The ground is pretty hard. You don't want to be running off the circuit at all. Back to Dunlop Corner. Arnie Neveling from Leighton Free, Clinton Mercedes, Keegan Campos from Yuri Swart, JP van der Walt. Wide line coming out of Darby van der Merwe. An incredibly good line coming out of Natim Samanga. Samanga up the inside of Lonica Martins. Squadron Corsa versus Stradale Motorsport. They're side by side. This will be incredible. Watch this down towards the final or first corner on this lap. Side by side action just in the background there coming out of Martins and out of Natim Samanga. Let's see who's going to have what it takes on the brakes. Is it going to be the black car coming through there from Squadron Corsa? No, they're still side by side. Oh, and he only just squeezes it out. Incredible driving out of Nati and out of Lonica Martins. The two of them just stayed side by side the entire length of that front straight and eventually dived through. But that was a tough maneuver. Fast sweep. That is, oh man, so cool to see there. Through hanger up towards the hairpin and onto the brakes. See, Leighton Free's just not having an answer here to his Padawan. And at this point in time, you can see just how hard he's having to push. He's trying to close that gap to Arnie, but Arnie Neveling is controlling things beautifully from the front. And it looks like Stradale Motorsport are going to be a tough team to beat here if Arnie can stay in front. Leighton Free may have a couple of push-to-passes left still to use. Let's see if he can use them to his advantage and try and get ahead of the man in front of him to take the race, the first race victory. JP van der Walt with a wheel on the dirt could be watching out for a chance now to try and get ahead, or stay ahead I should say, of the charge of the light brigade behind. And it's Darby van der Merwe, Nathan Hammond, Lonica Martins has dropped back slightly behind now, as you can see there. Natim Samanga up one position. Foreign Basha just outside the top 10 in 11th place there. The third of those Stradale cars, so he's now dropped back into their third spot for the Stradale Motorsport team. Africa Mining boys having a good outing last weekend. They're having a great outing this weekend. All four of their cars still performing well. There's a move from Bucks and Kamani in the background as well, diving on the inside I think of Damien Hammond and finding a way past. So the two black cars, Trinity Security Services car and the Squadron Corsa car coming side by side. Onto the brakes, Kinder Mercedes is starting to put a little bit more pressure onto his teammate. I wonder if Mercedes got a couple of things up his sleeve there with about 2.5 laps to go. Brilliant stuff here from these guys, and this is exactly the kind of action we expected to see from Polo Cup today. Remember, this is the sprint race. It's a 10-lapper. We got a half-hour enduro coming up later on today, and still some action to be had on the day's racing. We've got 2 to go. Penultimate lap about to be started. 2 laps to go now for Volkswagen Polo Cup, and as they come across the line, it's still Arnie Neveling from Leighton Free, Besaidnout, Campos, Swat, and in the background they're starting to chop and change. Here we go. Hammond versus Nsamanga. Natim Samanga looking for a way through. He crosses the line just ahead of Nathan Hammond, but has he got what it takes to beat him on the brakes into turn 1? It's Trinity Services versus Quadra Corsa in the background. Monica Martins and Farin Basha looking to pick up any pieces as they go through turn 1. Oh, just giving a little bit away there. Nathan Hammond comes back up the inside. Oh, amazing bit of driving there from Nathan Hammond. He cut back and got the second part of the apex to perfection and got through and retook that position after he had it gifted to him as the door opened up. Natim Samanga went defensive, but he ran ever so slightly wide, and Nathan said, thanks very much, I'll have that inside line. And he took it to perfection and made it stick. So Arnie Neveling hangs on to the lead at this point in time. In the second place, you can see just how hard they're pushing. It's Besaidnout now, looking to try and get ahead of Leighton Free. Free is not going to be able to do anything here about Arnie Neveling. He has got this down to the wire, and if he can just keep it together for one more lap, it's going to be a victory there for the Stradale Motorsport team. Let's see if he's able to do it all right now as they come up under braking. A little bit of a concern there for Columbus Besaidnout because Keegan Campos has closed down on him. And you can see the rest of the pack come streaming through there. Darby Ulifield just ahead of Samanga and Hammond. Onto the main straight. Watch out for those 2 black cars. Hammond's back up in the lead again. This time with a little bit of an edge over Samanga. Should be enough to control things and keep him out. Oh, Campos is through. Campos with a big move onto the final lap and gets through on Columbus Besaidnout. He must have had an extra push to pass available to him. Used it down the straight. That 15 seconds of additional power has given Keegan Campos a chance to sneak up into 3rd place. Columbus Besaidnout, unless he's got one more push to pass to use, he could be kicking himself there for opening up the door, not realizing there could be an extra push to pass available there to Keegan Campos. Up towards the top of the hairpin they come once again. Arnie Neveling pushing hard and looking for a way now to stay at the front end of this field. He's got it all sorted at this point. And it looks like Besaidnout's going to try and come back here at Campos. The gap is too big for anything to go wrong here. And up towards Dunlop Corner, Arnie Neveling looking to take the first victory of the day and secure himself some great championship points. But Leighton Free in 2nd place is going to ensure he stays in the lead of this championship heading into the 2nd race later on today. Neveling coming to the checkered flag. Stradale Motorsport into Africa Mining. And it's Arnie Neveling with the victory. Ari takes it for the first one. Checkered flag is out. There's the win. Leighton Free in 2nd. Campos in 3rd. Besaidnout is 4th ahead of Yuri Swart. JP Van der Walt making it 3 Team Red Racing cars in the top 6 and make that 4 in the top 7 with Darby van der Merwe just behind that. Nathan Hammond finishes up in 8th place, beating out Samanga. Good little fight between the two of them. And Farin Basha will make up the top 10, beating out his teammate Lonica Martins on that last lap and demoting her down into 11th place. So there is the unofficial result of race number 1 up on the board right now. You can see it. It's Arnie Neveling from the Stradale Motorsport team ahead of Leighton Free from Team Red Racing and Universal Motorsport. Keegan Campos for Pepper Racing and Campos Transport beats up the 2nd of the Team Red Racing cars there of Columbus Besaidnout. Yuri Swart comes through for Auto Alpine. Great drive from him there in 5th place. JP Van der Walt, super effort there from 6th place for and the win in the Masters, of course. Darby van der Merwe, his stablemate, is just behind him in 7th, beating out Nathan Hammond for Trinity Security Services. Natim Samanga for Quadra Corsa in 9th, and the 3rd of those incredible Stradale Motorsport machines there in 10th place with Farin Basha. That's Polo Cup sorted out. First race of the day in the bag. I'm going to try and get down to the Park for May area and pick up on some of the interviews as well with some of the drivers there. But that's the way we start things out. That is exactly what Volkswagen Polo Cup is all about at their home circuit, and Volkswagen Motorsport South Africa's home circuit as well. Aldo Scribante here in Quebec, the Eastern Cape of South Africa. If you've just joined us from all around the world, a massive welcome to you all. I see a couple of guys jumping in there to come and say how's it. I didn't have a chance earlier on, but big welcome to Daryl Ecote all the way from Ireland, the Green Isle. Ronald from the church is in the house as well. Vic is in the house too. Big welcome to Willie Adlam. And Mark van Verlensdorf is here too, along with Marie Pina, all the way from Swartkop. So lots of action still coming away now with global touring cars and Super Cup, which will be making their way out into the circuit in the very near future. We've got ZX10R Masters Cup courtesy of Sunbet and Red Square. And we've also got the NGK National Superbikes and Bridgestone Superbikes combined for two-wheeled action a bit later today as well. So that's how things are going to roll for the rest of the day. We've got a second heat of the InvestChem Formula 1600s, which Laren Mew will take you through a bit later on too. I hope you've enjoyed all this action so far here from the Aldo Scribante circuit. It's just outside of Port Elizabeth, for those people who still remember it by its old name, here in the Eastern Cape. The Windy City, as you can see, the Friendly City as it's also known, and looking forward to, of course, all this incredible extreme festival action here at the Volkswagen Race Day. That's always nice to see. Arnie Neveling and Leighton Free with a big high five and a handshake after a great battle in Volkswagen Polo Cup. And Arnie Neveling, of course, has taught Leighton Free a lot of the skills he is using today against him, and maybe a couple of skills that he's learnt on his own as well. But nice battle there between the man who was, of course, the teacher and student role there. The teacher being Arnie Neveling when he was at RKT karting, and Leighton Free now getting to use some of that knowledge and put it against the man who taught him the way of the sword in terms of Polo Cup. As you can see, we're picking up a little bit of extra wind now at the moment too, which is why we have battled a little bit with some of the camera positions, so just be aware of that. We are watching as well. If the wind continues to blow this way though, fortunately it should keep that front away, which is supposed to come in later on this afternoon. I'm hoping that the wind doesn't change direction, and then we're going to be in for a little bit of a change of surface and change of weather pattern here. Amazing stuff there from our Volkswagen Polo Cup. Let's go down to Claudio, who's caught up with our race winner, Arnie Neveling.
Alright, Neveling, looks like you used all your personal classes there to get to the front.
Yeah, I think we learned our lesson from Swartkops, but luckily our race pace seems to be a little bit stronger than at Swartkops, for example, so managing the push to pass has just really worked in our favour this time around.
And plans for the endurance race?
Yeah, the endurance race we're really looking forward to. I think just sort of driving within yourself and playing the long game would pay off well. But yeah, we will review the endurance race just now. Just at this stage, just really happy to grab another win. You know, this is for the team. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you very much.
Apologies for that. Looks like we're a little bit of an audio issue there, but we'll get so apologies there. We had a little bit of audio
check,
Claudio
1, 2.
issues there.
1, 2.
As soon as we got that audio sorted out
Audio
from
check,
Claudio
1, 2.
and Kez's point of view, we'll catch up once again there with Arnie Neveling and find out how his race went. Looked like we lost the audio as we started the interview, so as soon as we got that back up and running, we'll go back down into the pre-race area and catch up with Arnie Neveling, our race winner from Volkswagen Polo Cup.
Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, hello. Audio level check. Can you hear me?
Welcome back to Aldo Scribante and Kwabaga City here on the Eastern Cape. It's round 3 of the Extreme Festival and round 3 of the Global Touring Cars and Global Touring Cars Super Cup category now combined and rolling out onto the grid to get sorted out for race 1. As you can see, a nice field of cars there. 6 of them from the Global Touring Car category and a further 10 just behind there from the incredibly popular and growing Volkswagen based Super Cup class. Bit of a change up in terms of the stalwarts at the front end of that category for this weekend, but we'll see how things change up as we get into the thick of it as well. But let's have a look at how they line up on the grid. Robert Volk alongside Lee Thompson for Team Universal Motorsport and Red Racing in the BMW M2. He's best qualifying so far in that car alongside Robert Volk. That's how things start out here for the first one. And as we get into the thick of it, you can see just how things are going to get sorted out in the background. There's a bit of manoeuvring happening in the background as well there for Scott Temple, who's up to 4th place alongside Julian van der Walt in the AutoZone Ford. He's now moved up into 3rd place. Nice qualifying from him. And it looks like Mandla Ndakani and Michael van Rooyen battled a little bit this morning in the qualifying session to get their cars up to the front end of the field, but it's 5th and 6th place for them. Behind them, Brad Liebenberg leads up the Super Cup category ahead of Jonathan Machotsi from Volkswagen Motorsport at their home ground. Then Saud Variawa with a nice qualifying just ahead of Jeff Kruger. To outgun Jeff Kruger, you must know what you're doing, particularly around the circuit that Jeff Kruger is so good at. And Variawa is just showing more and more intensity, and his ability just gets better and better, as does the man right behind him, Mikel Patamba, driving for the Patamba Racing and Toys R Us Creative Inc. car, alongside Jason Campos for Campos Transport, of course a race winner only a couple of weekends ago. Then you've got Nick Davidson leading out the Masters ahead of Roy Campos. That's Jay's dad. Nice to have Roy Campos back in a race car as well. Of course, it's Keegan Campos's car that he's just warming up for Keeks. Andre Besaidnout for Team Perfect Circle is behind them. And then Sean Dermody lines up alongside in the SMD Exotics Polo Super Cup. Johan de Bruin in the Autocure car. He's second last on the grid, and alongside him will be Manoj Maharaj in the second of those SMD Exotic and Luso Cafe cars from the KwaZulu-Natal North Coast. So we've got guys from the North Coast, East Coast, West Coast. They're all here about to go to battle for the first race in the Global Touring Cars and Super Cup class. Down on the grid, Claudia's going to catch up with a couple of the drivers that are there. Let's go down there and catch up with him and see exactly who he's got. And also look out for the Dunlop presentation that's going to happen for pole position there. And Robert Volk gets himself R2,500 courtesy of Dunlop tyres. So there's the
Paul, talk me through your strategy for race 1.
Yeah, I think we struggled a bit yesterday. So the car dialed in for quali. We had nice consistent pace as well. So yeah, I think with this 10-lap sprint race, just about trying to get a gap initially. Hopefully Julia can slip in behind me and we can get through the first corner unscathed. So yeah, it should be a nice close sprint. Looking forward to it.
All the best.
Cheers, thank you.
Information being passed on to me there while the interview was happening as well. The reason Michael van Rooyen is not at the front where he should be, of course, he overboosted during qualifying. So the penalty is that he'll start in 6th place in the back of the Global Touring Car grid. So we'll watch for some manoeuvring happening from Michael van Rooyen. We're also going to head down to pit lane and onto the grid to catch up now with the presentation to Brad Liebenberg, who will also be getting himself R2,500 courtesy of ATS and Dunlop tyres. Brad will be pretty happy with that. He comes into this round leading the championship in the Global Touring Car Super Cup class. It's pretty tight between himself, Machotsi, Campos. Let's have a chat to Brad and find out what he's got in plan.
Brad Liebenberg, you've just racked up another pole. Talk me through it.
Yeah, it was a decent lap. I think there was a little bit more in it, but nevertheless glad to be on pole. Obviously we want to try and keep it there, so look forward to the race. I think it's going to be a close one. The wind's definitely going to play a factor, but for sure looking to put my head down and come up with a victory. Thank you so much.
So standing by now for the two separate starts that will be happening for global touring cars. Yes, apologies there. There are actually 13 Super Cup cars. I was not getting my maths right while I was trying to concentrate on getting information fed to me from the production team, as well as from out on the grid from Vaughan Williams, who's telling me all about Michael van Rooyen. And of course I was looking at the grids, the timing monitor, and of course what's happening out on our YouTube and live Facebook streams as well. So 13 cars about to go there. Yeah, well, it's an enduro. I wouldn't call it an endurance race. Ian Pepper sending me a little comment there. It's an enduro of some nature, and I wish you all the very best with a speedy recovery after that little incident on the two-wheeled side of things there, Ian. But thanks for joining us, buddy. I appreciate the support and also the information being passed on. And apologies there for miscounting, but yeah, there are a couple more than what I actually said there were in terms of Super Cup. Jan van der Berg has joined us as well. So is Paul Stevens by the looks of things. There's the new AutoZone colours on Julian van der Wat's car. Nice to see AutoZone getting back into motorsport as well. Great to see them jump on board with a car that has already taken a victory in the global touring cars this year. So certainly getting onto a chance of getting a little bit of additional coverage there for Julian van der Wat. And he'll be looking to hopefully give them a good run for their money. There's certainly one of Quabacher and Aldo Scribante's biggest fans on the right-hand side of the circuit. And we're looking forward to now all the fanfare that happens with global touring cars. I like that comment. Also coming out of Ian Pepper, and I'm sure that Roy Campos will enjoy it later on this evening when he catches up and watches this one. Probably even straight after the race, in fact. But a 15-minute race for Roy Campos would be an enduro as well. So he's definitely going to have his work cut out for him, having not been behind the seat of a race car for a while. We've got two separate safety cars, as you can see there. The pace car coming out of Volkswagen Motorsport Academy. That'll be leading off our global touring car Super Cup class with Brad Liebenberg alongside Mahotsi. But it's Volk who is alongside Lee Thompson, Julian van der Wat, Temple, Mahotsi. And as you can see there, the Rustenburg Rocket at the back after overboosting and qualifying. So he's definitely going to have his work cut out for him to try and get through and to find a way past. Remember, this first one is only a 10-lapper. So they've got to just keep it all together now for 10 laps. Later on today, Global Touring Cars will also be having a 30-minute plus 1 lap endurance race. So it's slightly different variation to what we normally have at the Extreme Festival and Global Touring Car events. But a big welcome to everybody around the world who's watching us here on our live stream. Touring Cars now starting to get behind the official safety car today. 4 Toyotas, 1 BMW and 1 Ford about to go to battle for global touring car supremacy here at the Aldo Scribante circuit. Behind that, the additional Super Cup class. An incredible fight expected there as well. Brendan Kelly is busy watching us as well, but he's standing upstairs. He's supposed to be doing commentary, not listening to my commentary. What are you going to just put me on the microphone and let me do your work for you, Bren? Just kidding. Keep up the good work upstairs as well. Brendan Kelly, of course, bringing all the live trackside action here to people that are down in pit lane and a few of the marshals and medics that are out on the circuit as well. Here we go. Robert Volk about to dictate the pace across the line for the first heat of global touring cars. Look how tightly they packed in there. Mundlam Nakani right on the bumper of Scott Temple as they go across the line. The lights are out and down towards turn 1 we go. Robert Volk getting the drop, but Lee Thompson's going to try and outgun him there in the BMW if he can. He's going to have his work cut out for him because here comes Van der Wat on his inside. Julian van der Wat in the AutoZone 4 just diving through and finding a way past. He's up onto the inside. Lee Thompson's going to try and keep him honest around the outside of turn 1. That takes a lot of skill to get around the outside of turn 1, particularly on cold Dunlops. And there you can see just how difficult it is. Running high and wide off the circuit. Looks like Ndakani made a small mistake, allowing Michael van Rooyen to dive through on his teammate and get through up into 5th place. So that's how they head through for the very first time out of Hangar and up towards the hairpin for the first time now. This used to be, of course, Toyota hairpin, and now it's a Toyota that leads things out onto the brakes further back. Oh, Campos side by side with Kruger and runs onto the dirt just ahead there. can see Roy Campos is right on his son's tail as Jason and Roy go fighting with Jeff Kruger. Kruger's got through slightly on that start. I think Brad Liebenberg leads it out as they head towards the top end of the hairpin. Leaders in global touring cars already into Dunlop corner for the first time, and you can see, yes, it is Mandla Mekani who's returned the favour and got through there on Michael van Rooyen. In fact, I think Michael van Rooyen might have been the man who ran wide. Davidson going at it with Andre Besaidnout. Besaidnout's got the Odacure car of Johan de Bruin right on his tail as they come under braking there just behind Mikel Patamba. Patamba in the Toys R Us Polo Cup Super Cup car as he dives through. There's a change up between the two Toyota Gazoo racing machines there. Van Rooyen gets ahead now of Mdekani. Mdekani going to try and run with his teammate to try and close things down on Temple. Temple is a man in 4th place, second of the InvestChem Chemical Logistics machines as they go through into hangar one more time. Up onto the braking point at the hairpin. You'll watch for late braking coming out of Julian van der Walt to try and close the gap down on Robert Volk. Volk pulled about a half a second there on that first lap. Saud Variawa with big pressure coming from Jeff Kruger. In the background, a little bit of dust in the back as well. But as they come flying through now, you can see just how difficult it's going to be here for these guys. Nice maneuver there. Look at the amount of pressure being applied there from Mikel Patamba to try and get through on Campos. I think Roy Campos has actually changed up the positions there from his point of view. He's got through on Mikel Patamba a bit further back. Lee Thompson, though, now starting to bridge the gap onto the back end of the Ford. So that Ford in second place with Van der Walt at the wheel. Auto Zone on the side in front of that car now. Nice to see, as I said, that sponsor back into motorsport in South Africa. This is Jeff Kruger closing on Variawa. Campos, and Mikel Patamba. Davidson right behind that. That's how they go through for the very first time in a full-flighted lap as opposed to what we're seeing before. And see when those hazard lights go on as well. That's potentially when we're going to see the push-to-pass mechanism being used by these cars. Remember, they only get a slightly shortened version of the push-to-pass compared to the Polo Cup guys. But it certainly does help them out. Jason Campos, Roy Campos, Patamba, Davidson, Andre Besaidnout for Team Perfect Circle. Big gap down to the SMD exotic cars there of Sean Dermany and Manoj Maharaj. But they're still in the hunt as well. Nice little fight on here. Look at the pressure being applied here from the Rustenburg Rocket. Michael van Rooyen means business. So does Thompson. Late on the brakes from Lee Thompson. Trying to run a slightly different line. Watch for the cutback there. Late apex coming out of Thompson to try and get the drive onto the main straight and complete another lap. Amazing stuff from him as he tries to get through there on Julian van der Walt for second. Van der Walt goes defensive. Here comes Thompson. Can he get that M2 on the inside? No, he can't. Not close enough into turn 1. Another lap completed by these guys. Absolutely amazing stuff from Global Touring Cars. Once again here, Saud Variawa also looking to close things down there on Jonathan Mafotsi. They come out of the S's. No changes at this point in time, but there's massive pressure being applied at the front end of this race, and it's coming from Lee Thompson on the back end of the leading Ford, the only Ford out there at this point in time, the AutoZone Ford of Julian van der Walt. Team Red Racing and Universal Motorsports, Lee Thompson on his tail. Leader of the race in Super Cup, it's Brad Liebenberg in the Sparko car. He leads out over Jonathan Mafotsi, the two stablemates basically going at it there for Volkswagen Motorsport. Brilliant stuff from the two of them. As they get to the front end, you can see it's a bit of a gap that they pulled over third place Saud Variawa. But Variawa's got his own problems. He's trying to fend off the attack coming from Jeff Kruger, and looks like Jason Campos might be there as well. So that completed. Getting into the thick of it here, you can see just how things could change up here between Lee Thompson and Van der Walt. Is Michael van Rooyen going to have a go here at Temple at some point in time? Was he going to wait for a little bit later on? Chemical Logistics machines there in 1 and 4 at this point in time. That is Mikel Patamba, ahead of Nick Davidson. There goes Andre Besaidnout for Team Perfect Circle. He's looking to try and close that gap down there on Davidson. Davidson and Variawa using those push-to-pass mechanisms. You can see the hazard lights coming on, telling us that they're using those push-to-pass mechanisms that are available in the Super Cup class. Change up possibly coming here. Is Lee Thompson going to find a way through here on the second place Ford of Van der Walt? Was Van der Walt going to fend him off for the rest of this race? We've got 5 laps and 1 corner to go as they head up towards Dunlop again. The Dunlop tyres are now in their own. They are up to perfect optimum race temperature. The grip is good. The surface is very good here at Aldo Scribante as well. Now looking to put the rubber down. Unfortunately doing the same thing as he tries to close that gap. Volkswagen Motorsport versus the Sparko car there of Brad Liebenberg. Saud Variawa still fending off Jeff Kruger. Variawa's had a turnaround here of note. Then it's Jason Campos. Behind that, Roy Campos. Campos running in formation flying. Roy Campos leading things out in terms of the Masters category though. So a nice welcome return there from Roy Campos' point of view as he comes on. There he is. He's got Mikel Patamba all over the back of him looking for a way through there, one of the youngsters, and certainly a man of the future to watch out for. Second place is Davidson, third place in the Masters, Andre Besaidnout in the Team Perfect Circle Polo Super Cup. We had a little bit of a gap now opening up between Van der Walt. Looks like Lee Thompson might have made a mistake, a small mistake somewhere on track. Has lost him about 4 or 5 car lengths there to the AutoZone Ford. The brakes into Dunlop corner, slightly different lines out of those two drivers. You can see Lee Thompson trying to get the late apex to get the drive onto the straight again. That's exactly what he does to come and complete the halfway stage of this race. Super start here from the Global Touring Cars and from the Global Touring Car Super Cup category. This is exactly what we expected to see here from GDC and GDC Super Cup. Michael van Rooyen trying to close things down. Saud Variawa still fending off Jeff Kruger. Kruger looking for a way through, hasn't found it just yet. Unfortunately, what Jeff Kruger's seeing though, Jonathan Makhotsi and Brad Liebenberg getting away at the front end, and that's not doing any of his championship hopes any good at this point in time, with Variawa the man in the middle of them. Like I said, Saud Variawa and Mikel Patamba slowly but surely becoming a big threat in the Super Cup category. Massive improvements coming out of both drivers. Variawa hanging on for his possible first podium. Certainly looking to try and cement that one, that is for sure. And Carter has gone from leaps and bounds into the Super Cup class. Brad goes defensive. Oh, a little lock up on the brakes there from Brad. The pressure's on and he locks up again. Second time there from Brad Liebenberg as he comes out of the hairpin. The pressure is certainly being felt there from Brad Liebenberg's point of view. From Jonathan Makhotsi, who's all over the back of him looking for a way through. Makhotsi is applying the pressure and it looks like it's starting to pay off. Can he make it stick and pick up his first victory of the season? Make him the 4th victor in Global Touring Cars Super Cup class for the year. We're only on round 3 at this point, so there's a lot of work still to be done here for these drivers. Campos just in the background maintains 5th place. And if I look just in the background of that, it should still be Roy Campos hanging on for a potential win in the Masters class. And it's a class amongst the class here as well for the Masters. Actually just the age group of the drivers that has made them into the Masters class, but it's brought along the likes of Nick Davidson and Darby Olafur to this battle, and a couple of other drivers who are thinking about coming to join the party as well here as Global Touring Cars gets an additional boost into the Super Cup category. Oh, late braking from Van Rooyen, but he's not able to do anything on Temple. Temple's matching him at almost every turn, and on every time he climbs on the loud pedal there's just no answer. So evenly matched those two drivers, and the skill level is basically pretty much at the same in terms of their ability in a saloon car. This is the first time that, of course, Scott Temple has been down at the Aldo Scribante circuit in a saloon car. So it's a slightly different machine to what he would normally race here in the past, and possibly would have taken a couple of victories in single-seaters in the past as well, with Formula 1600s and in the original Volkswagen Volkswagen category as well. Flying through hanger one more time, no worries at all though, but there's definitely a big charge coming from Van Rooyen's point of view. They're also trying to close that gap down on Lee Thompson. Lee Thompson could be in a bit of problems here within the next couple of laps with 2 to go. And there's 1.5 as they come through there now. Coming up and over the rise towards Dunlop corner one more time. Heading into what is probably the penultimate lap of this race. Yeah, big move here from Michael van Rooyen now. Tries to get right underneath that wing of the 3rd Corolla, or the 2nd one on track at this point in time. The Carney's dropped back ever so slightly. He's into the clutches almost of Brad Liebenberg. But as they come down onto the brakes, is there going to be any change up here? We're on to the final lap according to the timing monitor. I'm not sure if they did a similar thing to what they did with the Polo Cup though. They had it as an 8-lap race to start with, but it was actually a 10-lapper. Looks like we have indeed completed, I think it's only, according to the timing monitor, says we're on the final lap, so we're going to go with final lap right now and wait for that checkered flag. Ooh, Robert Volk running wide. Bit of late race pressure there from Volk on himself. No one was applying pressure there. Van der Walt was too far back and he runs wide again. So Robert Volk might have a little bit of an issue on that car. Can he get it to the line? Is he going to nurse it through? Yes, I think he can. But he definitely made 2 slight mistakes. One coming into the hairpin and one exiting it. Just got the car a little bit squirrely, but he's managed to hang it all together, and now coming out of Dunlop, he heads towards the line. Coming to the line, checkered flag is out, and Volk is going to take the first victory. Van der Walt for the AutoZone team comes through for 2nd, and Lee Thompson on the podium. That's, I think, the first podium there for the BMW and Team Red Racing's Lee Thompson. So they'll be pretty ecstatic about that. Julian van der Walt takes some more championship points. Robert Volk does the same thing. Here we go for the Super Cup class. Looking at Jason Campos heading into the sweep, but up towards Dunlop come the two leaders. Brad Liebenberg has literally led from start to finish, and no answer from Jonathan Mafotsi at all. He tried early on, but Liebenberg has just said it all. He uses his final push to pass across the line to ensure that he gets the win and takes it ahead of Mafotsi. Variawa gets his very first podium in Super Cup class. Further back, look at this action. Coming up into the closing stages. Here we go, Roy Campos for the win in the Masters. And you can see the overlay there, just hiding it. There we go, to the line. Brilliant stuff. Campos takes his first win on return to racing. And it looks like Sean Duminy has been able to get through, and so has Minaj Maharaj on Johan de Bruin in the background. Yes, they have. A bit of a problem there for the Odacure car right in the closing stages, and unfortunately, Johan van de Bruin coming through there and finishing up at the back end of Super Cup. There are the unofficial results for the Global Touring cars. It's Robert Volk ahead of Julian van der Walt and Lee Thompson making up the podium there. So a good effort there from Chemical Logistics ahead of the AutoZone team and Team Red Racing's Lee Thompson. Second of the Chemical Logistics cars there, Scott Temple in fourth ahead of first of the Team Toyota Gazoo Racing Corollas of Michael van Rooyen, and then Ndekane, his teammate, will finish up in sixth place. Seventh on the track, but winning the Super Cup class, it's Brad Liebenberg for the Sparco Racing team, beating out Volkswagen Motorsport's Jonathan Mafotsi. And Saud Variawa, what an incredible drive there for his very first podium in the Super Cup class, in ninth place, beating out a potential champion last year in Jeff Kruger from Team Red Racing for the top 10. Brilliant stuff. And a little bit further back from that, of course, was Jason Campos in 11th. 12th place would have been the first of the Masters class, and that was Roy Campos. He beat up Nick Davidson and Andre Besaiden, I beg your pardon, from Team Perfect Circle. So those are the top three. Volk, Van der Walt and Thompson. That is your top three in GDCs. And it's Brad Liebenberg, Jonathan Mafotsi and Saud Variawa, top three in the Global Touring class, Super Cup class. In the Super Cup Masters class, it was Roy Campos from Nick Davidson, and in third place, Andre Besaiden from Team Perfect Circle. That brings us to the end of the first of the Global Touring car races of the day. We're going to have a small break in proceedings to get the circuit cleaned up, and then we go into two-wheeled action. It's the NGK and Bridgestone National Superbikes and Bridgestone Superbikes combined, and after that we go into the ZX10R Masters Cup, courtesy of Sunbet and Red Square. And wait to get Claudio down in the Park Fermé area as well to try and pick up on some of the interviews with drivers. And great stuff there from Robert Volk to take another victory here for Chemical Logistics. The InvestChem team are going to be happy with that. We had a great single-seater first race to kick things off here for the day. And they're going to be pretty ecstatic with their boys finishing up there in first and fourth place, respectively, for the Toyota team.
Oh, yeah.
So cars making their way back into the Park Fermé area now after a great battle for Global Touring cars. Let's go down to the Park Fermé and catch up with Robert Volk, race one winner.
Robbie Volk, there was a flag win for your race.
Yeah, so I was hoping we'd have the pace, thankfully in race one, which we seem to have, especially in the start. This is all credit to the team, WCT, the guys there, Ian Schofield, and a little bit of a payback for all the time and effort we put into this, so it's fantastic.
Robbie, starting a longer race too. What's the strategy?
I think it's a bit of unknown for everybody going to 30-minute race. It's 20 is the longest thus far, so yeah, I suppose get past the 20-minute mark and I suppose see where we position. So starting sixth will mean a little bit of work, but maybe try to get a couple positions at the start because if the guys in the front break away, it's going to be difficult to catch it back up. So yeah, looking forward to it. I think we've definitely got the pace to challenge the first couple laps. So yeah, I think we'll be strong. Cool, thank you.
Good drive there from Volk. He's looking forward to another one later on. Of course, it's a 30-minute enduro that'll be happening a bit later on. It's not really an endurance race because most of the time these Global Touring car guys do about a 30-minute practice session on the Friday. So they're kind of used to being out there for that amount of time. But of course it is an enduro, so it's slightly longer than the sprint race that would have happened. And see the circuit cleanup happening as we speak, just trying to get off some of the rubber and some of the rumble and bits of pieces of circuit that have been brought onto the track before we get our two-wheelers out there. They'll be making their way out on Bridgestone tyres. And final track inspection going to be done by the COC now as well, just to double check that everything is okay before we roll out our first bit of two-wheeled action.
Yeah, super excited about that one. John and I had really good starts. He tucked in behind me after turn one, and from there, I mean, we both just put our head down and try to eke out a little bit of a gap there, just to give ourselves a little bit of a cushion. And yeah, at the end there, just controlled the pace a little bit. And obviously, got 30 minutes in the next race, so tyres are going to take some strain. So there's a bit, a little bit of time management towards the end there, taking a little bit different lines, obviously. Just trying to conserve the tyres a little bit. Like I say, that 30 minutes is going to be quite a long one. But yeah, super happy with the result. Big thanks to the team, to Sparko, to MS Technic for the great support, and to Graham, Nathan and Nathan's Motorsport for all the hard work. It's showing on track, both cars 1-2, so awesome result, and look forward to the next one. Thank you so much.
Nice to catch up with the Brad there. Let's see, maybe we get a couple of other interviews down in the Parkvermey area, but we're now waiting for the circuit cleanup to be finalised, and as soon as that is sorted out, we'll be heading into the first race of the day for the National Superbike class, courtesy of NGK, and combined with the Bridgestone Superbike category, all today for our first bit of two-wheel action. Right, down in Parkvermey, we're going to catch up with the first time podium for Sawud Variawa. Let's have a look and see how his race went.
Can I wear a hat or no?
Sawud, your first and your best finish so far in the Super Cup, so took it to your race. How was it?
Yeah, so we went a bit wide through the first two corners and lost a bit of time again to the first two leaders, and then went off a bit in hanger, almost lost the car, but got it to got to grips with the car and just went from there, tried to catch them. That was.
Talk me through your strategy now for race 2, because you've got a bit of a long race.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go for it and try to get to the lead as quick as I can and see from there. Not really. We just have to manage to beat the 2 VWs and the 2 Volkswagen Motorsport cars and then see from there. Thanks.
Yeah, not old enough to even drive on the roads, but he's taking podiums here at Global Touring Car Super Cup level. So great effort there from Sawad Bariawa, and watch out for him in the future as well. As I said, also for Mikel Patamba, just further back from that in the Toys R Us machine for all of that. Great effort there from our Global Touring Cars and Super Cup category. Just waiting for the circuit to be cleaned up. And as I said earlier on, once that's sorted out, we've got 2-wheeled action coming away with the NGK National Superbikes and Bridgestone Superbikes combined. Qualified third overall. Behind them, a welcome return to Hendrik de Bruin on their Net CB Yamaha R1. alongside Lubs Nsana. Lubs Nsana will be side by side with Michael du Toit. Sifiso Themba, the second of those Honda Fireblades coming out of King Price Extreme team, and Martin Veed at the back, or Martin Wild at the back there in 8th place. Here we go, lights about to go off, and it's a good start coming out of McFadden, good start out of Brett Roberts as well. Little 600 will probably have the guts off the line, being a slightly lighter bike, but let's see if he's able to take get what it takes into turn 1 and outgun David McFadden. Highly unlikely he's going to try and outgun his stablemate and teammate there, but as he goes through, he follows McFadden through in 3rd place as Clint Seller gets the whole shot into turn 1. Sifiso Themba just getting ahead of Martin Veed at the back end of the field, and looks like there's a bit of a change up between the two of them, but as they flicker through the S for the first time, Hendrik de Bruin looking for a way pass now on the only 600cc out there of Brett Roberts. Come flying through into hangout for the first time, up to the top and into the hairpin, and McFadden applying the pressure almost instantaneously there on his rival in this championship, on Seller. Evil Knievel versus McFlash as they come out of the hairpin and down into the sweep. Out of Chevy, they head up towards Dunlop corner, and of course these guys don't run on Dunlops, these guys run on Bridgestone tyres, so it's fantastic to have the Bridgestone and tyre manufacturers all involved with the various manufacturers and categories here today. And we'll see a man from Bridgestone tyres, of course, later on in the ZX10R Masters Cup, fighting hard. Sifiso Themba is second last on track there as they come to complete the first lap in anger, and it is in anger here between Seller and McFadden. Flash on the Stunt SA, RPM Centers and Mad Max. Yamaha looking to close things down onto the back end now of Clint Seller for King Price Extreme Honda. CBR Fireblade now in the hands of Evil Knievel, multiple SA champion, looking for his 7th South African title. Will be a really incredible effort there from Evil Knievel. But McFlash definitely wants to take that away and go for his 4th South African title. As he comes up on the brakes, in fact, sorry, his 3rd one. He's taken a Superbike and a Super Sport category championship in the past. Hendrik de Bruin makes a welcome return into South African Superbikes. He's onto the back end now, Brett Roberts. Brett Roberts holding on and looking for a win, of course, in the 600cc class. He'll get the win just by finishing the race because there's no other 600s out there. But Roberts is absolutely loving life. I had a chat to his dad, Wayne, earlier on in the day, and he was saying just how awesome he is enjoying riding the 600cc, and of course looking forward to possibly stepping up into the thousands for next year. Seller from McFadden, and almost a 1.2 second gap there between the two of them on that first pass. In anger, that's of course the first lap that they complete in full flight, as opposed to the one they do from the start line and complete the first lap. 12 lap race here for the 600 and 1000 combined. Two of them getting away at the front end there, and Seller controlling things relatively easily at this point in time ahead of McFadden. Wait for David McFadden to maybe turn the wick up a bit later on. There is Seller's teammate, Sifiso Themba. He currently sits in 2nd place by the looks of things. Looks like Lubalo Nsana has gone missing somewhere. Lubs has gone missing. Yeah, I think it's up here because there's a yellow flag waving. There's a yellow flag, and I think Lubabalo, I beg your pardon, Nsana has gone down here at the hairpin. So that is going to move Martin Veed up into possibly 2nd or 3rd place. Now, Michael du Toit just ahead there of Sifiso Themba. He'll be leading the Bridgestone Superbike class. That's the number 7 bike. There he is. So that's the 7 bike leading the Bridgestone category ahead of Sifiso Themba in 2nd. And Martin Veed will now be up into the 3 spot, but 7th overall on track. Lubabalo maybe just got a little bit excited on some cold rubber. Takes about 2 laps for these guys to get up to optimum temperature on these Bridgestone tyres, and once they're there, they hardly ever give anything less than what these guys are currently lapping on. And of course lapping on the 1 minutes at this point in time for Clint Seller. Best time, a 1 minute flat, 0.887. So not quite under the minute bracket around here on the Bridgestones, but certainly pushing as hard as what they would have when lap records were set here in the past. Toy from Themba, Veed in 3rd place for the Bridgestone category. Another lap done. Seller has got a good lead over David McFadden. Going to be very difficult for him to do anything about it. Hendrik de Bruin looks over his shoulder. Not quite sure what he's worried about. De Bruin's got a long gap down to 7th or 5th place and leader on bike number 7, Michael du Toit. Left and right flick through hanger up towards the hairpin goes Sella again. And doesn't look like there's any issues there for Evil Knievel whatsoever. Be happy with the performance of that Honda. Steve Cannon's done some good work on those 2 Hondas of his and Timber's to get them up to the pace that was required to take wins in this category. 202 is Brett Roberts. He's 3rd overall, but leading 600 in 4th place. Hendrik de Bruin making a welcome return, as I said, there on the Net CB Yamaha R1. Been a while since we've seen him at national championship level, but of course he is a man who can run at the front end. One man sadly missing from this weekend is Garrick Flock, and hopefully he'll be back up and running by the next outing for National Superbikes. Roberts trying to get out of the wind there slightly. In fact, he probably got blown across the circuit by the wind. He's such a light rider on that little 600. As he squeezes through to the S's now out of turn 1. Seller's already up to the hairpin. That's the gap he's pulled now. It's almost the entire straight between hanger and the hairpin. He's got now over McFadden. It's 2.5 seconds, up to 2.8 seconds now in terms of the gap there between Seller and McFadden. But Seller just controlling things from the front now. Not going to do anything wrong to spoil the possibility of a first victory here of the day. Lost out on the ZX10 of Lubovalo and Sana. Just making a small mistake there on lap 2, crashing out at the hairpin. Hopefully he's okay and get that bike back up and running as soon as they can. If there's a couple of spare parts down in the pit lane, I'm sure there is, because we've got a whole bunch of ZX10R Masters Cup riders will be down there. And maybe they got some spare parts for him to get that bike back up and running for the next heat. This is NGK National Superbikes, Bridgestone Superbikes combined. Up next is the Red Square and Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Sunbet joining us as the official sponsor, and of course Red Square staying on as an associate sponsor for the 2021 season. Santis A and RPM Center R1. Doesn't look like it's got the legs there on the Honda. Coming up on back markers. Martin Veed about to be caught now by Clint Seller. I know how that feels from a personal point of view, as well as from being out on track with Seller on a few occasions. You think you've got what it takes, and Veed will know exactly what's going to happen now, as Seller will be just giving a little bit of extra squirt on the throttle to get up on the inside and dives through into the S's. Good riding there from Martin. No, he just held his line. That's exactly what you have to do as a back marker. Don't make any unnecessary changes in your line. The faster rider will find a way through, and relatively easily there for Seller, as you can see. We're worried about, of course, the next man coming along for the ride, and with McFadden. Not too far down the road. And the 69 bike there of David McFadden. Rocking some new camouflage colours on that helmet as well, looking pretty tasty. As he goes down into Chevy Sweep to close down on Veed. I wonder if we're going to have enough time here. Yeah, possibly going to be enough time for Clint Seller to catch and pass his teammate. Blue flags coming there for Veed to warn him that, of course, McFadden is coming. As Seller completes another lap. We got 4 to go there for Clint Seller. McFadden down towards turn 1, trying to close that gap down, but it's up to 5.5 seconds, almost 6 seconds, in fact, for David McFadden on Clint Seller to try and make that ground up over the next couple of laps. Might be a bit more difficult. Four laps to go. And Seller, who's just commanding things from the front end. Veed rocking some foggy Petronas colours there, beg your pardon. So he's down there, of course, on his Honda CBR 600. So I apologise, I thought there was only one 600 on track. But Martin Veed, of course, is the second of the 600s out on circuit. I think he's running in Bridgestone Superbike colours though, and he'll be running in the Bridgestone Superbike class, I should say. As they come to complete another lap there for McFadden in second. Confirmation of the results on the side there, as you can see. It's Seller from McFadden and Roberts in third. Hendrik de Bruin still in the fourth spot, but he'll be third in the thousands. Michael du Toit, Sifiso Temba and Martin Veed top three in the Bridgestone Superbike class. So Martin Veed could possibly be taking 2 trophies home this afternoon if we had a trophy ceremony as we normally have without the COVID scenario. He would be taking second in the 600s and third in the Bridgestone category. There is enough time here for Seller to catch and possibly pass his teammate. Maybe they'll get a chance there to do some formation flying to the line. I don't think Seller's going to be able to hang on though for the next 2 laps and allow that to happen. Temba gets on the brakes and pitches it into the final corner. And here comes his teammate. Two laps to go. So Sifiso Temba is closing in on Michael du Toit. So maybe what he can do here is use Clint Seller to maybe bridge that gap between himself and the man on the 7 bike. Seller's going to dive into the S's. Well, it makes his teammates sit up there slightly. Was there? I think there was a mistake there out of Michael du Toit. Yes, I think there was. Michael du Toit, I think, saw the blue flags and sat up early, thinking that Sifiso Temba was actually Clint Seller. It wasn't. He's made a small mistake, so we've got a bit of a fight on here from the Bridgestone point of view. Sifiso Temba's hit the front of Bridgestone's after a small mistake there from Michael du Toit sitting up thinking that Sifiso Temba was Clint Seller. He would have seen the blue flags and probably just got out of the way. So Seller did help his teammate out there. Inadvertently, he didn't do it on purpose, of course. But with Michael du Toit seeing those blue flags being waved, he sat up to allow Seller through and then actually let Sifiso Temba through first before Seller even got to him. So we're on to the final lap, and now can Sifiso Temba keep it all together and possibly make it wins in both classes here for the King Price Extreme team. Du Toit will definitely look to return the favour and realise the error of his way, but he might have a bit more of a difficult task to get through on Sifiso Temba now that Temba leads out with half a lap to go for Seller. 6.5 second lead there for Seller over McFadden. No problems whatsoever there for the King Price Extreme Honda CBR. And Evil Knievel's got 2 more corners to sort out this first race of the day for the NGK South African Superbike Series. Head on the brakes and into the final corner, and to the flag goes Clint Seller. Certainly cementing some more valuable championship points for his attempt to get a 7th title. Oh, good move from Du Toit. Du Toit diving on the inside of Sifiso Temba to the line. This is for the win in the Bridgestone Superbike class. Temba's going to try and come alongside him, and he just misses out. Michael du Toit just realising the error of his ways there. So it wasn't the perfect day there for King Price Extreme team. 2nd place for Sifiso Temba in Bridgestone Superbikes. 6 overall there, but Michael du Toit just beating him to the line and getting up into that final corner to take the victory ahead of him. McFadden comes through for 2nd place behind Seller. Roberts crossing the line there in the background. He will take 3rd place and the win in the 600cc class ahead of Hendrik de Bruin. And Martin Veed will come through for 2nd place in the 600s and 3rd in Bridgestone Superbikes. Lubabalo and Sana unfortunately crashing out on lap 2 up at the hairpin, but he'll definitely be looking to come back if he can get that bike repaired, and hopefully there's not too much damage on Lub's ZX10R Masters Cup, or ZX10R Masters bike. Just the ZX10R, it's not a Master. No, thanks, Greg. But yeah, that's how it's going to be for the first race of NGK Superbikes. There's a little thumbs up there from McFadden to Seller, and also nice to see Michael du Toit getting a victory as well. So we'll pick up on some interviews there, hopefully with Clint Seller and with Michael du Toit, having taken victories in the 2 respective categories here, racing as a combined class at the 3rd round of the Extreme Festival. So it's Clint Seller for the victory in NGK South African Superbike Championship. Michael du Toit for the win in the Bridgestone Superbike Championship. And Brett Roberts will be taking the 600cc's as we now wrap things up. Next up, of course, some more 2-wheeled action. It's the ZX10R Masters Cup brought to you by Sunbet and Red Square. And they'll be out on track in a few minutes' time. And as soon as we've got some interviews down in pit lane, we're going to join Claudio, who's going to try and catch up there with Clint Seller, Michael du Toit and Brett Roberts. win there for that man. He's going to be pretty ecstatic about that. He goes over to give McFadden a little bit of a chat. See McFadden saying he was just battling with chatter by the looks of things and just not able to turn the bike. Running why he was so far back, and there you go. Exactly, and the wind is pushing the front. The wind's pushing those bikes wherever they go out there at the moment. It's a big factor to take into account. But boys, I see there's Lubavalo and Sana, unfortunately, on the crash. And it looks like it was just on the exit point there, and managed to get the bike out of harm's way. But, there you go, a little chat between those riders. In the background is the lights by Linear and Stunt SA 600cc machine of Brett Roberts. And Roberts, of course, will take the victory in the 600cc class. Just going to wait for those riders to get sorted out, and as soon as they are, we'll have a quick chat to Clint Stella and possibly to Michael Montoya after their 2 victories in the 2 respective classes there, combined to make NGK and Bridgestone Superbike Championship here at round 3 of the Extreme Festival. We're in Gqeberha. It's Port Elizabeth for those of you who have been to South Africa before. The new city of Gqeberha, new name for the city of Port Elizabeth. And we're on the Eastern Cape of South Africa. If you've joined us on our live stream feed from all around the world, a big welcome to you all. Please like and share as much as you can of what we're putting out here from our live stream. It just helps us to create a little bit more of a footprint to play with, and hopefully brings in some more sponsors and some more people who love the motorsport and love what we're doing on the live stream aspect as well. Let's go down to Claudio and catch up with Stella.
Yeah, fortunate, you know. Listen, my Honda's working like an absolute dream. You know, the King Price Honda has found its little wings there, and we're on it. So yeah, I was fortunate there. Lap time was pretty quick in the beginning. I pushed quite hard, and then just watched my pit board from then on. I know Dave's struggling with a bit of an issue, so just got to enjoy the race and take advantage while I can. And then when he gets his problem sorted out, you know, it's going to be chaos like always. Thank you.
Evil Knievel taking the win there for NGK National Superbikes. We're going to line up Michael du Toit to have a quick chat to him as well after taking the Bridgestone Superbikes and beating Sella's teammate right in the closing stages and onto the last corner, in fact, to win that out. But down in pit lane, let's catch up with Michael du Toit for the Bridgestone Superbike win.
Michael du Toit, Bridgestone Superbike race winner. Talk me through your race. How was it in this windy PE?
Crazy. I remember pulling away and I remember crossing the line. That's it. Everything else is just a blur. Fantastic.
How's it compared to Cape Town?
Much more windy than Cape Town, more grip. Awesome track.
Awesome job. Well done, bud.
Thanks a lot, man.
Great job there. That'll be his first victory in the Bridgestone Superbike Championship as well. Riding for Donnie Moritz Motorcycles down in Cape Town, so not too far up the coast for him to come. And he'll certainly be happy with the performance of that bike and for the victory. He did make a small error though, and I'm sure he'll be looking at that if he comes and watches some of the feed later on, realizing that he gave way to the wrong King Price Extreme bike and nearly cost him the victory there. Brett Roberts has already rolled out into the pit box earlier on, so we probably won't catch up with him. But in a few minutes' time, we head back onto the circuit for the Sunbet and Red Square ZX10R Masters Cup. We'll see you soon. Sunbet and Red Square ZX10R Masters Cup making their way onto the grid now for their first race of the day. And good to see a big field of riders making it down here to the Eastern Cape to Kwabaga for the third round of their championship. Graham Van Bedar will line up alongside Michael Smith and Gareth Besaidnout for the front row. Second row is made up of Dave Enticott, Rob Craig and Sanjeev Singh. Then we've got Travis Nordier, Teddy Brook and Johan Leroux, Ruan Oberholzer, Ian Harwood and of course Lafras Fritz. And the final row there you can see hands all going up there. This is for the minute silence, so just to give you a heads up before we go to silent, it's for Louis Van Bergen, the man who started the ZX10R Masters Cup, and that was almost 15 years ago. Rest in peace, young man, an amazing job, and thank you so much for everything you did for South African motorcycle racing. Nice to see a little respect being given to a man who put this entire category together only a couple of decades ago, and it's been running ever since. So he certainly did a good job and will be sorely missed by everybody out on the grid. I know he's watching over us right now, so enjoy the race, buddy, because we're about to get underway for the first race of the Sunbet and Red Square ZX10R Masters Cup. Final bit of warm-up now for these guys to get a bit of heat into the rubber as they head up into warm-up formation here, and it'll be the back of the field. Of course, we didn't get to them. It's Jonathan Sherwin, Landy Sinden and Peter Clark making up that final row for the action for the 15 bikes about to go to battle for ZX10R Masters Cup. One of two lady competitors here today. Of course, Lonica Martin's in the Polo Cup, joining Landy Sinden as our two lady riders and drivers for today's action at round 3 of the Extreme Festival down here in Kwabaga, new city named for the old Port Elizabeth, the windy city as you can see, and it's living up to its name today big time with a huge wind that's picked up, and a couple of these riders will be a bit concerned. We even saw from David McFadden and from Kinsella after race 1 of the NGK South African Superbike Championship how everybody was complaining about the wind pushing them through certain corners and having to hang on to these motorcycles even more so than what they would usually do. Expect a big battle there between former teammates Michael Smith and his former teammate, I was about to say there, Graham Van Bedar, multiple SA champion Graham Van Bedar. Rob Craig is in the house as well. See him coming through the field, along with Dave Enticott, who's taken a victory this season as well. So it's going to be a bit of a Cape Town versus Gauteng battle here. It's Gauteng 1, 2 and 3 on the front row. We've got Cape Town 4 and 5. Sanjeev Singh from KwaZulu-Natal there in 6th. Travis Nordier ahead of Teddy Brook and Johan Leroux. Oldest man on the track, of course, is Johan Leroux, down there in 9th place. I like to call him MC Hammer because he's got some really funky pants he puts on after his race day. So look out for him coming through on that Avadan Kawasaki. Everybody is on standby. We've got a wet race board going out there. I'm not quite sure why. Oh, it's a 5-second rule. Sorry, I beg your pardon. They double up there. They take a foot down towards turn 1. It's Graham Van Bedar side by side with Michael Smith. Michael Smith battling to keep that front wheel down. And Gareth Besaidnout trying to dive on the inside. Look at the move there from Teddy Brook. Diving through and looking for a way past. And a good bit of manoeuvring through that field as well from Sanjeev Singh. Sanjeev Singh on the 33 bike just diving through on the inside of turn 1 and moving himself up ever so slightly compared to where he started. Remember, Singh started in 6th place. He's made up maybe 1 or 2 positions. Good start there out of Johan Leroux as well. I did mention the fact that Leroux would be a man to watch out for in this one. So it's Van Bedar. Look at how Van Bedar's front end was squirreling coming through there. Rob Craig in the 2nd, Michael Smith is 3rd, and Sanjeev Singh is up to 4th place. He's outgunned Enticott, and he's also outgunned Gareth Besaidnout. Besaidnout all over the back end of Enticott as they come down through Chevy Sweep. Behind that, Travis Nordier. Lined up behind him is Ruan Oberholzer and Johan Leroux. They're looking to try and squeeze things out there, but it's Sanjeev Singh up in the 3rd place. Biggest mover there from the start, of course, coming from 6th place to 4th place. One move up there from Rob Craig as well. The 46 outgunning the 49 into turn 1 on the first pass, so a big change up there between the two of them. It's now the Cape Town boys in the mix of those Gauteng based riders as they come into Yeses for the second time in this one. So far so good from the start of this one. Let's see if they keep it all together now. Remember, this is also a 12 lap race for ZX10R Masters Cup. So some work to be done now for all of these riders in the 12 lapper. With the wind, makes it even more difficult. So a lot of these guys are going to start to get buffered around there as the wind picks up, and certainly picks up the front end of those motorcycles on occasion as well. Makes it difficult to hang on and try and get the power down. The wind is blowing directly across the track as they come into this final corner. She comes into your face from the right or from the left-hand side of the motorcycle heading down the main straight. There is Teddy Brook, just ahead now of the 24 or 34 of Ruin of Alta, I beg your pardon. 84 but up the road there. There's Travis Nordia, much better start out of Trav as well. Oh, big move from Michael Smith, having a look on the inside into turn 1. Didn't quite make it stick, but he definitely had an opportunity to have a go there. Oh, someone's run wide at turn 1. Someone running ever so slightly wide at turn 1. Yeah, there we go. It's Johan Leroux. Leroux's just run wide all on his own, so managed to keep it upright. Very lucky to do that. And the oldest man, as I was saying, maybe giving the commentator's curse there, has now dropped right to the back of the field. But Leroux will definitely be able to close things down and get past on some of these riders at the back end of the pack. Smith looking for a way through now. Look at this battle starting to rage here between Dave Enticott. Enticott trying to stay with Sanjeev Singh, but Sanjeev Singh has pulled away now from Dave Enticott. Enticott has got his own worries though. The Motorwise bike has been closed down there by Gareth Besaidnout. Besaidnout looking to maybe just spring a move there on Enticott, and just in the background comes Nordia. Travis Nordia. It was Johan Leroux, but it's now Teddy Brook up into 8th place. Holberholzer will move to 9th, and Harwood will be into the top 10. So the TRP and Bridgestone man will be moving up into that top 10. Hanging on as they came through there, or possibly not. Looks like, yeah, yes, there we go, just correcting the timing as they come through there, but it's Ian Harwood up in the 10th place. Nandi Sinden there, super run there for the ladies side of things, and just outside the top 10. Good chance now to possibly be at the front end of her class, remember, because there is class A, B and C you'll see on the left hand side of your screen. Class B at this point in time, it's Graham Van Breda from Sanjeev Singh and Ian Harwood in 3rd down in 10th. Class A, it's Rob Craig, Michael Smith and Dave Enticott, and of course Teddy Brook leading out the Grandmasters in Class C as they come through there to complete another lap. RPM Centre machine comes across the line and heads down towards the turn 1, but look at Graham Van Breda. Stefanucci stock spike just dominating at the front end, and no one's going to have an answer there to Graham Van Breda's pace. Besaidnout has definitely closed the gap on Enticott, and Enticott's done the same thing to Sanjeev Singh. Sanjeev Singh could potentially be in a bit of a threat there for that 3rd place that he's got at the moment. In the battle for 3rd place, of course, with Rob Craig. It was there with Rob Craig for a while, but Craig's now pulled away with Michael Smith. Looks like Smith's got through for 2nd. Yes, he has. Smith is through to 2nd place and ahead now of Rob Craig. The battle for 4th comes up to the hip, and here comes Besaidnout late on the brakes, looking for a way through on Enticott. Can he make it stick? Looks like he's got the inside line. Oh, had to sit up himself, which has just cost him slightly. Maybe just the wrong line there from Gareth Besaidnout into the hip, and had a go though. And now Travis Nordia is thinking to himself, hang on a second, let's both have a go here. Battle for 4th place starting to heat up here. Sanjeev Singh, Rob Craig, just up the road from them. I don't think they're going to have a chance of catching Rob Craig if they keep fighting like they are. Here comes a move into turn 1 from Besaidnout and from Enticott. Enticott had a look up the inside, but just couldn't quite make it stick. We see a change up here possibly in Sanjeev Singh demoted down into 5th. Maybe even in the 6th place if those two riders can get through on him. Maybe even to 8th. We'll have to wait and see now as Travis Nordia might have something in his mind as well. Towards the hip, and again Sanjeev late on the brakes trying to keep out Enticott's intentions, but he's done that to perfection for now. Behind him, it's Gareth Poseidonot looking for a chance to get through. Push it over onto the left-hand side of those Bridgestones. Into the final corner. Sanjeev fighting off the attack from Entercott and Poseidonot. Drop Lodier ever so slightly again. Top three down towards turn one. No changes between those first three. Still Van Breda from Smith and Craig. There's Entercott on the brakes. He's got through. Entercott has moved up to fourth place ahead of Sanjeev Singh. So now can Poseidonot do anything about Sanjeev? Sanjeev may be just overdoing it there slightly. Has he got enough to keep up Poseidonot now and still stand a chance of a top five? Poseidonot wants that top five. There's confirmation once again of Smith into second ahead now of Rob Craig. Craig down to third place. Craig into that three spot and hasn't been able to get back at Smith. I don't know if Michael Smith's going to have enough time to try and close down the margin that Graham Van Breda's pulled out of almost 3.5 seconds. Across the line we go again. Craig he's currently lapping in the 104s, so everybody in the 104s, but they are capable of doing 103s as their best laps. That's Teddy Brook on the Brook Refrigeration ZX10R. Silver Surfer, and still leading things out in Class C, down in 8th place overall. Coming up on back markers, this might help a few of these riders to change up their winning potential. And we're not just controlling things to the tune of just over 3 seconds. From Michael Smith in second, who's got a similar gap down to Rob Craig. Poseidonot with a slightly different line coming out of the hairpin again. Sanjeev Singh gets demoted down. And Singh now drops into what is 6th place on track. Yeah, Poseidonot's got his sights firmly set though on Entercott just up the road from him. And he's got 4 more laps to try and do that. Can he catch Dave Entercott on that Motorwise machine? Let's wait and see as they come down towards turn 1 again. Dave Entercott rolls off Poseidonot a little bit later on the brakes, just slightly later on the brakes there into turn 1 than Entercott was, but that's all he's got to do. Every single time they get on the brakes, just be slightly later, get on the power a little bit earlier, just bridge that gap using those Bridgestones to get to the man just ahead of you. Exactly what Gareth Poseidonot is doing. Trying to catch the big man from Cape Town just up the road from him. Coming into a couple of back markers as well now. Trying to negotiate those back markers, hopefully it doesn't spoil their day. Into the back straight now, waiting for the next group of riders. Of course, that's Teddy Brook for Class C. And behind him, it'll be Ruan Albeholzer. Albeholzer with a good lead over Ian Harwood in 10th. TLP Distributors and Bridgestone sponsored bike. As Van Breda on the Stefanucci Stocks and Motul sponsored bike leads things out overall here for the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Left and right hand sweeps and into the S's they go. It's Michael Smith. He has bridged that gap slightly, but there's not enough time for him to close down and pass Van Breda unless something goes wrong. The round of work that Les Van Breda team put in, highly unlikely that Graham Van Breda is going to have any issues here. Smitty's going to have to do some work in between. Chat to Wayne Shelley and see if they can find a little bit extra pace there on that bike to get him a little bit closer to Graham Van Breda. He didn't quite have the start he wanted, because remember he did get outgunned into turn 1 by Rob Craig, so maybe that just shook him up a little bit. Van Breda coming up on some back markers. Probably closing in on Peter Clark and Jonathan Sherwin. These are the 2 riders that will probably be at the back end of this field right now. The back markers are certainly going to come into play here. The closing stages there for Graham Van Breda. Further back in this pack, also picking up a little bit of a fight here as well. So Johan Leroux starting to return his way back through the field after running wide all on his own. He's coming up on the 17 bike. They're looking for a way through there on Jonathan Sherwin if he can. He's just got through on Peter Clark. The side note now also looking to use the advantage of the back markers, hopefully to get through on Dave Enticott with a lap and a half to go. Andy Sinden down into turn 1. Looks like she's just been passed by some of the lead riders. Going down towards Chevy Sweep now as well. These guys absolutely hauling to finish this up. Teddy Brook being closed down by Oberholzer. Ruan has definitely got to turn a pace here in the latter half of this race, and with a lap to go, could possibly spoil the day there for Teddy Brook. Is Rob Craig out of the S's up towards Hanger. This is the leader into the hairpin. Graham Van Breda has not put a wheel wrong here. Stefanuti Stocks and Motul sponsored Kawasaki ZX10R about to take another victory in this class. Into the final corner, and with almost 4.5 seconds up the road from Michael Smith, he could literally roll off and roll to the line, but he's not going to do that. He comes through ever professional, and another win there for GBBD as he comes across the line, beating out Michael Smith and Rob Craig, the top 3 in the ZX10R Masters Cup. 4th place, Enticott is going to hang on. Yes, only just ahead of Gareth Besaidnote. And Sanjeev Singh will come through there for 6th place. Just ahead of that man, Travis Nadir, as he comes out of the final corner to take the checkered flag. Is it going to be Teddy Brook or Ruan Oberholzer? The final battle here. There they come. Oberholzer all over the back end of Brook looking for a way through. It looks like it's going to be Teddy Brook who'll just be able to keep out Ruan Oberholzer to the line. And he wins out Class C. Oberholzer coming through for another top finish in Class A with Harwood in 10th. So, confirmation results there. Graham Van Breda, Michael Smith and Rob Craig, your top 3 overall. In terms of the classes, Van Breda takes Class B ahead of Sanjeev Singh and Ian Harwood down in 10th place. Class A goes to Michael Smith ahead of Robert Craig and Dave Enticott. And Class C was Teddy Brook, who finishes up. Incredible race there with Ruan Oberholzer in the closing stages. It's Enticott in 4th, Besaidnote 5th, and Sanjeev Singh in 6th place. And that is your winner, Graham Van Breda. Another very, very happy ride there from him. See nothing wrong with that motorcycle whatsoever throughout the race meeting. Very planted piece of machinery that Graham Van Breda was on. Let's see what Michael Smith can do now in race number 2. We'll sort things out later on today. Bikes making their way back into the Park Fermé area. We're going to catch up with some of those riders, I'm sure, with Claudio Enrique down in the Park Fermé area. But of course, getting themselves ready to go now will be the second race of the InvestCam Formula 1600s. The single-seaters will be on track in the very near future for their second heat. It's a 12-lap race. And then, of course, we've got the 2 30-minute enduro races for Global Touring Cars and Super Cup and for the Volkswagen Polo Cup. And then the final 2 races of the day will be the second heat of the NGK and Bridgestone Superbike Championship. And the last race of the day will, of course, be our ZX10R Masters Cup, brought to you by Sunbet and Red Square. GVBD, there he is. Happy with that. First punt there as well with Rob Craig. Nice to see him back on a motorcycle in competitive motorcycle racing. Not that the Western Province Championship is not competitive, but it's great to see him traversing the country again and doing some good efforts and some good work here in the ZX10R Masters Cup. National Superbike contender at one point in time was Rob Craig in his career. Multiple Western Province champion as well. And Sanjeev Singh there. What a start there from him. Pity he couldn't keep it all together right to the end, but I'm sure he'll be looking to do that in the second heat. Travis Nadir will be happy with that. Finishing up just behind Dave Enticott there. There you go. Thumbs up from those two boys. See the wind still pumping here, and just watching in the background for that front that could possibly come in here. If the wind carries to blow the way it is right now, it should keep the front away, and that's what we're hoping. If the wind direction changes, that's what we're concerned about, and if it does, that front could possibly come and join us here late in the afternoon, and that is not what the National Superbike, Bridgestone Superbikes the NGK Superbikes and the ZX10R Masters Cup riders will be wanted, that is for sure. Claudia's going to set up some interviews down in that Park from May area. And we'll be able to get all that action sorted out for you as well for the first part of the day's proceedings, and then Laren Mew is going to jump into the studio to take you through the next part of the second heat of the InvestChem Formula 1600s. Right, so we're down in Park Fermé with race 1 winner from the ZX10R Masters Cup, Graham van Breda.
Graham from Badar, it seems to be your very favourite track here in Aldo Scribante. How was that race? Talking through it.
Yeah, sure, thank you. I love this track, obviously. And like I said to you guys earlier, we never put on new rubber the whole weekend, and we were close to the lap record, so I knew once we put on the rubber we'll have traction, and I knew I'd have a good chance. And I got a really good start, and I thought the guys might come, and I saw my gap growing +1, +2, +3, +4, and then just managed to settle down the last 3 laps and not make any mistakes. I made a couple, but yeah, a really good race, and such big thanks to the team, and thanks to Stefanici Stocks and to Motel and my dad and Peter again once for the fantastic bike, and to Red Square and to Sunbet, all the sponsors. Thank you very much.
Good job, well done.
Thank you.
TVBD there taking the victory for Sunbet and Red Square ZX10R Masters Cup. Looking forward to more of that same action a bit later on this afternoon, hopefully in the similar conditions and not in wet conditions that are due for later on. But we're keeping our eyes to the skies and on all the weather apps to ensure that we hopefully have a clean, clear. And down in pit lane, also picking up on some action from Jonathan Sherwin from Cape Town in his first ride here at Aldo Scribante.
Jonathan, you hurt your hand and you still did a really good performance and took me through your race.
Yeah, it was good. I was actually quite worried going into the race that things weren't going to go well. In last, what happens, you just switch on race time, take the extra chances, forget about the crash early in the week, and just go.
How was the pain? Did you have any pain?
No, you forget about that. The adrenaline takes over.
Awesome job. Well done, bud.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you to ZX10 Cup. Cheers.
Not a bad effort there from a man who's never been to the Aldo Scribante circuit, and of course also nursing that little hand injury he picked up yesterday, but still managed to finish up the race, and hats off to the man. Let's keep up that good work and keep extending what has been a very successful championship. Looks like we're going to try and get hold of Johan Leroux as well and find out what went wrong there with one of the oldest competitors in this category. Had a small incident there during lap 1 or 2. And Johan Leroux, what happened, buddy?
Johan, what happened? You ran off?
Yeah, it seems to be like it's my trademark now to go farming at the end of the main straight. I'll do my best not to do it again in the second heat.
So you seem to own quite a bit of real estate now.
I must say, too much real estate. I must get rid of some of it.
Awesome job. Well done, Johan.
Thanks, my man.
So there you have a little bit of farming information being given to you there by Johan Leroux. Hopefully you'll keep it on the black stuff for the next one, or the slightly grey stuff here at Aldo Scribante. Up next is Formula 1600s. The single-seaters will be on track any second now. Until then, I'll leave you with some sights and sounds of Kobacha, and Laren Mew will join you for the commentary for race 2.
Good afternoon, folks, and a welcome to race 2 of the InvestChem Formula 1600s. I trust you had a moment to have a brief bite to eat before the next round of exciting racing. That is Andrew Rackstraw, 5 wins, 5 starts. Pole man for race 2 will be Jared Werberski. We've just missed him, he's gone out of shot. This is young Josh LaRue, one of our rookies, still learning the track. So every time he goes to a new track, he has to learn it from start, make friends with it, understand it. It's a steep learning curve, folks, and they both handling, Jared and Josh, handling it with absolute tenacity, not giving in, fighting for everything, and so much so that young Jared Werberski is on pole here at Aldo Scribante Racetrack this afternoon. So race 2 is going to line up nice and fun. As far as we go, let's have a look. Nicholas Van Wheelie and Andrew Schofield. This is Ian Schofield. Ian Schofield unfortunately had clutch issues in race 1, was going to start from pit lane, and then unfortunately, just as the race was about to start, the clutch said completely no go, and unfortunately that meant he was unable to race. The team, the InvestChem team of mechanics, are absolutely fabulous and wonderful. Took the car apart completely, put it back together again, and we are hoping that he has a great race 1. In the meantime though, Dean Fenter capitalized on his absence and took the race victory in our B class, which is our Kent class. There's quite a few differences between the two cars. The most noticeable is the front runners, which are the InvestChem Formula 1600s, have those awesome wings in front. They've got the wings at the back. Slightly different looking car, and of course the guys weaving and bobbing out in front have complete slicks. The Kent class, which is at the back, led off by Ian Schofield, there he is in front now. They have no wings at the front, no wings at the back, and they are on semi-sick tires. What this does mean is they are quite a bit slower than their compatriots out in front. So 3/4 of the way through the race, they are going to end up lapping each other. Now this is South Africa's richest prize money event. It is the 20th year of InvestChem's involvement with Formula 1600. Prize for the first person overall in the championship, the 2021 championship winner, will receive 250,000 Rand cash into their bank account, plus a test in a GTC and a Formula Renault test. Second place is 125,000 Rand cash and a test in a GTC car. Third prize is 62,500 Rand and a GTC test. And prize money goes all the way down to 6th place, where they will receive 10,000 Rand cash. It is an amazing prize money, and not only that, but Ian Schofield and the guys from InvestChem say if you race every race meeting around the country, you will get your full entry fee for the season refunded to you as well. I mean, that is really an investment in the sport. It's an investment in these youngsters, and these youngsters range from the ages of 14 years old to, let's be nice and say 65 years old. So lots of experience, the exuberance of youth. And when I say that, that young man on the pole position is not old enough to even have a learner's driver's yet. But watch him go. Andrew Rackstraw next to him, just as eager, just as young, a little bit older, he's almost 20 now. Race driver SA in second, DAW bright yellow colors on pole. The green flag is at the back. We are under starters orders for race 2, 10 laps, and we are way to go for the InvestChem Formula 1600s. That is the 1600s. The Kents followed just a moment later. Rackstraw needed a good start. He has the bad line. He has to be powering through, and he has. He's taken the lead. Ian Schofield out in front with Dean Fenter just behind him, and it is Graham Hepburn in the Suburban colours right behind him. Going back to the InvestChem 1600, it is Andrew Rackstraw, Jared Werberski and Josh LaRue. Nice tussle here with Alan Mayer, who also couldn't complete race 1, and Ron Wheelie and that is one of the Geldenaces off in spectacular fashion, and it looks like it's Antoine Geldenace. Antoine Geldenace has taken out all the braking marker boards going into the big hairpin. And we go back to the Kent class where it is still Ian Schofield, Dean Fenter leading them off. Go back to the 1600s and the mid-season tussle. This is the two brothers, Gerhard and Antoine Geldenace, as we complete lap number 1 here at Aldo Scribante this afternoon. The weather's starting to close in. There is the threat of a few drops possibly later, which will play havoc with the other classes. Race 2 well underway. Oh, we got Geldenace off again, and this time I don't think he's going to make it back on track. Remember, both boys came from quad biking, so they know what it feels like to go off-road and in the dirt. As we have a look at Nicholas Van Wheelie flying through the track, currently in 4th place with Ewan Holtzhausen just behind him. Holtzhausen is having a spectacular weekend this weekend. He's really got an extra bit of oomph underneath him. That is Gerhard Geldenace coming through at the back, and that should be in 5th place at the moment. Behind him is, well, this goes back to the Kents, and that is Jeff Gable, as we see Ron Wheelie, Nicholas's dad, in the Kent class with 2 wheels on the dirt and kicking up a little bit of stone and debris. Lap 2 down, Ewan Geldenace looking to try and pressure Nicholas Van Wheelie. Nicholas has got a lot of experience in this class. He's got a lot of experience with his Van Diemen as well. That is the chassis under him. There's a couple. There's the Van Diemen, there's the Mygale. The Mygale is the more common chassis for these cars. If you're new to this and you haven't seen them before, the big air intakes on either side of the car show 2 radiators, 1 on each side, and some of them have got, most of them have taken the tape off. They want to keep those engines to a certain temperature, make sure they're nice and warm, then they perform optimally. They don't like cold air. And I will tell you that this little wind in P at the moment, these guys are feeling it. It does hit them and throw them off balance a little bit until they can get the power back down. Brilliant tussle out in front as Ian Schofield is fighting to maintain the lead in the Kent class. Just behind him, Dean Fenter, race 1 winner. Then it is Graham Hepburn. We go back to Jared Weberski, currently in 2nd place. You see Andrew just stretching out a little bit of a lead in the race driver SA colours. Young Andrew Rackstraw looking for 6 starts, 6 wins. Can Jared Weberski come back and change that? And we see there that's an overtaking maneuver, but it is also 2 different classes. Remember, I said to you earlier, the difference between them is the wings at the back and the front. Clear indication. Nicholas Van Wheelie still in 3rd place. Ewan Holtzhausen having a superb race weekend out here at Aldo Scribante Raceway. Just not close enough to force Nicholas. Nicholas isn't easily rattled. He is a master in this class. Previous championship winner as well. Behind Ewan Holtzhausen is Gerhard Geldenace. And then it's Andrew Schofield. There's the battle for the Kent class. Schofield's holding off Dean Fenter and Graham Hepburn. Ian Schofield certainly showing why he is the current championship leader coming into this race weekend. Fenter is being pushed wide, but he's got the racing line and he's going to hold it as Josh LaRue comes powering through onto the main straight. They're going to get the blue flags and get told to move over, even though they're racing in 2 different classes. Josh LaRue is also obviously a much faster car at this moment in time. Josh was fighting for position up, and unfortunately I didn't see what happened, but he's way down at the back of the field at the moment, having to fight his way through. Josh started in 3rd place on the grid for this race. So unfortunately he's paying the price and having to work his way up, currently in 10th place. Fastest person out on track at the moment is actually Jared Weberski in 2nd place as they complete lap 3 with 7 laps still to go in this race. 10 lap race, as we said earlier. and watch this tussle in the Kent class. It's absolutely fascinating. That's Josh LaRue just ahead of this tussle as Fenton's trying to find a way through, and Hepburn is holding on. The slightest mistake, side by side, no. Schofield powers through. This is onto the main straight, and it's not a very long main straight, and it's going to go to a sweeping right, and it's going to tighten up into the second corner, and then we go into the S's. So you need to make sure that you've got the line and you hold the line into these first two corners, and it tightens up quite a lot, so you have to slow down, get your line, and then there's this tricky little S, and then you go flat out into hanger. That's a very quick corner. This is flat out onto the back straight, and then we go towards the hairpin. Hepburn's looking for a way through. They're not close. They have to get that line right for the hairpin, otherwise they lose too much speed. If you go wide, you're going to end up on the grass or bringing dirt onto the track, and there is a rule about track limits. Schofield very quick through that section, and they're going up the little hill, right turn, back onto the start, finish straight. Completing 6 laps to go as our race leaders in the Westchem Formula 1600 are stretching out in front of them. Schofield takes a very different line, and Hepburn moves ahead, tries to see if he can find a way past Venter. Venter holds his line. Dean Venter is actually racing in 4 races this weekend because he also competes in the Polo Cup. So lots of fitness, lots of endurance by Dean Venter, and hats off to him for doing a sterling job. Hepburn starting to get frustrated. This is Andrew Schofield's son of Ian Schofield, as we go back to Andrew Rackstraw now, and that is the race driver SA, current championship leader, current race leader as Dean Venter spins out. Dean Venter spins out. That is his challenge for the race lead over. I'm not sure if he's going to get over that curve without beaching, and unfortunately that's Dean over for this race. Oh, hang on, and that's Ron van Wheelie. Ron van Wheelie spin. Is there not maybe something on the track that they're all spinning? Okay, Ron van Wheelie, and he's come on just next to Jared Wyberski. Jared had quick reflexes. Jared's got a much quicker car, different category. Remember, he's in the Westchem Formula 1600s. So we go back now as they come through to complete this lap. We'll see who's who in the zoo, especially in the Kent class after those 2 spins. That's Graham Hepburn and Dean Venter letting Andrew Andrew Rackstraw's through, and now Dean Venter's gone off again. Well done to Dean for coming back. So it's Andrew Rackstraw, Jared Wyberski, Nicholas van Wheelie, Ewan Holzhausen, Gerhard Kaldenhuis. That is the Westchem Formula 1600s as we see Jared Wyberski in front of us. If we go down to the Kents, it's still Ian Schofield leading with Graham Hepburn. With 4 laps left, this is the tight corner, and Andrew Rackstraw has to navigate his way through the slower traffic. That is for championship position in the Kent class between Ian Schofield and Graham Hepburn. Ian Schofield with the number 9 on him. Graham Hepburn in the Suburban panel beaters in 26 on the nose. That's Graham Hepburn. Both have been prize masters of this class. They've got lots of experience. Ian Schofield has raced internationally as well, and he's going to make sure that he is almost impossible to pass. If he holds his racing line and he doesn't make a mistake, he should maintain his race lead, but it doesn't always work like that. Oh, and that is complete contact, and they've come to blows. There's debris in the car that is right in the middle of the track. That is a nose cone gone as Rackstraw comes through. Jared Wyberski takes avoiding action. That is a very tight corner. They have to slow right down. Very worried about someone else hitting all the debris in there, but it looks like both drivers are okay. Schofield got going. There's bits of his car missing. There's Andrew Rackstraw right behind Ian Schofield now. He will pass Schofield. Schofield will move over for him, allow him through. Rackstraw has 2 laps to go in this race with Jared Werberski behind him. And then there's a big gap to Nicholas Van Wheelie, currently in 3rd place. Ian Schofield now has almost an unassailable lead, as Hepburn is still there under double waved yellows. He can't get out of his car because it's not safe to do so. He has to sit there. And, well, it's a bit nerve-wracking as the fast cars come through. They gear down. They almost at 200 k's an hour when they start gearing down to take that very tight, very dangerous hairpin bend, as you saw that collision happen live with us here at Aldo Scribante in round 3 of the Extreme Festival. Red flag, race has been stopped because of Hepburn being in the way at the hairpin bend. So race is stopped with 2 laps to go. They will most likely take the result back 1 lap, but that is for the officials to decide. What I can do is tell you the provisional finishing positions when they last crossed the finish line, with Andrew Rackstraw taking the unofficial win, Jared Werberski, Ewan Holthausen, Nicholas Van Wheelie. We're going to, while they line up on their finishing positions to see if they're going to have a 2-lap sprint race, we're going to see if we can go back into that action between Ian Schofield and Graham Hepburn. Hepburn moves. Oh, we lost it for a minute. We hopefully go back to it because it was a pretty awesome touch. Unfortunately, it's one of those things in racing. You have to put your nose in to be in with a chance, and that's championship points. So hopefully we go back to that action and we get to see it. There it is in slow motion. Hepburn sees the line, he sees a gap, he pulls out, and unfortunately for him, he just brakes and locks up the wheels onto the dirt. He loses complete control and T-bones Ian Schofield. Schofield's a bit of a passenger, gets bulldozed onto the grass, and Schofield writes, okay, right, my car's okay, I'm going to get going again. And he finds a way to get going onto the track. So he's still out there, and believe it or not, he is still leading this race in the Kent class. There is quite a bit of damage to that car. What you'll see is, as you look at Andrew Rackstraw's car and all the others, those cross beams, those are actually the struts that keep that car together. That's the suspension for that car. It keeps the wheels on, makes sure. Well, there we go. There's a very sad looking Suburban. Well, just as well you got a panel beater logo on the side, because you're going to need a panel beater. Graham Hepburn, that Suburban panel beater's there. Graham Hepburn, unfortunately, going to have to have a lift home. The damage is too severe on that car. And there you'll see quite clearly also the semi-slicks that the Kents use, as opposed to the slicks of the InvestChem Formula 1600s. I unfortunately do not have radio communication with race control, so they're showing 2 laps. So this might turn into a 2-lap sprint race. What they will do if that happens is they will take the combined result. So they'll take the combined result of the 2-lap sprint race plus the other laps that they have done, the other 8 laps, and they will come up with the result. And if it's a 2-lap sprint race, well, hold on to your hats and your elbows and your handbags, because it's going to be pretty interesting. These guys lap, well, they usually lap in the 102s is what they were doing earlier. With the wind out there, they're lapping a little bit slower in the 103s, 104s. But that is still a massive average speed. I'm doing maths again, it's very dangerous when I do maths. But that's an average speed of about 135, 145 k's an hour through here. Of course they grip, they've got that beautiful low center of gravity. They hold, especially now with those tires nice and warm. They don't want to sit there too long. These cars do not idle well. When they get too hot, they don't work. Okay, they've called the race. They're sending everyone to Park Ferme. The race is called off, it's cancelled. Unfortunately, it is what it is, and I can unofficially, because obviously they need to sort this all out. Andrew Rackstraw, that's 6 starts, 6 wins. Jared Werberski second. It'll be a good weekend for the youngster in the DAW colours. Nicholas Van Wheelie in third, clawing back some valuable championship points. Ewan Holtzhausen, an amazing race weekend for the youngster, also still learning the track, still a rookie. Gerhard Caldenes in fifth, Andrew Schofield in sixth, Antoine Caldenes in seventh, and then Josh LaRue coming back at the back of the field. We'll find out what happened to him. Ian Schofield, the unofficial winner of the Kent class, despite that T-bone at the hairpin. Graham Hepburn out of the race and unable to finish, which means Graham Foss will take second. So quite a lively and eventful race for our InvestChem Formula 1600s and supported by the Kents. I am going to duck off to the Park Ferme and catch up with some post-race interviews and find out all the fun and games that happened on track, which we were so nice to witness. So hats off to Ian Schofield for coming back from a disastrous race 1 to take the win in race 2 for the Kents, as our wonderful officials show our competitors into Park Ferme. I am going to throw the microphone at my colleague Greg Maloney as I dash off into the Park Ferme area to catch up with our InvestChem Formula 1600 drivers.
So there you have it. That's the InvestChem Formula 1600s coming to a slightly shortened version of their second race. Giving some quotes out there. George Smallberger. Next up is Global Touring Cars. It's the 30-minute Enduro and a Super Cup category cars with them. And then we go into the 30-minute Polo Cup Enduro today as well. So 2 30-minute Enduros coming up as part of our coverage here at round 3 of the Extreme Festival in Quebec. Port Elizabeth for everybody else that has been around for a while. We're at Aldo Scribante on the East Cape, and of course now just waiting to catch up with some of the drivers involved in those incidents that brought the race to a little preliminary finish. Not quite what we wanted to see, but great to see 6 wins out of 6 starts coming out of the Race Driver SA team, and particularly Andrew Rackstraw. Doesn't look like anybody's got an answer to that young man's pace right now, and whatever Piazza Musso is doing is certainly working well and becoming a major threat for this championship. You can see the wind is starting to pump here a little bit harder than what it has been all day long, but it is blowing in the right direction at this point in time, which is what we're majorly concerned about here in the commentary as well as around the circuit. That the cold front that's just over the coast to the sort of south-west side of the track stays away until we complete the day's race action. A big welcome to everybody that is watching on our live stream feeds on the various Facebook pages that are going out. Everybody that's sharing them onto their pages as well, thank you for that. And of course to everybody on YouTube that's watching the race action here live from the Eastern Cape of South Africa. So it looks like we're going to pick up on Graham Hepburn and find out what actually went wrong there with the Suburban Panel Beater Man as he came together there with Ian Schofield. Down to the Park Ferme, let's catch up with Graham Hepburn.
Graham Hepburn, that wasn't quite the way you envisaged race 2 going.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a tough weekend. We had to change motors yesterday. Managed to qualify third. Just stuck around with Dean in the first heat, 22nd. And then Ian, Dean and myself had a nice ding-dong battle, but unfortunately it's a tight circuit and there's not a lot of passing. So I went up the inside of Ian on the marbles and I braked myself into him. So not the end result we wanted, but we're getting there.
Greg, we're going to go back to you while we track down Ian Schofield.
That's what exactly Graham Hepburn had to say about that. And you can see he's had a bit of a nightmare weekend. They had to change the engine yesterday after some issues they picked up and the flywheel snapping off on that engine. then got the car sorted out, came back nicely for race number 1, and then in race 2 ended up with a big incident between himself and Schofield to wrap things up for the single-seaters side of things here today at round 3 of Extreme Festival. Just waiting for Global Touring Cars and the Super Cup class to make their way out to the circuit. We may catch up with a couple other drivers, I'm not quite sure yet, but until we do so, we'll leave you with the sights and sounds and of course the breezy conditions here at the Aldo Scribante circuit in Gqeberha on the East Cape of South Africa. Before we get to Ian Schofield's point of view, let's have a look at that the replay of the incident between himself and Graham Hepburn. It happened right in the closing stages with about 2 laps to go, and the Suburban panel beater man decided to have a big dive on the inside to try and find a way through on Schofield. As soon as that replay comes up, we can just talk you through it, maybe get my point of view on it as opposed to what Laren said earlier on, and of course she had it spot on in terms of the race action, but this is one of the reasons that we had to bring the race to a close. It was not on the scheduled time for closing because there were still 2 laps to go. They've decided that more than 80% of the race, of course, more than 75% of the race had been completed, so they can call the race and still give championship points. Let's have a look and see what happened there and catch up with Ian Schofield.
Ian, that was quite a bit of a collision there between you and Graham Hepburn.
Yeah, it's quite a shock actually. I saw he was behind me and arrived at the hairpin, braked and turned in, and next thing, bang, got hit straight in the side, and as you can see, all the side of my car's all damaged. I don't know how he thought he was going to stop, but he obviously didn't until he hit me. So there's a bit of damage to the car, but at least managed to keep going and get it across the line.
Well, congratulations. It's certainly better than your first race performance.
Yeah, the first race was a disaster. We had no clutch. We had a problem, so we missed the first race completely after qualifying on pole. But at least we've made up for it in the second one. So yeah, a bit of damage to the car, but at least we're here all in one piece.
Well, it was quite a spectacular accident. And with that, Greg, I think we go back to you.
Always sad after a big incident like this. This is the incident we were talking about, getting up towards the hairpin. Schofield goes defensive, and Graham Hepburn comes up and has a look on the inside, decides there's an opportunity to dive. It's a good dive, but unfortunately he's going to put 2 wheels onto the dirty stuff. He locks up the car and ends up going directly and T-boning into the side of the InvestChem chemical logistics car of Ian Schofield. Schofield looks straight across at him. It's kind of arrow to arrow there for the 2 helmets, and of course you can just imagine the air might have been blue between those 2 arrow helmets, but I think Hepburn realized the error of his ways. If he'd stayed on the track, there was a possibility that move could have been made, but unfortunately with those 2 wheels going onto the dirt and getting it out of shape, he locked up and crossed it up and eventually ended up as a T-bone on the side of that InvestChem chemical logistics car of Ian Schofield, which brought the race to a close. We got a small break in proceedings because I can see that there's a bit of work being done down at the AutoZone Ford pit to get Julian van der Walt ready to go. Until then, let's go and catch up with Andrew Rackstraw.
Andrew, everything's coming up roses in Race Driver SA at the moment. 6 starts, 6 wins.
Yeah, I'm so happy. I knew this weekend wasn't going to be easy with a lot of competition, strong competition. But yeah, again, we managed to pull out full house of points, I think even getting the lap record. And yeah, it's not easy at all, and I have to say a massive thanks to RDSA and InvestChem and Hendrik for all the work that they put in, because I mean, without them, nothing would be possible. So yeah, just going to keep my head down for the rest of the season and see what happens.
Well, good luck. We look forward to East London. Greg, back to you.
Nice to pick up on a young man that is certainly doing himself a load of good for a South African title for 2021. 6 wins out of 6 starts there for the Race Driver SA team, and as I said, Piazza Musa must be very, very impressed with his young drivers at this stage. So keep up the good work there, Andrew Rackstraw, and look forward to the next round of this championship. Single seaters are now wrapped up. We've got a couple of minutes as the cars are all being prepped and final preparations, and a couple of maneuvers happening down at the AutoZone 4 team to get an oil pump changed. But as soon as we've got cars on track, we will come back to you with action here from Kwabacha and the Aldo Scribante circuit. Round 3 of the Extreme Festival. Global Touring cars making them out onto the circuit now for their second race of the day, a 30-minute endurance race. And looking forward to action now, hopefully before we get that big weather system coming in over Kwabaga here on the Eastern Cape of South Africa. Big welcome to everybody who's rejoined us here from all around the world. Shout out going to Ian and Cheryl Pepper, who I believe are all cuddled up. Blankets and pillows, some snacks, and a couple of Red Bulls thrown into the mix there as well. And looking forward to the action now coming from Global Touring cars and from the Polo Cup. Back-to-back 30-minute enduros coming your way. Starting things out now with the GDCs. And the reason for the slight delay was that car there, AutoZone's Ford of Julian van der Walt, having to do a little change on the oil pump before he could roll out onto the circuit. Robert Volk's already taken a victory here today. He'll certainly be looking for another one if he can get it as they come to the grid. A revision of the race grid for race 2 will feel something like this. Mandla Ndakani, of course, will take the pole position ahead of Michael van Rooyen, the two Toyota Gazoo racing machines. Now, Michael van Rooyen in the past has been pretty good on endurance type events when it comes to production cars, touring cars, and global touring cars. Scott Temple and Lee Thompson will be side by side in the second row, with Van der Walt and Robert Volk making up the last two positions with the inverted grid for race 2. Mikhail Patamba for the Toys R Us team and Patamba Racing is on pole position alongside Roy Campos. So welcome return for Roy Campos into some competitive national championship racing. It's been a while since he's been involved in national championship racing, but he has done bits and pieces here and there in the historics and the likes thereof. He's ahead of his son Jason Campos and Jeff Kruger. Kruger will be definitely looking to capitalize, being ahead of both Jonathan Machotsi, Sawood Variawa and Brad Liebenberg, who outgunned him to get the podium for race number 1 in the reverse of that order. Of course, Brad Liebenberg taking the win from Jonathan Machotsi and Sawood Variawa getting his very first podium in Global Touring Cars Super Cup. Then we've got Nick Davidson ahead of Andre Besaidnout, Manoj Maharaj, Sean Dermany and Johan de Bruin in the Odacure car there at the back of the grid on the left-hand side. So some fights to happen through the field over the next 30 minutes or so. It's 30 minutes plus 1 lap. And this is how things will be wrapping up the day for Global Touring cars. Doors open, just get a last bit of air into those cars. They're not really built for endurance series racing, but of course they have had massive success, those Global Touring Car Super Cup category cars at the back in the South African Endurance Series, with Saul Hack and Andre Besaidnout piloting theirs, and of course now being joined by Mikhail Patamba and his team in their machine, and of course the Bucketless Racing Super Cup Polo as well. So certainly they know what Volkswagen can build in terms of race cars, and not only are they good in sprint races, but they are very good in endurance races. And if we have to take into account, there's a good possibility that if things get hectic at the front end, we may have some Super Cup cars in the mix with the Global Touring cars by the time 30 minutes is up. So Ndakani and Van Rooyen on the front row for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Nice front row shot there for the Gazoo Racing boys to get for the paper if they can. Dunlop branding in the background there. They all run on Dunlop tyres, of course, for Global Touring cars. Scott Temple and Lee Thompson. Lee Thompson will definitely be looking to stay on the podium after finishing there for the first time this season for Universal Motorsport and Team Red Racing. Julian van der Walt would love to take a victory here, particularly with AutoZone on the side of his car with a new sponsorship that's looming there for him. Looking forward to seeing whether they're going to be sticking around with him. I think they will be after the week that they've had so far and the coverage that they've got. Red flags being withdrawn, final staff members and pit crew removed from the grid. About to roll out Global Touring cars and Super Cup combined. There's a rolling start for these guys as well, so they will roll off the first 6 cars behind the safety car, and then that Volkswagen Motorsport Academy pace car will lead things out for the Super Cup class. Bit of pressure on Mikel Patamba to be on the front row and on pole position, especially with a pack of drivers behind him. But as I said earlier on, Saud Variawa has already taken a victory in terms of his first podium. It's not a victory in the race, but it's a victory for him in terms of getting better and better behind the wheel of his car. And with that, he'll be looking to do more of the same, maybe step it up 1 or 2 positions onto that podium after this one. And remember that Mikel Patamba there, with the Toys R Us car just in the background, that sort of almost like a metallic burgundy Toys R Us car, the one right in shot right now, lights ablaze, has just come off an incredible weekend at East London Grand Prix Circuit last weekend at the South African GT Racing Association event, where he beat out Marcel Angel, to name a few, in the South African GT Racing Association's 1-hour endurance races there in his Ferrari 458, beating the 488 of Marcel Angel. So the endurance side of things is definitely something that Mikel Patamba is used to. So will it help him out in this one? There's a very good possibility. However, let's take Roy Campos into the mix as well, having spent a lot of time in endurance racing himself at both national championship level in the Shelby Can-Ams, and then of course also in the South African Endurance Series and in the Inland and Historic Series that have run over the last couple of seasons, and has won out the South African TT, which of course Swartkops, the owners of the Extreme Festival, will be hosting again in the middle of June. So the SATT is a 45-minute or 45-lap race, and Roy Campos has won that on a few occasions. So being on the front row is certainly where Roy Campos wants to be, but front row is Toyota Gazoo Racing as global touring cars make their way to the line for the start. Lights out and down towards turn 1. It's Mandla Ndakani side by side with Michael van Rooyen. Can Van Rooyen possibly outgun his teammate down into turn 1 and see what he can do about taking the lead of the race early on? He is going to go around the outside. I think he possibly looking for a chance there to go through. He's got through. A little bit of a maneuver there from Van der Walt to try and get on the inside of Lee Thompson. Lee Thompson wasn't able to get through on Scott Temple. So Temple is into 3rd place, Thompson into 4 and 5th place. It is a great move there from Van der Walt. In the background, they start to sort things out big time. Looks like a bit of chopping and changing that happened in the start of the GDC Super Cup category. And as they head towards the top of the hill, you can see Toyota's 1, 2, 3, BMW is 4, Ford is 5, and in 6th place, it is a good start. Here comes Mikel Patamba with Campos around his outside. Oh, a little touch! Jason Campos getting a little bit out of shape there, and Mikel Patamba getting a tag from behind as well as Saud Variawa dives on his inside. Jason Campos was very, very aggressive coming in there, and he made it stick. Got a little tap from Mikel Patamba just to say thanks for coming through. And Patamba was very lucky to catch that car and just hang on. But there was a big moment there for Mikel Patamba as Jason Campos came flying past him and made the move stick. Further back, Roy Campos unfortunately dropped back a few positions. He didn't quite get the start he wanted. He's dropped down to about 7th place there behind Jeff Kruger. Kruger's already behind both Jonathan Machotsi and Brad Liebenberg, who've come through from the start. We watched the global touring cars head into the S's for the second time of asking in this 30-minute plus 1 lap. And Lee Thompson is applying massive pressure onto the back end of Scott Temple, looking for a way to get up there and make it Team Red Racing back into 3rd place. Mikel Patamba led over the line, but it looks like he's dropped back now behind Jason Campos and Saud Variawa. Brad Liebenberg is still on his tail, but looking for a way through. Let's see if he's able to do anything about that as they come now to complete another lap in anger. Thompson, the meat in the sandwich there between the two chemical logistics cars of Robert Volk and Scott Temple, his teammate, just up the road from him. Battle of the ones there, remember, 31 and 41 on those cars. 41 is Volk, 31 is the hard-charging Scott Temple looking for a way through on Mandla Ndakani. And Mandla Ndakani in the 21 car, of course, making it a 3-way battle for the Battle of the Ones. Here goes Ndakani, putting his car right in the middle of the circuit, giving no room whatsoever to Temple. But there's a bit of a maneuver. Yes, I thought so. Volk diving through on Lee Thompson. Thompson gets up or tries to defend on the inside, but Robert Volk was perfectly placed and made that move stick into turn 1. Making it formation flying now. And in numerical order, 21, 31, 41. 37 behind that, but it's the 95 Rustenburg Rocket out front. leading at this point in time. Van der Walt closing things down now and looking for a way through, but hasn't been able to do anything. Oh, Temple's got a problem. Temple runs wide. Lee Thompson's going to make him pay, and he does. Thompson puts the Team Red Racing M2 just between, and the meat and the sandwich there between the two Investcam Chemical Logistics Toyota Corollas. Good move there from the two of them as they come up towards Dunlop Corner again. Late on the brakes from Lee Thompson, trying to return the favour there. And oh, what a move! What a move from Robert Volk! Robert Volk using the inside line on Ndakani. The two of them are going to go side by side down towards turn 1. Mando Ndakani, well, he's going to be aware that he's got a couple of push to passes to play with, and he cannot afford to use any too soon because he may need them later on. It's a bit of a chess game there with those push to passes now with a 30-minute enduro as opposed to a 10-minute sprint race, a 10-lap sprint race. Coming into the S's again, Thompson on the back end of Ndakani looking for a way past as well now. Look at the pressure being applied there by Lee Thompson. Gets right underneath that big wing, underneath the back of the Toyota Corolla. His teammate disappearing at the front end. Michael van Rooyen doing everything right at this point in time, and that's why Robert Volk was pushing so hard. He cannot afford to let Michael van Rooyen get away to the tune of the couple of seconds he's got on him. Little rubbing there between Team Red Racing's Lee Thompson and Ndakani as they come down. Oh, another little touch. Side by side through Chevy. Lee's on the outside, but he had the inside line for the next corner. If he stays on that outside line, not a lot of grip out there, but he makes those Dunlops work. Thompson going to look on the inside. No, he doesn't, but Van der Walt does. Van der Walt has a big look on the inside of Temple. Temple shuts the door. No chance there for any of those guys to change things up. But here we go, Slipstream City time. Watch out for Scott Temple. He's got 2 cars to Slipstream. Maybe able to get a little bit of extra pace there from the Toyota and the BMW ahead of him. In fact, look at the steam train. It is 4 cars, and you can literally throw a proverbial blanket over those first 4 cars. Those 4 cars are sitting at the moment in 3, 4, 5, and 6th place. Absolutely amazing stuff here from Global Touring Cars. That steam train is just being led out by Ndakani at this point in time. He's got pressure from Thompson, he's got pressure from Temple, he's got pressure from Van der Walt. Any one of those guys can force a mistake out of him. Doesn't look like there's any mistakes coming out of Michael van Rooyen, and this could be possibly what he was looking at in terms of his strategy for the weekend. Brad Liebenberg behind Mikel Patamba, no change in the top 3 there. Saud Variawa behind Jason Campos for 1 and 2. Variawa in second place has a little look. Campos shuts the door, locks up the brakes into the hairpin. Toys R Us and Patamba Racing Machine, the Creative Inc guys, did such a great job on that car as they come down towards the sweep. Behind him, it's the Sparko car of Brad Liebenberg, Machotzi and Jeff Kruger. They've bridged a little bit of a gap now, and just in the background we'll try and pick up on who's leading out the Masters. It should possibly be Roy Campos or Nick Davidson, one of the 2 white cars on track. I think it is Campos who leads out at this point in time ahead of Nick Davidson. And then behind Nick Davidson looks like it's Andre Besaidnout for Team Perfect Circle. In fact, I think Besaidnout might be up to second. He is indeed. So it's Besaidnout up in a second place. Just caught a glimpse of him in the background, and up in a second place, looking to maintain the lead of the Masters Championship in this Global Touring Car Super Cup class. A little smoke out of Brad's car there. Is that a concern to be watching out for later on? And you just lock up into turn 1, going a little bit too hard to try and close that gap down on Variawa and on Mikel Patamba. Patamba and Variawa now through the big hanger sweep onto the back end of Jason Campos. Campos also, didn't get a chance to mention it, but also with lots of experience when it comes to endurance racing. Now partnering up. Oh, what a move! Oh, Brad Liebenberg tags the Toys R Us car. He dives on the inside trying to get through on Mikel Patamba, and he's blown something. Something is broken on Brad's car. He dived up the inside trying to get through on Mikel Patamba, and the Sparko car is on the sideline. Brad Liebenberg could be out of this. He is. Brad Liebenberg is out of this race. Something is broken on that car in the attempt to get through on Mikel Patamba. He had a big look on the inside going into the hairpin, and just a touch between the two of them. They both ended off going off track. Patamba is back on track and is continuing to circulate down in 5th place, just ahead of Roy Campos. But what a move there from Brad Liebenberg. That could be a costly one. Jason Campos and Jeff Kruger must be thinking, well, Jason Campos won't know about it because it happened behind him, but Jeff Kruger will certainly know about it. And Kruger now has a chance of closing that gap down in the championship points between himself and championship leader Brad Liebenberg, who's now stricken on the outside of the circuit. Super Cup cars fly through hanger, heading up towards the hairpin, and Jeff Kruger now realizing he's got to go and try and get to the front end of this battle. Get ahead of Machotzi, get ahead of Campos, get ahead of Variawa. Patamba still circulating, doesn't look like there's any problems on his car, even though there was a slight touch there between himself and the smoking gun on the left-hand side of the track there of Brad Liebenberg. Saud Variawa has gone to 3rd place, his first podium. Can he go to 1st place and take his first win? That's a big, big factor to take into account here. Let's go back to this fight. Look at this. Absolutely anything and anybody can have what it takes here to win this little battle out for third place in Global Touring Cars. 21 versus 37 versus 31 versus the 33 car. They are absolutely at each other's throats. Brilliant stuff here from Ndakani to fend off Lee Thompson, Scott Temple, and Julian van der Walt. We've got a replay coming up to have a look and see exactly what happened there between Brad Liebenberg and Mikael Patamba. Similar corner, you can see Liebenberg went on the inside. Mikael Patamba opened up the door, gave him a little bit of room, but Brad tagged the back end of him. As soon as he went off the track, something blew on the engine. I picked up on some white smoke on Brad's car earlier on, and it looks like he's going to have to retire the Sparko car and is out of a double points race here for this 30-minuter. Late braking from Ndakani. Lee Thompson trying a different line. Scott Temple could get through Jan Thompson. Thompson could have run a little bit too wide there in his attempt to get through with a different line. He runs wide onto the dirt as well. He's going to have to slot in behind Julian van der Walt. He's lost traction, and he's going to drop down 2 positions, 3 positions now possibly, as they come under brakes for turn 1. Van der Walt pulls out to go defensive. Temple tries to find a different line through there on Ndakani. Ndakani doing such a good job. Placement of that car is perfect from Ndakani to keep out the attentions of the 3 cars behind him. Jason Campos, Saud Variawa, and Jonathan Mahotsi, all with quickest personal best lap times of the weekend being set on that last pass. Sean Dermody right at the back of the field now, being lapped by a couple of the Global Touring cars coming through there. You can see those are the top 2 that have run through, Michael van Rooyen and Robert Volk. The steam train's about to get there. Oh, and Temple runs wide. Temple runs wide coming out of the hairpin. Here comes Lee Thompson. Can he get through on him? Thompson's going to have to drive around the outside of Chevy sweep, which is not an easy thing to do. We saw it earlier on. He's able to get the traction out there, despite there being not a lot of maneuvering to happen on those Dunlop tyres. But they are crying no more, and only just to get through that big sweep at Chevy. Van der Walt now turns his attentions to the Toyota Gazoo racing machine of Ndakani, and Ndakani has gone defensive. He holds the inside line, not giving Julian van der Walt any room to play. Van der Walt's just going to drive around his outside though. He runs wide. Van der Walt ran a little bit too hot into turn 1. That could give Temple another shot here into the S's. Temple's late on the brakes. Is he good enough to get on the inside? He is. Temple gets on the inside. Here comes Lee Thompson. Oh, Lee Thompson looking for a way through, but he's not able to make it stick there. He nearly followed Temple through, but just a late dive on the inside from Temple saw him go through. Moving out of the way there is Sean Dermody. Just allowed the steam train to come through. As I said, these Global Touring Car boys are putting on a show here. Certainly one of the best races we've seen out of this category in a long time. And it's big battles between 4 cars for third place on track. Big battles further back there, Super Cup also. But what a start to this 30-minute endurance race. Hard on the brakes comes Ndakani. Around the outside goes Temple. Oh, a tag! A massive tag there. Ndakani taking the back end of Scott Temple. And wanted to try and help him take that bumper off possibly. The bumper was already loose, and Temple has been spun out. Temple spun out and stuck on the sideline. Can he get the car going? Ndakani's got a problem. Look at the front left of that car. Bits and pieces of the car flying off as well. As they head down towards turn 1, it's now Julian van der Walt up into 3rd place. Lee Thompson into 4th. Bit of a gap between those 2 cars now on Ndakani after Ndakani and Temple came together at the final corner. Dunlop, and Van der Walt runs wide. Van der Walt runs wide, and unfortunately, and he loses out. There's something broken in the car. Something is broken on that Van der Walt Ford. The AutoZone car goes slamming onto the sideline and off the side of the circuit to the fastest sweep here. Hanger sweep is hair-raising enough when the car is under control, but when you've got something broken on the car like we've just seen there from Van der Walt, it can get very loose and out of shape quickly, and that's exactly what happened. So Ndakani has now moved up into 4th place. Lee Thompson gifted 3rd. Here comes Michael van Rooyen in amongst the back markers of Global Touring Car Super Cup. Oudekeur car of Jan de Bruin has been about to be caught. He's got through on Nick Davidson. And he's about to get through there on Jan de Bruin. De Bruin will probably give him a little bit of room coming into Hanger, just to allow the Toyota Gazoo racing man through. The Rustenburg Rocket looking for a way past. He gets through. Easily done in the end and waited for his opportunity. He's not going to chance anything now. Thompson is too far back, and I don't think there's going to be any answer there from Robert Volk either. Volk in 2nd. Here comes Variawa. Variawa loses out to Mahotsi. Mahotsi going to possibly lead the steam train through there to allow Jeff Kruger onto Variawa as well. So Wood Variawa at this point in time hanging on for 3rd place, but he's got Jeff Kruger, multiple champion in this form of racing, and of course just losing out to the championship last year by 1 point to Brad Liebenberg, who's now on the sideline. Is that a turning point in this championship? Will it be crucial at the end of this championship? Jason Campos looking for another victory. Jeff Kruger needs one badly to try and bring himself back into the hunt for this championship. As Variawa now goes on the attack to get back at Jonathan Machotsi. Machotsi in second place. This is definitely one of the best races we've seen out of Super Cup and out of Global Touring Cars in a long, long time. 31 car, Temple is back on track, but he's a long way down, probably about a lap down. Have a look and see. Here's the replay going up into Dunlop corner. Nakani's got the inside line. Temple comes around his outside, tries to close the door. I think what happened there is, as he tried to close the door, Munda just ran wide. And the two of them tagging each other. A bit of bits and pieces of Munda's car ending up on the sideline, along with the stricken car from Chemical Logistics, the InvestChem Chemical Logistics team. And it looks like a bit of issues there. Now we're going to go back to the battle for Super Cup. Machotsi in second place, trying to close down on Jason Campos. Sawad Variawa soaking up the pressure coming from Jeff Kruger right behind him. Machotsi running a little bit wide there, got a little bit out of shape, but that'll give Sawad Variawa a little sniff. And if Jeff Kruger just keeps his nose clean, he may be able to stay out of trouble and still end up at the front of this race, or possibly even with a win. Team Red Racing Man, the lead and captain of the team there, of course doing such a good job so far this season, but he's had his work cut out for him big time with some new contenders for the crown, and one of them is certainly Zawad Variawa. The other one, of course, just in the background there, the man on pole, Mikel Patamba. So Patamba in fifth place. Waiting to see if we can pick him up as he comes onto the back straight. There he is, just coming onto the main straightaway now. As they head down towards turn one, it's Jason Campos for Campos Transport, and turn one, of course, on the back of his car as well, the insurance company that he looks after. GTI in the background, of course, that is Jonathan Machotsi. And the Volkswagen Motorsport team will be pretty happy with his performance so far, ahead of Sawad Variawa. SVR Racing, or SV Racing on the side of that car. And Jeff Kruger for Team Red Racing there in fourth. Campos getting a little bit out of shape as he came out of hangar. Pressure starting to be felt there as Machotsi closes him down, and so does Sawad Variawa. Jeff Kruger, as I said, maybe just waiting for a little bit later on in this race for a possibility to pounce and catch them all off guard. He's done it on a few occasions in various formats of racing. Starting his career, we've got a replay as well coming up as well. Let's have a look at this as we go into another lap completed there for Jason Campos, leading things out. Let's see, this is Julian van der Vat just putting a wheel wrong. Something broke there, and as soon as he came back on track, Lee Thompson dived on his inside, fortunately, and got out the way. But you'll see as he turns into hangar, that broken piece of the car on the left hand side just sends him spinning off out of hangar sweep and into the kitty and onto the sideline, and unfortunately out of this race as well. I'm not sure if he got back on track and was able to circulate back into the pit lane. Looks like he may have possibly done that. Oh, and that's Machotsi putting a wheel on the dirt as well. These guys are pushing hard. The Dunlop tyres are starting to feel the effects of a slightly longer version of the racing that they were intended to do. But of course, there are great rubber underneath these cars. There you see Van der Vat working, and the team working hard to get Van der Vat back on track. Looks like there could be a possibility of maybe a broken wheel on the back end of that car that caused the issue. And there's some suspension struts also out there as well, being fought out by Stewie and the team. They do an incredible job. They really do. See if they can get that car sorted out. So Van der Vat in pit lane. If he gets back on track, he can still score some points. Remember, it's a long way still to go. We are 13.5 minutes of racing still to be contended. Machotsi trying to close things down. Here comes a move on the inside. Is that Maharaj? Yes, it is. Robert Volk has certainly closed the gap down between himself and Michael van Rooyen. Kazoo Racing versus the Chemical Logistics team. And they have now completed another lap in anger. Drive so far from these guys, and a nice bit of race action that's happening out on track between them as well, as Michael van Rooyen tries to contend and fend off the possible attack from Robert Volk. Volk is chasing, so he's probably pushing a little bit harder than Michael van Rooyen is right now. Van Rooyen cannot afford to make any mistakes. Maharaj. There is Scott Temple in for a little bit of a change up as well. Busy time in pit lane there for Global Touring Cars. Temple in with some damage. Van der Vat in with a big broken bit on the back end of that car. Not sure what's gone down there, but maybe we can get Claudio down there. There's some more bits and pieces of cars on the outside of the final corner. Still parts of the Toyota Gazoo Racing front nose there of Mandla Ndakani. They're coming up on the back end of Team Perfect Circle's Andre van der Merwe. Andrew Besaidon, I beg your pardon. He currently sits in second place in the Masters class behind Roy Campos. So Frisco looking for a chance now to possibly get there. Speaking of chances, look at the way Machotsi is applying pressure. Massive pressure coming from Machotsi to get through on Campos. Will it pay off? Jason Campos going to place that car to perfection if he can, just to avoid any opening of doors for Jonathan Machotsi. Machotsi will definitely make it pay. Variawa will be waiting to see if anything goes wrong between those two. Little push to pass coming there from Jonathan Machotsi, trying to use the additional bit of power that's given to him by that push to pass mechanism, similar to the DRS system in an F1 car. A little bit of extra power, but unfortunately it's once again perfect placement, and Machotsi runs wide. Variawa going to dive on the inside into the S's. Can he get there? No, he can't. Big move from Variawa. Nearly made Machotsi pay. Machotsi just tried to run into turn one a little bit too hot. Nearly cost him second place. He was looking for first, but nearly lost second in the attempt. Great drive here from Jason Campos. He's controlled things from the front since he got there. He literally got there off the start. Super start from Campos. As I said, Jeff Kruger there in fourth place. Not out of it just yet. 10 minutes of action still to go. Let's go down in the pit lane. Claudio's caught up with one of the drivers there, Mandla Ndakani, to find out what went wrong.
Mandla, talk me through what happened there between you and Scott Temple.
Team Scott just was closing the door midpoint through the corner, and at the inside lines they kind of shut me out and hit me on the front left. There's nowhere I could go, I was on the inside of the corner.
And have you sustained much damage?
Front end still seems to be okay, but I think we've still got to. I've been struggling with the rear left wheel being loose since the first lap, so I've been trying to hold on, but I think now it just gave in again.
Cool, all the best, man.
Mandla Ndakani there just giving us a little insight as to what went down there as him and Temple came together. And now coming into the front end of the Masters class, the leader overall, Michael van Rooyen, has got through on Roy Campos. Robert Volk has done the same thing as they went in there. Van Rooyen runs a little bit wide coming out of the hairpin. Get down a little hill into Chevy Sweep. Campos not going to try and run with Volk to try and bridge a little bit more of a controllable gap there over Andre Besaidon from Team Perfect Circle for the lead of what is currently the Masters class. Maharaj has moved up into third place in that category. So a good run there from the SMD Exotics man. His teammate Sean Dermody behind that, and a bit further back from that, of course, it'll be Johan de Bruin in the Odacure car. Not sure what's happened to Nick Davidson and to Darby, but we'll keep an eye on them for the two of them. But yeah, they come back up towards the hairpin. Once again, Campos under attack from Machotsi. Machotsi looking for a way past, but hasn't found one yet. And Campos has been in pristine condition there. He really is doing a superb job there for Campos Transport in turn one. Looking for a possible victory here. It'll be the second one for him for the season if he gets it. This is definitely one that you want to win. Lee Thompson still circulating there in third place, about to be caught though by the front end of Global Touring Car Super Cup class. They've been so hard at it, they're starting to close in on the back end of the Team Red Racing and Universal Motorsport car. Oh, mistake from Campos. Campos makes a huge mistake. Running wide out of turn one, and Campos drops to second place. He pushed a little bit too hard. Maybe he's just eaten those Dunlops up a little bit too much more than what Machotsi was able to do. Machotsi now leads out. Can Jonathan Machotsi become the fourth person to win in 2021 in the Super Cup class? Campos was hoping not. So was Variawa, because Variawa would love to have that one now that he's taken a podium already in the first race earlier on in the day. So it's Jonathan Mahotsi from Jason Campos, Saud Variawa and Jeff Kruger, your top four. They currently run in
Scott, take us through your version of what happened there with Mandla.
Yeah, so a bit of a racing incident so far. We're obviously going to look at it afterwards, but I basically had him on the outside, and next thing I was turned around, he clipped the rear of my car. So I don't know what happened, if it was intentional or not or what, but obviously unfortunate. And we've got a bit of an injection issue now, which is obviously in lieu of that. So really unfortunate, but hey, we're going to try to score some points and carry on. I think it was a good heat until then. But yeah, we'll have a look at it afterwards and we'll give a comment then, you know.
Awesome job.
Always good to get both drivers' opinions of those kind of incidents, and we've got both of them now. So let's see what the COC and the rest of the organisers have to say about that incident. I think they'll probably call it a bit of a racing incident because both drivers could be at fault at some point of the impact that happened between the two of them. Not our call to make. We'll just continue to tell you what's happening. And right now it is Jason Campos who's losing ground to Jonathan Mahotsi and being reeled in by Saud Variawa. Campos is battling to turn that car. He heads the turn one and Campos transport car down towards turn one. But you can see he's really battling to turn that car in. It's not as smooth as what it was earlier on. Saud Variawa and I'm going to try and capitalize on the fact that you can see that Campos could be in an ailing machine at the front. Could get up to second place and step up one more step on the podium after his first podium in race one. Jeff Kruger just waiting in the sidelines and looking to pounce as soon as he can if something goes wrong. Looks like that's Temple banking his way back onto track as he heads down pit lane and back into the fray. But he's a long way down now. Oh, and Variawa runs wide now. Variawa putting two wheels on the dirty stuff. Could potentially give Jeff Kruger a chance and nearly gives him a chance on Campos, who makes a similar mistake. Maybe Jay was caught watching him in the rearview mirror and missed the braking point. Good possibility of that happening. Jason Campos maybe just watching Variawa run wide and missed the braking point and ran wide into the hairpin. Variawa, and I'm going to try and make him pay for that. SV Racing versus Campos in turn one. Volkswagen Motorsport leading out the Super Cup class at this point with Mahotsi behind the wheel. Team Red Racing and Universal Motorsports, Jeff Kruger coming along. And they're slowly but surely starting to reel those two cars in. Temple back on track. Scott Temple a long way down now, but of course being back on track means he will still score points, valuable points, in I would say, a double point scoring event. They usually are when you get an endurance race like this. Also onto the back end of Saud Variawa now, looking for that third spot. Mahotsi controlling things from the lead. Same thing can be said about what Michael van Rooyen's doing at the front end of this race, as he controls an almost 1.5 second gap over Robert Volk for first and second in the global touring cars. Ndakani still stricken in pit lane. About to get out the car, that could be the end of the race. It is. Manda Ndakani having to climb out of the race car is not what he wanted. And it doesn't look like they could get that car fixed at Toyota Gazoo Racing. Such a pity there for Ndakani, he was going so well. SMD Exotics machines of Germany and Maharaj still out on track. Seeing the 44 car there of Manoj Maharaj coming through the final corner, lifting up that back wheel in his attempt to stay in third place ahead of Johan de Bruin, who's just behind him. De Bruin's got ahead now of Sean Germany. A bit of a change up there with de Bruin, the meat and the sandwich between the SMD Exotics cars. Variawa still hasn't found a way through there on Campos. Kruger hasn't done the same thing on Variawa. We're getting to that crucial time. There's 2.5 minutes to go. And it looks like Mahotsi is getting lots of support there from his teammate Daniel Rowe on the sideline, saying, come on, hang on. You've got 2.5 minutes to go, plus a lap. Probably means about 3 laps of racing still to happen here for this incredible 30-minute enduro. That is 1 and 2 on track. Michael van Rooyen with Robert Volk right there with him. What can Volk do now in this next 2 minutes and 14 seconds plus one more lap? Possibly spoil the day there for Michael van Rooyen, who's literally led out from second place on the grid. Alright, he's also putting a little bit of an effort in to stay ahead there. The Luso Cafe SMD Exotics car ahead of the Odacure car of Johan de Bruin. Team Perfect Circles on beside note about to be caught and passed by the Toyota. He doesn't have to worry about that. He'll probably just let Scott Temple through. Temple trying to make up some ground now. Still wants to be classified, so he's going to have to work hard in order to be classified. 1 minute and 37 seconds to go. So possibly this could be the penultimate lap about to be started here from Scott Temple's point of view. Jeff Kruger's got a problem. Jeff Kruger with a problem with a minute and 25 seconds to go. Is he pulling into pit lane? He is. Kruger coming into pit lane. There's something gone wrong there on Jeff Kruger's car for Team Red Racing, dropping him out of 4th place in the Super Cup category. And yeah, that's it. Looks like Jeff Kruger's day is done. He hasn't even rolled down to where his pit box is. He realizes that whatever that car's issue is, it's terminal, and he won't be able to get to the finish line. That is a massive, massive loss there to this sort of fight that we're watching. 2nd and 3rd place in the Super Cup class, about to be caught by 1st and 2nd in the Global Touring Cars. 40 odd seconds before they hit the line. Could there be an additional lap thrown in here? Remember, we did say it was a 30-minute enduro plus 1 lap, and I think they're going to have to do another 2 laps. They're not going to make it to the line within the next 35 seconds. They're going to be there much quicker, which means this will be the start of the penultimate lap. 2 laps to go as they cross the line now for Michael van Rooyen and for Robert Volk. Saud Variawa stays in 3rd place now and will cement probably a 3rd overall for the day in the Global Touring Car Super Cup class, possibly even 2nd overall for the day, depending on where the other guys finished. I can't remember exactly what the finish of that Super Cup class was in race number 1. I know that Brad Liebenberg took the victory. Mahotsi was 2nd, and no, he'll get 3rd overall. Possibly 2nd overall, depending on how far behind Brad Liebenberg he was in race number 1. Look at the pressure now from Robert Volk. He wants this victory. He is putting massive amounts of pressure onto the Rustenburg Rocket. Michael van Rooyen in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Corolla. It's Toyota versus Toyota heading up towards Dunlop for the second last time. I'll probably get the 1 lap to go board now as they come through. There's a move from Volk. Dives on the inside of Michael van Rooyen. Didn't quite make it thick, but he's certainly in with a chance now as they start their final lap. Last lap board out. 1 to go for Michael van Rooyen. Can he keep out Robert Volk as he comes up on the back end of Saud Variawa and Jason Campos, fighting hard for 2nd and 3rd in the Super Cup class? Blue flags are going to be waving frantically there for Saud Variawa. He's going to realize they're coming. He moves over. Brilliant driving from the young man. That's the way to do it. Just stays completely out of harm's way there. Doesn't want to get involved in this sort of fight for the lead of the race overall. Let's see if Jason Campos is going to be as nice for these two as they come up to the hairpin. Michael van Rooyen will go on the inside line to go defensive. He goes almost instantaneously there. Robert Volk diving on the inside. He's not close enough to make it stick though. Volk right underneath the exhaust pipe there of the Toyota Corolla ahead of him. Very tight stuff here between these two. Campos still giving it everything he can as he goes to the top of the hill. Jonathan Mahotsi is going to have to do 1 more lap. Campos is going to have to do 1 more. The lead is going to all possible lead change here around the outside. Can Volk drive around the outside? He's trying to. He tries very hard, but Michael van Rooyen runs him wide and onto the dirty stuff. Van Rooyen's going to get the victory. He does. The Rustenburg Rocket takes the win in the 30-minute endurance, beating out Robert Volk. Saud Variawa will be classified in 3rd place, but there's still a fight on there between Jason Campos and Mahotsi for the win in the Super Cup class. They're into the S's. Here we go. Coming to the line is Scott Temple. He'll be finishing up. Temple will finish up in possibly 4th place overall in the Global Touring Cars. This is the lead now for Mahotsi in the Super Cup class, just behind Lee Thompson. Lee Thompson's going to get 3rd, and a great podium finish there for Lee Thompson for Team Red Racing and the Universal Motorsport team. The flag is on standby for Jonathan Mahotsi. He'll become the 4th driver in Global Touring Car Super Cup this season to take a win. And what a way to do it, at your home track For Volkswagen Motorsport, it's Jonathan Mkhotsi to take the win in the Super Cup class, beating out Jason Campos and Saud Variawa. Roy Campos will take the Masters. A nice bit of flame out of that car for Lee Thompson, heading down towards turn 1. Let's get confirmation of the top 10 though. Michael van Rooyen, Robert Volk, Lee Thompson, top 3 in the global touring cars and overall. Top 3 in Super Cups is Mkhotsi, Jason Campos and Saud Variawa, with Mikel Patamba also just off the podium in 4th place. And in 5th place and taking the Masters class, Roy Campos. A double win there for him in the Masters, ahead of Andre Besaidnout with a double 2nd place. And Johan de Bruin in the Odacure car comes through for 3rd place and the 10th spot overall. What a global touring car race that was. That was some great action. And certainly getting better and better every time these guys go to battle at any of the circuits that we traverse here in South Africa. We've got another 30-minute coming our way in only a couple of minutes' time. So just enough time to catch our breath and catch up with some of the drivers down in the Park Vermeer area. Michael van Rooyen, it was literally lights to flag there for him. He outgunned his teammate into turn 1 and was able to get past Mandla Nakani, who unfortunately did not finish this race. So the Rustenburg Rocket will be happy with that. As he climbs out of his car, he'll take a walk over. And yeah, strong is how you finish a race. And that's exactly what he did. Fast Freddy there from Fast Development's going to tell him all about it, and he's happy with the performance of the car. High fives from the team as well there for the Rustenburg Rocket, Michael van Rooyen. And his dad, next man to come up to go and say congratulations there. Nice van Rooyen going to come and say, that's the way we do it, son. Robert Volk tried hard right in the closing stages to try and get through there on van Rooyen, but just was left wanting to the tune of about 0.3 of a second, 3/10 between Robert Volk and van Rooyen across the line after 30 minutes and a lap. That's some great racing. Lee Thompson, a couple of minutes, almost a minute back though, but still in 3rd place. And a podium again for Team Red Racing and the Universal Motorsport squad. Mkhotsi, Campos and Variawa, another podium there for Saud Variawa. Mikel Patamba in 4th place, a good drive from him as well, just to finish things up in terms of the top 4 for the Super Cup class. And as I said, Roy Campos winning things out over Andre Besaidnout, and Johan de Bruin just beating Minaj Maharaj to the line for 10th and 11th. So Dion van der Walt just coming up there to give me the information that it was the left wishbone there on Julian's car that broke, and that was the reason we had that big spin earlier on from van der Walt's Ford. The AutoZone Ford unfortunately ending up on the sideline and out of the race. He wasn't able to get it fixed in time to get him back on track, but he'll be back soon, I'm sure, and flying the AutoZone flag high by the time we get to the next round of this championship. So if you've just tuned in, you've just missed out on probably one of the closest and hard-fought battles we've seen in global touring cars in a long, long time. A really spectacular battle between the global touring cars at the front end and the Super Cup cars in the mid-pack, with Jonathan Mkhotsi rolling into the pit box there. Roy Campos is about to go up to say congratulations to him. And Campos, of course, will have taken the victory in the Masters category on his return to National Championship Racing. And I'm sure he's pretty happy with that. But one man who's going to be ecstatic is the 4th winner in the Super Cup class for 2021, Jonathan Mkhotsi. On home soil for Volkswagen Motorsport as well. That's definitely what you want to be doing. Are we going to go straight into the interview there with him, or are we going to give him a chance to come out of it as Mkhotsi gets out the car? Let's maybe get a little bit of a sound down in pit lane with him and Claudio.
Okay, now we can shoot.
Woo! Finally, after the last race.
So I see he's rocking a little IM63 tree on that face mask of his as well, supporting Sifiso Tembo, who I'm sure was on the sideline supporting him as well. But brilliant stuff there from Jonathan Mkhotsi, and you can see he's a happy man to eventually have secured a victory in the Super Cup class. Where both Machotsi, Brad Liebenberg and Jeff Kruger started their careers. Jason Campos was there as well. Here's Volkswagen Polo Cup, and they will be up next for a 30-minute enduro, hopefully as exciting as what we've just seen from the Global Touring cars. Jeff Kruger, though, in the closing stages having to retire the car was a big concern from Team Red's point of view. Let's see what went wrong with that. We'll have to catch up with him later on maybe on their Facebook page to see what actually went down there with the Team Red racing car. Setting up some interviews now with our drivers and our top contenders in the Global Touring cars. As soon as we've got those, we'll go down to them. But as I said, up next is Volkswagen Polo Cup's version of the 30-minute plus 1 lap enduro. And we still got 2 motorcycle races to come our way later on this afternoon with the NGK and Bridgestone Superbike Championship. And then Sunbet and Red Square ZX10R Masters Cup to round off the day's action. So we've got Jonathan Machotsi on standby down in the Park Ferme area. Let's go and catch up with Jono after his first victory and the 4th winner for 2021.
Jono, finally your first Super Cup win, and it had to be an endurance race. You must be stoked.
Stoked doesn't begin to explain. I am over the moon. And this was a very special one. Like you said, maiden victory here in PE. I also took my maiden victory in Polo Cup a couple of years ago. So, you know, PE has been very, very good to me.
It just happens to be Volkswagen's home turf. You must be happy. Eh?
Absolutely. Volkswagen's home turf. The team is based here. The team has done an exceptional job all weekend, and I couldn't thank them anymore.
Awesome job. Well done, bud.
Thank you.
So information coming from Vaughan Williams, head of the race control down there for Global Touring Cars, saying that Jeff Kruger's clutch went, and that was the reason he couldn't stay out there. And as we saw, the suspension damage on Mandla Nakani's car also had to retire the second of the Toyota Gazoo racing machines. They couldn't get it fixed in time to get him back on track. So thanks for that, Vaughan, sending us information there from pit lane. As we are ready to go for the Volkswagen Polo Cup category, we're going to go to Michael van Rooyen, of course, our race winner for Global Touring Cars.
Michael van Rooyen, the first GDC endurance race, and you took it.
Yes, by a very, very, very small margin though. I think it was a brilliant race for myself and for Robbie. I managed to get a bit of a gap in the beginning, and I got stuck a little bit behind the back markers of the Super Cup guys, and I could see him closing all the time, and I was pushing every lap as hard as I could, and second last corner made a small mistake, went a little bit in hard into Chevy on the exit, and had to cover in the last corner, and I think it made for an excellent finish. It was genuinely hard work, but I'm so chuffed to have won it.
Awesome job, well done, bud.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Michael, for that insight, and congratulations on the victory there. That 30-minute enduro must have been tough, particularly at the end with the pressure coming from Robert Volk. I need to say, great to see opportunities there, and a new winner in a 30-minute endurance race, a new winner as well in the Super Cup class. And speaking of Cup classes, it's Polo Cup time. Polo Cup drivers are making their way onto the circuit as we speak.
Who do you think you are?
You don't belong yet. I am going to push you.
Do you really think you can soar to such great heights? What makes you think you belong in the sky? You, the one who dares to take up space. Who do you think you are? Volkswagen.
Volkswagen Polo Cup out on circuit at the moment. Team Red Racing in formation flying, coming out of the S's. All of them including JP van der Walt. Race 1 winner Arnie Neveling looking for another possibility of a victory here. But remember, for this one, it's a slightly different format in terms of the grid. And the way things are going to line up there, it's incredibly Yuri Swart, round 1 championship leader, heading into round 2 after an almost perfect weekend in Cape Town, his home circuit. Now at the front row and looking to possibly steal the victory here in the 30-minute endurance race for our Volkswagen Polo Cups here at the home circuit of Volkswagen Motorsport South Africa. Yuri Swart, the man to beat. Umpi, as he's known in Cape Town. There'll be a lot of support in Cape Town for these guys, and looking forward to seeing whether he can maybe get closer to the championship lead he had coming out of that Cape Town ride at Killarney International Racetrack. He's got KwaZulu-Natal's finest in terms of Clinton Mercedes alongside him on the front row. Leighton Fourie, championship leader, in 3rd place ahead of Tate Bishop, that man right there in the angry Jeep and skate car. Arnie Neveling and Keegan Campos make up the 3rd row of the grid, with race 1 winner Neveling having to come from 5th spot on the grid. But with 30 minutes, there's enough time for him to do that. Neveling always a man to watch out for in this particular format of racing, and particularly when it comes to endurance racing, because he's now part of the Stradale Motorsport endurance team in the Lamborghini with Charles Arangis for the South African Endurance Series, so definitely knows what to do when it comes to endurance racing and how to get through a pack of cars. Naitiam Samanga just outgunning the incredible drive from JP van der Walt. And Keegan Campos, as you can see, he's also looking forward to another big fight out here. He's just seen his brother and his dad go at it. Can he do a similar maneuver and put that Campos Transport and Pepper racing car onto the podium? Possibly even onto the top step. Monica Martins down in 9th place, will be ahead of Kwanda Mokoena, side by side there with her teammate out of Stradale Motorsport. That's the 2nd and 3rd cars out of that team. The first one being Uri just up the road. And then you've got Davy van der Merwe and Nathan Hammond, who are side by side. That's a teammate and stablemate to Leighton Fourie, championship leader, after his 2nd place in race 1. Buxy Kamani and Jaden Nels will be alongside each other as well. A little bit further back in that field, you can see the red and white car just on the left-hand side there of Jaden, and on the right-hand side, the Squadra Corsa car of Buxy Kamani. Damien Hammond and Faran Basha will be side by side on the 2nd last row of the grid, with Charles Visser and Chevy Bassoon making up the last row. Dean Fenter at the back. 30-second board is up. 1 minute board, and they'll get a green flag to go and do their final form-up and formation lap. Get some heat into those Dunlop tyres that they run in this class as well. And here for the 30-minute endurance race, it's Volkswagen Polo Cup for the 25th anniversary edition of this championship. Here at the home track of Volkswagen Motorsport South Africa, Aldo Scribante. We're in Gqeberha. It's the Eastern Cape of South Africa. And we hope you've enjoyed all the action so far here today, watching us on all the Facebook and YouTube live streams. We don't go too far down the road for the next round of this championship. Remember, not to sort things out before if anything happens out on track, but the 3rd of July is about a month away, and on the 4th of July weekend we head down to the East London Grand Prix circuit for the next round of the Extreme Festival. The wind is absolutely pumping out there, so you can see just how difficult it's going to be for these cars. They're going to get even blown around in Polo Cup GTIs. It's definitely going to be a big factor in this race. We saw it in both the bike races earlier on, and we actually saw it a little bit in the global touring cars on how badly the wind is affecting the race conditions and the ideal conditions that should be available by this stage of the day, and usually are. But of course, with this wind pumping the way it is, the one cool thing we can say about it, it is keeping that front away and the possibility of getting wet. Jaden Nels for King Price Extreme, looking to emulate what both his teammates did earlier on in the day with Kinsella and Sifiso Temba on the two-wheeled side of things. Possibly want to get onto the podium if he can, but he's got a lot of work to do if he wants to do that. Jaden starting down in 14th place. He's got to make up 13 positions to get to the front if he wants a win. It's not out of the order in terms of how Volkswagen Polo Cup have gone in the past 25 years. We've got a red flag at the front. The man for the flag is about to move off, just waiting for a green flag as Dean Fenter takes up his position at the back of the grid. 5-second board. Lights on. Lights off, and it's Yuri Swart with a good start. Leighton Free didn't quite get the start he wanted. He's got pressure coming from Ari Neveling as they head down towards turn 1 for the first time. It's a good start there from Tate Bishop as well, trying to squeeze through on Clinton Besaidnout. Besaidnout goes defensive. Tate Bishop comes around his outside. He's going to follow through there, and yes, he's going to have his teammate right on his tail as they come out of turn 1 for the first time. Good start as well coming out of Baxi Kamani and Natim Samanga. Natim Samanga, they in the mix with JP van der Walt. Van der Walt just forcing the young man wide, and around the outside of Kwanda Mokoena comes Davy van der Merwe. He's got Hammond right on his tail as they go through there. Whoa! Squadra Corsa! Corner pocket by the looks of things. Yes, it is. Baxi Kamani and Natim Samanga. Was it Natim Samanga? I think it was Natim Samanga who went sideways out of the hanger sweep and didn't quite make hanger sweep. Actually, he went through the dirty side of hanger sweep, not on the grey stuff. It's not quite black stuff here that they fight on, but needless to say, the surface here is very good. There's a move coming from Foreign Basher as well, trying to find a way past into the Chevy sweep. Monica Martin's on to Ari Neveling. Jaden Else with some pressure from Hammond as they came through there too, and into Dunlop corner, Chevy Bassoon applying the pressure onto Natim Samanga as he makes his way back onto circuit. So he didn't quite go right to the back of the field, but he's almost there. In fact, he is right at the back. I beg your pardon, I was picking up on Baxi Kamani there. The two cars are got very similar livery on them. Charles Visser late on the brakes, dives through and gets ahead of Kwanda Mokoena. Kwanda Mokwena's dropped right back. Had some problems there for the 19 car as he comes into the S's. JP van der Walt having a bit of pressure applied from Jaden Else. As I said, Jaden Else has made up a little bit of ground, but I think JP's lost too much ground there. It's a good start there from Jaden Else in the King Price Extreme car. Yuri hangs on for now ahead of Clinton Besaidnout. Besaidnout has got Tate Bishop between himself and Leighton Faree. Keegan Campos behind them, and then it's Arnie Neveling. Neveling not quite there just yet, but nearly there. Monica Martin's fending off the attack coming from Davy van der Merwe. Third of the Team Red cars now under pressure from our one and only lady driver here today, and applying the pressure to get back at her as well and find a way past with 27.5 minutes to go. Trying to close down on Yuri Swart, Clinton Besaidnout and Tate Bishop. Oh, in the background, that is out of shape there from Lonica Martins. She was out of shape the last time she came through there. This time put a wheel on the dirty stuff and got that thing completely 90 degrees out of hanger. That could have ended up a lot worse than what it did. Very lucky to survive that one is the young lady. But remember, she has got some dirt and tarmac oval experience, so she'll know exactly what to do if a car gets out of shape. Normally it's a rear-wheeled V8 midget she'd be in. And with those, of course, you've got, 160k an hour first gear. She's probably doing about 160, 170 k's an hour coming out of hanger and managed to catch that one. Another lap completed, 24 minutes to go. Or just under 25 actually, 24 and some change. Tate Bishop on Besaidnout. Besaidnout soaking that pressure up, but you can see that Bishop and Besaidnout, their little fight is allowing Yuri Swart to get away. You can't be fighting at this point in time. It's going to cost you time, and you can see it is. Because Yuri's just putting his head down and getting away now. Getting away, he's pulled about another half a second there on the cars in 2nd to 5th place. He has almost got to the back end of Campos. Campos's attack is eased off slightly there on Leighton Fourie. But I think what Campos was doing there was just to allow a bit of pressure onto Leighton to say, listen, we got to close that gap. We can't afford to lose time to those top 3. A little fight for second has definitely helped Leighton's cause out and allowed him to get onto the back end of Tate Bishop a lot quicker than what he would have expected to do. Just under 24 minutes to go now as they come across the line and complete another lap in anger. Yuri Swart hanging on to the lead. Back end of the field we pick up on Chevy Bassoon. And it looks like, is that, I think that was possibly Foreign Basha. We had some issues at the back end of the field as well there for Stradale Motorsport. Evelyn looking to close things down. It hasn't been able to do it just yet. Campos is keeping him honest. He's not too far behind though. And behind him, Davy van der Merwe now has left, of course, Lonica Martins, who spun out and is all by himself. And he would love to be involved in this sort of fight, making it 3 Team Red Racing cars in the top 7 if he could get there. Jaden Else just behind him, and JP van der Walt with a little bit of a gap over Else at this point, but Else is definitely closing in. As I said, he came from 14th, and Jaden Else is already up to 9th place. He's made up 5 positions in the space of the 8 minutes of racing we've had so far. So continued progress there coming out of Jaden Else as he comes through the field. Another lap completed. So far so good for these guys as they come through there. Mr. P, how you doing? All good as we come past there. He's pushing hard at the back end of the field as Foreign Basha, but he's got some work to do. Look at the work being done here by his teammate, Arnie Neveling, squeezing between Tate Bishop and Campos at the same time. What a move there from Arnie Neveling. Diving through and finding a very good, he ran a bit hot into turn 1 due to the fact that he just squeezed between those 2 cars, and here we go into the S's. Oh, they just settle things down into the S's in time to go through Linus turn, but that could have got real ugly into the S's. A little wheel on the dirt there, not quite on the dirt, but just off track for Tate Bishop. So you can see the pressure is on. Arnie Neveling had a great drive out of the final corner to come through on Campos and then as well on Tate Bishop. Bishop losing out there big time. 2 positions for Tate Bishop as Campos got through and so did Arnie. This is the kind of action we expect from Volkswagen Polo Cup. It doesn't stop all race long, and with 30 minutes of racing it makes it even more exciting. Here comes Arnie now, applying the pressure onto Keegan Campos. Campos also going to try and defend up in towards Dunlop corner. But he knows he's got a very fast man on his tail. Across the line they come. Yuri Swart from Besaidnout from Fourie. A little bit of a gap, a bit of breathing room there for Leighton Fourie now, with Keegan Campos having to fend off Arnie Neveling. He's going to hope for a little bit more of that. Charles Lonica Martins has recovered. He's now up into 12th place after that big off and catch from her out of hanger. Brilliant stuff as they come flying through into the S's now. Again, the pressure from Arnie Neveling is starting to be felt there by Campos. Campos possibly going to be hanging in for an opportunity here, and could we see a change up between himself and Arnie? Campos runs wide, puts a wheel on the dirt. Arnie sees that. Can't capitalize on it just yet though. As they come out of the hairpin, heading down towards Chevy Sweep. Davy Olivier has also closed the gap down. He's been able to close down on Tate Bishop. So Bishop could be in a bit of trouble here. Neverland once again on Campos into Dunlop. Olivier, Van der Merwe, I beg your pardon. And look at Jaden Els. Jaden Els is all over JP Van der Walt. Van der Walt could be in a bit of trouble there. Coming across the line, there's the battle, we want to check it out. Look at that, they are so close between them. Behind that, Lonica Martins just ahead of the right motorsport machine of Fenta. Fenta also having a nice resurgence. Oh, Neverling runs wide onto the dirty stuff. That is going to cost Arnie big time. Can he keep it up close and get it back on track as quickly as he can? Yes, he can. And only just ahead of the battle behind him. So Tate Bishop has got through, I think, and so has, yes, Tate Bishop and Davy Van der Merwe have got through, but Arnie Neverling making a dreadful mistake into turn one. Running wide, and now Campos has been gifted 4th place. So no, it's still in 2nd place. This is what it's all about. 2nd place battle starting to heat up now as Yuri Swart looks to close things down as well. Let's see if he can do anything to maintain that lead. I can tell you that Yuri Swart is going to have his work cut out for him in the closing stages. We've still got about 20 minutes or so to go in this one, and it's not over yet as we see the pressure starting to apply. Once again onto the main straightaway, and another lap completed. Mohammed Basha was standing right next to me here a couple of minutes ago in the studio, and he's just sent a message now out on the page. Thanks for that, Mo. It looks like there might be a bit of a short on Farhan Basha's car for his push-to-pass mechanism, so he's probably not able to use it to the advantage that it would give him as we continue to see action here between Van der Merwe and Tate Bishop. So Yuri Swart from Poseidon, from Fari, from Campos. First 4 there. 5th place, it's the angry Jeep and skate car of Tate Bishop with Davy Van der Merwe on his tail. Arnie Neverling recovering. JP Van der Walt still under massive pressure there from Jaden Els. Jaden Els is just applying huge pressure onto the back end of JP. 2 of them going at it for about 5 to 6 laps now. This close between the 2 of them. So Jaden definitely looking for an opportunity to get past if he can find one, but he hasn't found one yet. Same thing can be said here for Van der Merwe as he comes up onto the back end of Bishop yet again as they start another lap. Swart currently lapping in the 12s. First 4 cars all in the 12s and 13s. Low 13s coming out of Keegan Campos and Tate Bishop. Consistent 12s at this point in time on the Dunlop rubber is just what you need. Now it's all about strategy. Who has kept their tyres the best? These are the same tyres they qualified on. It's the same tyres that they will have raced race 1 on. Tyre preservation is definitely going to be a point we're going to have to watch out for into the closing stages with 17 minutes and some change to go. Top 3 controlling things. 4th place Campos on his own. 5th place is about to heat up as Neverling returns to the fight, and there's a big move from Van der Merwe on the inside of Bishop and makes it stick out of the hairpin. So we got Davy Van der Merwe now up into the top 5. 3 of Team Red Racing's cars in that top 5 as well. Good effort there from Lee Thompson, Ian and the team down at Universal Motorsport to get those cars prepped to within a couple of hundredths of a second of each other. Here's Bishop back at him though. Tate Bishop trying to capitalise on a slightly wide line from Van der Merwe out of Dunlop. 2 of them putting wheels on the dirt, but let's have a look and see. Maybe there's a push to pass to be used here to try and get that position back again. Lonica ahead of Dean Fenter in the background. Look at the defensive driving coming out of Davy Van der Merwe. As he tries to fend off Arnie Neverling. Neverling dives on the inside of Tate Bishop and shows him how to go into turn 1. Stradale Motorsport versus Angry Jeep and Skate Car. And it's Neverling moving up 1 position and possibly back into the top 6. Yes, he is. Back into the top 6 there for Stradale Motorsport. So Arnie Neverling doing a great job after recovering, having run wide all on his own into turn 1. He's late on the brakes. He might be good enough to get through on Davy Van der Merwe. Van der Merwe is going to feel some massive pressure now. Here's a move on the inside of Chevy. Can he make it stick? Yeah, he can. He goes on the inside, but Darby's going to try and hold that outside line for Dunlop to make it the inside line for the next corner and the final corner on the track. Van der Merwe's late on the brakes. He's got Tate Bishop coming along for the ride as well, forcing Arnie to go around the outside of turn number 7 here at the circuit. He'll run the Stradale car slightly wide, giving him room though. Gave him a lot more room than what I thought he would. As they came across the line, they were absolutely side by side, but Arnie Nevlin crossed the line ahead of Davy van der Merwe. So there's a good possibility he's going to win the battle out here into turn 1. The fight is for 5th place right now. Top 4 already into the S's. Watch in the background for 5th place. Has he been able to make it stick? Yes, he has. Arnie Nevling has got through. So Nevling has got through and made it stick into the S's now. There's confirmation of it. Ahead of Davy van der Merwe. Van der Merwe into 6th place, but with some work to do now to try and get back at Arnie Nevling. Tate Bishop behind them. Into the hairpin once again. And Jaden Else is into that mix as well. He's brought JP, well, JP's brought Jaden along for the ride actually. JP and Jaden Else are now into the fight onto the back end of Tate Bishop. I said Jaden Else would be a man to watch out for in this one, and he certainly has been spot on in terms of my predictions. Coming from 14th place on the track, he's about to get up onto the inside and possibly into 8th place. 6 positions and still 14 minutes and 10 seconds to go. How much further can he go up the field? Can he get into the top 6? Campos pulling away now. He's got a reasonably decent margin over Arnie Nevling, who's now opened up about 2 car lengths on Van der Merwe. Same thing can be said there for Tate Bishop. Leader out of the S's is still Yuri Swart. Has not put a wheel wrong yet. Mercedes has applied pressure, but he's just giving him a little bit of breathing room. Are we going to see a move now from Clinton Mercedes? Has he got a couple of push to passes left? Has he got a little bit extra rubber left that he hasn't pushed too hard in the first heat and in qualifying and saved his tyres for this long 30-minute plus 1 lap? Sliding into Chevy there. Alpine Autohaus car of Yuri Swart. Still controlling things from the front, but it's only about a second between himself and 2nd place. So will we see a change up here possibly by the end of the day's proceedings? And is Mercedes going to take a victory in Polo Cup? Or even Leighton Fourie? Fourie would love to take another victory. Fourie in 3rd place though is securing the championship lead, heading to the East London Grand Prix circuit on the 3rd of July. That's definitely something that the team will probably be radioing to him, saying, listen, if you can make the pass, have a go. But let's start consolidating here and get good championship points after each round so that we can maybe wrap up a rookie to national championship title within the space of a year. He was Rookie of the Year last year, and he's now looking for a chance to possibly take the championship, as we saw from Dario Bussi in the previous season. Took Rookie of the Year in 2019, came through for the victory in the overall championship in 2020. Late braking from the side note is certainly allowing a little bit more of a chance there for Leighton Fourie to get a victory if he can use his teammate to do all the hard work in closing that gap down on Yuri Swart. Nice fight further back there as well, continuing between the Sound Lab and Wright Motorsport car of Dean Fenter. Charles Visser's in that mix as well. Slightly better run here from Charles Visser. Still getting to grips with Polo Cup racing. He chatted to him yesterday, saying it's a lot different to karting. He wasn't happy after qualifying. Can't quite get to grips with the new tyres and setting up the car to use the ability of those new tyres. But it's all part of the learning curve that Charles Visser is doing on a race-by-race basis here in Polo Cup. Looking for a move on the inside of Chevy Bassoon. The Steaming Bean and Dunlop car ahead of the 4th Team Red Racing machine out there. And then you can see just behind that they're lining up. Faran Basha, as we heard from his dad Mo, battling with a shorted version or a shorting version of the push-to-pass mechanism. It's not working properly. He can't use it because it keeps shorting out. So he doesn't have the ability to use that push-to-pass, which is going to definitely hinder him. Look at Leighton Fourie. Fourie is now starting to pull down, take the wick out there a little bit. 12 6s out of Leighton Fourie. Let's have a look and see this next lap. I think it's going to be a lot quicker. We've got 12 5s out of the leader, 12 4s coming out of Mercedes in 2nd. Keegan Campos is down into the 12 9s. 12 6s coming out of Arnie Nevling. Keegan Campos will have to keep his eye out on Arnie Nevling. He's 0.3 of a second quicker than Campos at the moment. And we've still got about 10 minutes to go. That might be enough for Arnie Nevlin to catch, possibly put Keegan Campos under a bit of pressure. Speaking of catching and pressure, look at the pressure from Jaden Else. Still maintaining huge pressure on JP. JP now has caught onto the back end of Tate Bishop and is looking to get into the top 7. We could have 4 of the 5 Team Red Racing cars and Universal Motorsport cars in the top 7 if JP is able to get through ahead of Tate Bishop. Monica Martin's ahead there of the Right Motorsport, the Right Motorsport, I beg your pardon, and Dean Fenter behind the wheel of that car 27. Flying through the S's, and JP van der Walt is definitely looking to go on the attack here on Tate Bishop. Is he close enough to do anything as they come up to the hairpin? Here we go. There's a look. Oh, Bishop sees him coming. Squares him up. Maybe ran in a bit hot there. Can JP capitalize on that? Looks like they've had a little touch though earlier on, because there's a bit of Tate Bishop's car. I don't think that's from JP though. I think that was from an earlier incident with possibly Campos or further up the road there, Arnie Nevlin. But Bishop has still got a little bit of bumper on the back end there. But JP van der Walt wants to take that bumper off and drive through the car if he can. That's how hard he's pushing to get through there on Tate Bishop. Another lap completed by Yuri Swart. The gap has now come down to almost half a second. So Clinton Mercedes has turned the wick up, and so has Leighton Fourie. Fourie now into the 12 7s, 12 3s and 12 6s. Fastest man in that top 3 is Clinton Mercedes. And we look to see why the 10 board was put out there for Davy van der Merwe. Maybe just saying to him where Nathan Hammond is. Or 10 minutes to go, that's possibly what it is, but it's 8.5 on mine. So possibly a little bit late on that board, on Team Red Racing's point of view, but they're probably giving him a chance to work out that they've got about 10 minutes to go, because it'll be the 8 minutes plus the 1 additional lap that they've got to do. So they're working on the overall race time as opposed to just what we're seeing here. Ivan Newman has just joined us from East London. Yeah, we're coming to you next for this kind of action, Ivan. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far that you've seen today. Polo Cup will be in East London for the East London Grand Prix Circuits round 4 of the Extreme Festival. Look at the pressure from Fenter now. Oh, Lonica Martins and Dean Fenter going at it here big time. Into Dunlop, Lonica goes defensive. I think she might have just been able to keep out Dean Fenter. Leighton Fourie now, what is he doing? 12 6s, 12 7s, 12 6s. So he's on similar lap times to what Yuri Swart is able to do. He hasn't been able to get a quicker lap in than Yuri Swart and his teammate ahead of him. So championship leader Leighton Fourie now doesn't seem to have an answer to the 2 in front of him. He's going to have to wait for Clinton Mercedes to maybe get up there with Yuri Swart and force a mistake. And if that's the case, maybe the 2 of them make a mistake and he can then capitalize. 7.5 minutes to go as they come into the hairpin. Fourie in 3rd place, but he'll maintain the lead of the championship heading to the East London Grand Prix circuit. Clinton Mercedes and Yuri Swart would have closed down a little bit of that championship lead as well. Arnie Nevlin with his first race win will also have been into the hunt and got a little bit closer to Leighton Fourie's lead in this overall championship. Still a long way to go in 2021. Oh, Buxy Kamani inside, Chevy Bassoon in there as well. And look at that, Foreign Basha in the mix too. Stradale Motorsport, Squadra Corsa and the Steaming Bean and Dunlop car all fighting for honours there, just outside of the top 12. Up the road from them, it's Charles Visser who's closed things down now on Nathan Hammond. Just ahead of him is Lonica Martin. So a 3-way battle and a bit of wheels on the dirt there for the Trinity Security Services car. Martins from Fenter, Fenter from Natium Samanga. Nati just trying to find a way to simply spoil the day there for the guys and girls ahead of him. Speaking of spoiling the day, Mercedes has definitely closed that gap down. We've got about 0.8 of a second now to Yuri Swart. And on the last pass, he was a little bit slower. I think there was a little bit of an answer coming back from Yuri Swart into this closing stages here. See if he can keep it all together to try and take the victory. It'll be a flag-to-flag victory for him if he gets it right. .5 minutes and 45 seconds as they cross the line. Tasman Pepper standing on the sideline there, waiting for Keegan Campos to come through there for 4th place. We go back to the battle here for Jaden Else, JP, and Tate Bishop as they make their way to the line. Campos still pushing hard. About 6 minutes to go is what he's been given on his board. Bishop, front of Alt, and Else. Hammond closing down. Hammond's late on the brakes there, and Nate is definitely coming to be part of this little party in front of him. If Tate Bishop keeps going defensive, it should slow them up enough for Nathan Hammond to close them down. Make it a 4-way battle for what is going to be 7th place on track. Just outside of that top 6, which is elusive in Polo Cup as always, particularly when it comes to qualifying. The top 6 going to the Super Bowl shootout, the top 6 going to the lucky draw if there is one for race 2. We were into race 2 here. 30 minutes endurance, and we got about 4.5 minutes to go as they cross the line and complete another lap. Tate Bishop, look at the pressure from JP. JP looking for a chance now. Can he find it? Tate goes defensive into Dunlop. JP trying to squeeze him out. There he is. He's on the inside line. This time JP squeezes him out. And Tate Bishop runs wide. Jaden Else is going to go with him. Jaden Else side by side tagging the angry Jeep and skate car. And Jaden Else might have got a good enough drive to get ahead of Tate Bishop into turn 1. And they come for the braking point. JP front of Alt made a stick, opened up the door. Jaden Else went with him, but Tate Bishop is going to try and fend off Jaden Else into turn 1. He can't. Hammond's going to come along for the ride as well. Just get that Trinity Security Services car tuck up on the inside. No, he can't. Very close though, and he's now right on the bumper. They are literally bumper to bumper coming out of the S's. You could have a kind of a 18-wheel Pantechnicon that couldn't get as close as those 3 cars are right now, with truck and trailering through the S's and through Hanger. And now onto the brakes, they go into the hairpin. Alvi van der Merwe hangs on for possibility of a 6th place, and as I said, there'll be 3 of the Team Red Racing Universal Motorsport cars in that top 6. JP wants to get up there as well and make it 4. And I don't think he's going to have enough time. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Possibly about 3 laps of racing still to come your way. So Yuri Swart goes late on the brakes into turn 1 to maintain the lead over Clinton Besaidnout. Besaidnout has pushed hard, but he hasn't unfortunately had an opportunity to get past. Got up close, but not close enough. I think Umpi's going to try and hang on, keep this one right to the flag. So on a similar version to what we saw in Global Touring Cars, with Michael van Rooyen winning from lights out to flag, are we going to see Yuri Swart do the same thing? And take those valuable championship points that are up for grabs here today in the 30-minute endurance race. Coming through into the closing stages now. 2 minutes and 24 seconds of race action still to come your way. Yuri Swart coming through to possibly start what is going to be the 3rd last lap of this race. Further back, Lonica Martins onto the back end of Msamanga. And Nati now just soaking the pressure up coming from the young lady. Just got through on the 2 of them and started to open up a little bit of a margin between the 2 of them. Campos down towards turn 1. Onni Neverlings hasn't given up yet. Neverling would love to steal that position back from Keegan Campos after he made a small mistake. Gave Campos the opportunity to get through. That's probably what he's going to be aiming for more than anything else. It's just to get that position back that he made, that he lost I should say, in turn 1. Top 3 just controlling things and staying equidistant apart. They haven't really changed the gaps between themselves. 2nd and 2 seconds between 1st and 2nd, and then respectively into 2nd and 3rd. Leighton Free, as I said, probably on the radio being told, listen, consolidation of points today is going to be more important than the win. 3rd place is going to give you the championship lead into the next round at East London Grand Prix Circuit on the 3rd of July. So penultimate lap has started, I would say. So penultimate lap here for great Polo Cup race. Had some action in the mid-pack, and in the middle of the race it's kind of eased off ever so slightly, other than this little fight here, as Neveling looks to still spoil the day there for Keegan Campos, for Pepper Racing and the Campos Transport team. Later free, looking for championship honours, and the lead of the championship headed to the next round. His teammate Clint Besaidnout was looking for a win, but unfortunately Besaidnout has just left it too little too late. And I don't think he's going to be able to get past Yuri Swart unless something goes dramatically wrong there for the Alpine Autohaus car of Swart. Really down in Cape Town, will be flying the flag high and shouting for Impey, that's for sure, as he comes to start the final lap. Last lap board about to be given to Yuri Swart now to traverse 2.5 Ks of racetrack before we get to the end of this one. There is the last lap board, it's out. Besaidnout is going to look and go, okay, I can't do anything about that first place, I'll have to settle for second. Let's just make sure that I keep Leighton behind me. Campos under big pressure as they head down towards turn 1 from Arnie Neveling. 4 tenths between the two of them as they cross the line. So absolutely nothing in it there between the 4th and 5th place cars of Keegan Campos and Arnie Neveling. Yuri running wide. Maybe feeling the pressure a little bit there in the closing stages. We've got a lap to go. Can't afford to make any mistakes right now. So no, might just give him a little bit extra pressure there. Maybe just get a little bit later on the brakes. Try and squeeze a mistake out of him, but it's highly unlikely. Up towards Dunlop for the final time. And looking for the win in the 30-minute plus 1 lap endurance race here for Polo Cup. At the home of Volkswagen Motorsport, it's always a nice win to have in front of the main sponsors of the Polo Cup. And that's exactly what Yuri Swart is about to do. The Autohaus Alpine car taking the win ahead of Team Red Racing's 2 flying Universal Motorsport representatives, Clinton Besaidnout and Leighton Fourie. It's Keegan Campos who hangs on to beat out Arnie Neveling. Only just 0.2 of a second between the two of them as they cross the line there. And then coming to the line, Davy van der Merwe will maintain top 6 honours there for the Team Red Racing cars. JP van der Walt makes it another Universal Motorsport car into the top 7. Jaden Else just behind him. And it was Nathan Hammond coming through on Tate Bishop. Dean Fenter. And then you've got right behind them Damien Hammond. And a good drive there coming out of Charles Visser as well, after a really tough day in the saddle. Let's get confirmation of the top 10 at least. Unofficially, Yuri Swart taking the victory, beating out Clinton Besaidnout and Leighton Fourie. Keegan Campos and Arnie Neveling in 4th and 5th place, beating out Davy van der Merwe. JP van der Walt in 7th place ahead of Jaden Else. Nathan Hammond and Tate Bishop making up the top 10 for the Polo Cups and Volkswagen Polo Cup there. The 30-minute endurance race brings the Polo Cup action for the day to a close. Another great bit of racing there coming out of the Polo Cup category. 25 years of race action that has happened in this class. The single make series in South Africa has been very, very competitive over those 25 years, and arguably as competitive as ever in this current running of the 25th anniversary championship rounds. So making their way around the track and back into the Park Fermé area, we'll catch up with some of the drivers. It's an incredible bit of race action there from our Polo Cups. Up next, we're also heading into some two-wheeled action. There'll be a little bit of a break in proceedings to give us a chance to do a quick circuit cleanup for our two-wheeled categories. It's the NGK and Bridgestone Superbikes about to make their way out into the track, and the final bit of race action coming out of Kawasaki ZX10Rs a little bit later on. Second place Besaidnout, first man into the pit box. He's going to be a little bit disappointed about that, but of course he has secured some great second place points over his teammate who leads the championship, Leighton Fourie, and looking for a chance now Eastland Grand Prix circuit to maybe just turn things around there in terms of the hierarchy within the team. There is your race winner, and I'm sure he's going to be a happy man as he climbs out the car. There you go, he's ecstatic about that one. It's definitely one he wanted, and he worked hard for it, there's no doubt about it. The pressure was there from Besaidnout for a while. Nice to see the two drivers giving some high fives after the race, and they know that they've worked just as hard to ensure that they can get that victory and second place in the bag. A couple of rivalries on karting tracks in the past as well, those two drivers. Free would have been in the mix there as well. In fact, he was just behind them. He didn't really race against them. But while we got a little bit of break in proceedings, let's pay some bills, and we'll be back soon with some interviews down in the Park Fermé area.
Who do you think you are?
Kitty, come on! It's not good enough, Kitty.
What makes you think you can breathe new life into a dying sun? You, with the audacity to step into the light. Who do you think you are? Volkswagen.
I'll let you know. Hold on. Go.
Take up endurance racing.
So with the circuit cleanup happening at the moment, we go down to Park Fermé and catch up with our race winner from the second race of Volkswagen Polo Cup, Yuri Swart.
Yuri, you won the first of your endurance race, the 30-minute, and I heard you saying that I think you should take up endurance racing. Maybe you should.
Yeah, maybe. I think the practice in the SAES last week at East London helped a bit with the tyre maintenance and stuff. But no, it's always been a weakness of ours dropping off halfway through a race, and I can swear I'm the weakest in the field with that. So I don't know what happened. I think it was just a state of mind. The fact is thinking about the end, and used it in the beginning, got the gap. That middle session cooled the car down a bit, slowed the pace down a bit, and then the end when they started closing is then to stretch it out again, because by then their cars seem like they'll be a bit hotter. And I think it sounds funny, but having one less push to pass, I think kept my car a bit cooler. Not even joking. But yeah, in the end, I just want to say this for my dad. Like, he puts everything into my racing. So for him, this is the pinnacle for him. This is the best we can achieve in this country. So for him, it's all for him, and for Gap Motorsport, obviously. But like I said, without my dad, I wouldn't be standing here with this microphone. So that's all I can say. I'm so happy.
Awesome job, well done, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
25 years of Polo Cup race action and another 30-minute and one-lap endurance race won out by Yuri Swart there. Good effort from him, and the Alpine Auto House team will be happy with that, I'm sure. Heading to the East London Grand Prix circuit. He's just come from there only a week ago for the South African Endurance Series. So he certainly had a little bit of seat time at the Endurance Series and East London Grand Prix circuit. Up next, we've got NGK Superbikes, and the National Superbikes will be joined by Bridgestone Superbikes in their second heat of the day here at round 3 of the Extreme Festival at Aldo Scribante. Here we go, down towards turn 1 for National Superbikes, NGK and Bridgestone Superbike combined. Good start there from Kinsella as he heads towards turn 1. He's got the whole shot. As they go down into turn 1, a great start there from Michael du Toit again. He's ahead of Sifiso Themba and looking for another victory here in the Bridgestone Superbike class. Hendrik de Bruin on the Net CB Yamaha is there in 4th place, just behind the first of the 600 bikes out there. There are 2 of them out there. Martin Veed is one of them. Brett Roberts on the lights by linear bike, right on the tailpiece of his stablemate on the 1000cc R1. That is David McFadden. McFadden a lot closer this time to Kinsella as they went into the hairpin and trying to get onto the back end of Sella. He battled a little bit there with a bit of chatter and a bit of the wind issues that they had in race number 1. Maybe they've done a little bit of work on that suspension to get it a little bit better to turn in. And it certainly is a lot closer here between Sella and McFadden as they come completing lap number 1 here and across the line. Sella under attack from McFlash as they go across the line. Can McFadden find a way through on the brakes? The number 1 from last year hangs on for now and keeps McFlash out into turn 1. Brett Roberts behind that, first of the 600s. Oh, big move there from McFadden. And a big look up the inside, but didn't quite make it stick. Sella and McFadden very evenly matched now. A lot more evenly matched than what they were in the first heat. McFadden has done some work on that bike in the break between the 2 races. And he's certainly a lot more competitive than what he was in the first heat. Looking for a way through now as they come up to the hairpin. Roberts on his own in 3rd place ahead of Hendrik de Bruin. De Bruin in 3rd place in the thousands as it stands. Behind them, it's Lubabalo and Sana. Good to have him back up. Lubs has got that ZX10 of his sorted out. Here's a move from McFlash, but not close enough to make it stick. Looking for a way past now on Sella. Sella having to fend off the attentions here of David McFadden as they complete lap number 2. 10 to go. 10 more laps of National Championship Superbike race action and Bridgestone Superbike race action. Michael du Toit fighting hard there with Lubabalo Ntana and of course Sifiso Themba. Du Toit wants a double victory, but with Lubabalo Ntana coming back into it, Lubs could possibly spoil the day there for Michael du Toit. Depending on how they go, du Toit could get the overall, but second victory could possibly go here to Lubabalo Ntana. Nice late braking coming out of McFadden to keep Kinsella at bay for now. Very close action between these 2 as they head down towards Chevy Sweep. Sella on the King Price Extreme and Sella Racing Honda. Stunt SA RPM Center and Mad Max Motorcycles R1 behind him. And this time you can see David McFadden, who's definitely up for the challenge. He just couldn't do anything about that front end chatter and he battled in the windy conditions in race number 1. They've sorted out that front suspension and he's definitely much more competitive here in race 2. There's the first race crasher on the 35 ZX10. That's Lubabalo Nsana leading out the Bridgestone Superbike Championship at this point in time, down in 5th place overall. Left and right flicks on those 2 big motorcycles. Lita bikes in full flight as they come through into hangar. McFadden running wide and looking to cut back here on Sella. Can he do anything about Kinsella up into the hairpin? This is one of the overtaking opportunities that you've got on the racetrack on a motorcycle. It's to be later than your competitor in front of you and possibly outbrake them into the hairpin. Maybe waiting. He knows the pace that Sella's going to be setting will be good enough to keep them at the front end. He won't have to worry about his teammate behind him, the Lights by Linear R6. Look at how these guys, they really are fighting the traction availability out there with these Bridgestone tyres. They are working them to the limit. We saw a new lap record in the ZX10R Masters Cup. We're not going to see a new lap record in the National Championship class, but they are certainly well within grasp of that National Championship record, with the 101s being set at the moment, but 1 minute flats out of Sella in race 1. It is cooler track conditions, of course, and cooler ambient temperature conditions as well, which help for the engine, but of course with the cooler track conditions, it makes the traction a lot more difficult to get out of the Bridgestone rubber. Sella all with personal bests, along with McFadden and with Brett Roberts as they completed that last lap. McFadden is just waiting, biding his time, looking for a chance to spoil the double victory here for the man who would be king on the King Price Extreme Honda. CBR Fireblade has just turned into something special. A really good weapon underneath Clinton Sella. David McFadden though definitely wants to make that move and spoil the day for Clinton Sella as they come to another lap completed and cross the line. We've got 7 to go, 5 done. Sella versus McFadden. McFadden now losing a little bit of ground as Sella turned the wick up. As he decided to put the hammer down slightly, he goes ever so slightly quicker than what he did on the previous pass and goes into a 101.4. 101.5 out of McFadden. 104.1 coming out of Brett Roberts and a 105.4 out of Hendrik de Bruin on the Net CB R1. They're in 4th place and 3rd overall in the thousands. McFadden certainly looks a little bit more dangerous this time out. As I say that, he's still got to find a way through there on Evil Knievel. The toy with pressure coming from Sifiso Themba, second of the King Price Extreme Hondas. IM63 we saw on the face mask of Jonathan Machotsi in his interview on the Polo Cup race. And I'm sure he's on the sideline now shouting for his man, Sifiso Themba. Sifiso was on the sideline shouting for Machotsi. Definitely wants a chance now to return the favour. Down towards turn 1. 1 versus 69. Sella into the 101.5s now. 101.4 from McFlash, his fastest lap of the race so far. Looking to close things down there on Sella. Change up for second place in the Bridgestone Superbike Championship. It's now Sifiso Themba into second ahead of the toy. Lubabalo's up the road, but Sifiso Themba in second place at this point in time. Could possibly hang on for a second place there, fighting with Michael du Toit. Second and third place definitely up for grabs with that little fight. We saw that early on, and Sifiso Themba actually was able to capitalize on Sella coming through on du Toit. He sat up realizing that was a red King Price bike behind him, but he actually sat up for the wrong one, allowing Sifiso Themba to get through and then Sella to follow him in suit. Another lap down. Look at how they're battling to keep the wheels down on those bikes as well. Lots of additional power here for the Honda and the Yamaha as they cross the line. Completing another lap. We've got 5 to go, 7 done. The Stunt SA RPM Center and Mad Max Yamaha definitely wants a chance to get through on that King Price Extreme and Sella Racing Honda. And certainly a lot more fired up is McFlash in the second heat of racing. Coming up on the back markers. First one is going to be Martin Veed. He's on the 600 Honda, and the big liter Fireblade is about to breathe down his neck. It's good to have Martin Veed back up on a motorcycle. Just chatting to me in between the races, saying that there's a good possibility he's going to enter the 600cc national class for the next outing as well at East London Grand Prix circuit, and then stand a chance of actually taking 2 trophies on the day. Late on the brakes. Oh, Veed realizes that both those bikes are coming through. Just sits it up on the 600 and allows both Sella and McFadden through. So it didn't really help McFadden out there too much. They caught him at the wrong part of the circuit. Slipstream now from McFadden as he closes on the back end of Sella. Sella looking to just maintain that lead. Keep out McFadden for now. Amazing to think how these two have gone at it for so many seasons in the past. There is Lubabalo Insana on his ZX10. Great to have him back on track and looking for a victory now in the Bridgestone Superbike Championship. A class within the class here. National Superbikes, of course, sponsored by NGK. And the Bridgestone Superbikes in the mix there, in the mid-pack of this national and regional class combined. Flick through into the right-hander up at the top of the hill. It will be an opportunity for David McFadden to make a pass. Sella running slightly wide and a slightly different line into the final corner. Will Sella be able to do anything about David McFadden if he has a go? He hasn't had a full go just yet, so stand by for one as we've got 3 to go. Can't wait for too much longer, but David McFadden just doesn't seem to have an answer. Outright speed of that Honda is very good. We know how good that Yamaha has been. It's been a race winner over the last couple of seasons and definitely a bike that is putting a lot of riders and have put a lot of riders onto the front end of podiums as well as championships in South Africa and all around the world. You're right. Sifiso Themba continues to hang on to that lead between himself and Michael du Toit. He's going to try and use his teammate again here. possibly to the advantage of giving him a little bit of breathing room on the toy with about a lap and a half to go. These two are about to start their penultimate lap as they come flying through and up towards the final corner. Blue flag being waved there. I don't think McFadden will be too happy about that. He's not a slow rider being fast. He is a two faster riders closing in now. And they're closing in on those two back markers. At the end of the straight, we could possibly see a change up here. Sifiso Themba and Michael du Toit on the brakes into turn one. Here comes McFadden and Sella. Sella closing in on the back markers. Is it going to help him out or hinder him here? He might be caught up ever so slightly by Michael du Toit. He's going to try and dive on the inside. Oh, he gets caught. He gets caught by Michael du Toit coming into the S's. That's going to give McFlash a chance now. McFadden is right on the exhaust pipe there and looking to pounce. He goes around the high side. Oh, that's not a lot of traction out there. He comes right onto the tailpiece now of his teammate. Du Toit looks over his shoulder, realizes McFadden's coming and allows him through. Sifiso Themba. Oh, he's done it to perfection. Sella diving on the inside and just giving himself a little bit of breathing room as McFadden had to roll out of it because of Sifiso Themba already taking his line. McFadden's lost about 4 or 5 bike lengths there. So Sella has used his teammate to his advantage. They've got 1 corner and 1 lap to go. Start the final lap and start the celebrations, because is it going to be a double win here for the King Price Extreme team? It won't be wins out of Sifiso Themba. He's going to have to settle for second place because Lubabalo Ntana is up the road and leading things out in the Bridgestone Championship. But of course he's going to be happy about that. And they're about to come up actually onto Lubs by the looks of things. Yes, they are. Lubabalo and Ntana are about to be caught and passed now by the 2 leaders. With half a lap to go, Sella may just have to time it to perfection again to get through there on Lubs as they head up towards the hairpin. Lubs rolling out of it ever so slightly. You can see Sella trying to dive on the inside. He goes on the inside line. McFadden goes with him. Oh, McFadden was late on the brakes there. The front end was all over the place on that R1. And now they head towards the final 2 corners. Sella, I think, has got enough in hand here. It's about 3 bike lengths he's got there on McFadden. Can McFadden close him down on the brakes and maybe give him a run to the line? He's late on the brakes. He's going to cut back and watch for the late apex coming out of David McFadden to the line. McFlash versus Evil Knievel. Here they come. Sella's going to hang on though and just beat it out. Yes, he does. Oh, wow. 1/10 of a second there between them as they cross the line. Sella takes the victory ahead of McFadden. Brett Roberts is going to come through for 3rd place and the win in the 600cc ahead of Hendrik de Bruin, who will take 3rd place in the 1000cc class there. Here comes Roberts. 600cc win going to go to Brett Roberts ahead of Martin Veed. And in fact, that's how they finish up the race. Veed right behind him as he comes to the line. Just Hendrik de Bruin to come to the line now as well for the NetCB Yamaha R1 team that he races for, coming across the line. Another great effort there from him. Great to have him back in National Championship racing. The 9.5 is 3rd place overall for the day as well in the 1000cc class. There's confirmation of the unofficial results. Sella from McFadden and Hendrik de Bruin making up 4th place but 3rd overall in the 1000cc's. Brett Roberts takes the win in the 600s ahead of Martin V down in 8th place. And Lubabalo Ntana, Sifiso Themba and Michael du Toit, your top 3 in an incredible second race of NGK and Bridgestone Superbikes combined. Up next, it's the Kawasaki ZX10R Masters Cup. We'll get ready for that action as these guys make their way down into the Park Fermé area. We'll get Claudio Enrique to catch up with a couple of the riders after a great outing there. The bike's down into park for May now. Just going to catch up with some of those riders once they get to our cameraman for a quick post-race interview. Sella with another victory there is securing himself some more valuable championship points, heading to East London Grand Prix Circuit in about a month's time on the 3rd of July. We head down the Eastern Cape coast here. Like we're going to be able to get through today's racing without a change in weather here. It has been pretty cool winds for the last sort of hour, 2 hours or so, but no cold front coming through here for the wet weather that was predicted. Fortunately, the wind has stayed the right way around. The wind is still pumping out there, as you can see, and there's still one more race to go for the ZX10R Masters Cup before we wrap things up here from round 3 of the Extreme Festival. Try and catch up with Clint Sella after a double victory, and possibly with Lubabalo and Sano as well after his efforts to take the victory alongside Sifiso Temba. Maybe get the two of them together. Quite a nice interview to do the two of them together and see how things have gone. Riders making their way back out of that Park for May area now, back down into the pit boxes to get sorted out and probably plan their way back to their hometowns, for wherever they've come from. Down the coast for David McFadden and Brett Roberts, and back up to the Highveld for most of the other riders involved in this championship. Right, David McFadden is down there. Let's catch up with him for second place.
David McFadden, took me through that race too. You were on Clint there all the way.
Yeah, it was a lot better. I think this race was back. We just can't get it back to where it was on the top speed. We have this kind of continuous misfire and it's just not happening. And race 2 the bike was rideable but just no speed, so it was just pumping me down the straight. But it was cool to actually be in the race and be there. The first race was kind of embarrassing to say the least, but yeah, at least we're there and it's, you know, it's points and it was a bit at least fun riding because I was actually, you know, trying to make some moves and I was there all the time, and unfortunately we caught the back markers and maybe got more of an advantage than I did, but it's racing and I enjoyed myself. But yeah, thanks to my sponsor for being here. We hope to be fun soon.
Awesome job, well done, bud.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
ZX10R Masters Cup out on track, as you can see in here in the background.
No, we'll do
out to the circuit for the last race of the day here.
We're running out of time.
It's the final two-wheeled action and the final bit of race action from round 3 of the Extreme Festival here in Quebec, Eastern Cape of South Africa. A big welcome to everybody who might have just joined us at the closing stages of this incredible round of action. We've had some great race action out on circuit all day long. Lubabalo is down in pit lane to catch up now for the win in the Bridgestone Superbike class.
Took me through that race, but the Cape Town Crutchlow, you made it win, eh?
Man, it was a difficult one, but I must say I enjoyed this one, although the bike didn't feel the way I normally ride it, but it was a fun one, and I think we needed to finish this heat after the incident in heat 1. I think this one is for the team, the RPM Center guys and McFadden. They put a lot of work on the bike, getting the bike up to start the second heat. So I'm happy for that. This one is for the RPM Center team.
ZX10R Masters Cup off the line as we break from Lubabalo after the Bridgestone Superbikes have just been completed. And down towards turn 1, Michael Smith has to get ahead of Graham Van Breda if he wants any chance of beating Van Breda here today. Look at the start there from Enticott as well, trying to squeeze out Michael Smith into turn 1. But it's Rob Craig up in the second place. He's got behind Graham Van Breda as they came through there after the first start, and a very similar start there from Craig as he gets ahead of Michael Smith. Enticott from Sanjeev Singh. Sanjeev Singh from Travis. Great start there from Travis Naudé. He is just ahead of Johan Leroux. He's the man who ran wide, and of course we caught up with him after the race saying he just made a mistake on the brakes there of his own doing. Gareth Besaidon with an absolutely shocking start there for his liking, I'm sure, down in about 7th place. That's definitely not where he wants to be as they come flying through there and into Chevy for the first time. The second group led out by Teddy Brook, then it's Ian Harwood. Harwood's got Oberholzer on his tail. The TRP Distributors and Bridgestone man there sitting just outside of the top 10 as they come through into the final corner. There's a move from Oberholzer on Harwood. change up for that position, further back there. You can see a little bit of manoeuvring from Lundy Sinden as she tries to close down there on Sherwin. Just a bit of riding out of those top contenders. There's a move for second though. 49 over 46. Rob Craig has to give up there to Michael Smith into turn 1. Smitty was just good enough on the brakes to get through into second place. Now he's got to try and find a way to close that gap down between himself and the leader, Graham Van Breda. Van Breda had basically lights to flag victory in the first one. I'm looking for a second one here and some more championship points to retain that number 1 plate. 46.78 is Entercott. Dave Entercott has taken a victory down in Cape Town in the opening round of this championship, and he definitely wants another one. Might not come today, but he's certainly in for another one in the very near future. Rob Craig would love to be at the top of the podium. Let's see if he's able to do anything about Michael Smith and Van Breda out front. Battle of the double numbers just behind that. You can see Gareth Poseidon 22, Johan Leroux 44, and 33 Sanjeev Singh. It's 33, 44, and 22 fighting just behind these guys as they get on the brakes. Poseidon late on the brakes and drives on the inside, getting through on Sanjeev Singh relatively unscathed into turn 1. So they're now running in numerical order in those double figures, 22, 33, and 44. And at this stage it's 5, 6, and 7th place for those riders. There's LaRue, and it's Teddy Brook, Johan, Ruan Oberholzer, Ian Harwood goes through there, just ahead now of Sherwin and Lundy Sinden. Sinden's still doing a superb job out there, only lady rider here today. Rob Craig on the RPM Centre, Mad Max Kawasaki. I'm missing today, of course. I just realised that now. I didn't even pick it up in the first one. Jock Ackerman not making it down here for this outing. So we see him back at the Stanley Grand Prix circuit. And that completed 5 still. 5 done, 7 to go for the ZX10R Masters Cup. Billy Adlam, I like that comment. Today's racing is the best way of spending your time. It certainly is. They say a bad day's racing is better than a good day's work. That's what I say. I don't know. We'll wait and see. If you're working at racing, it's even better. Now on the brakes, Travis Nudia trying to close things down. He wants to get up onto the back end of Entercott. He's not quite got to the back end of him just yet, but definitely wants a shot at it. 2 Cape Town boys now behind the 2 Gauteng base riders. Springs versus Cape Town at the moment. Entercott wants through on Rob Craig, and he looks like he's got a slightly quicker bike underneath him for the second one. 6 laps to go for our leading group. Oberholzer peels into the final corner, trying to close that gap down now on Teddy Brook, who's just up the road from him. Looks like Gareth Poseidon has been able to just bridge a small margin on that gap between himself and Travis Nodia as they come out of turn 1. Looks like Michael Smith is doing the same thing here. Graham Van Breda is not getting away like he did in the first heat. Wayne Shelley has definitely done some work on Smitty's bike, and it's turned around in terms of his ability to keep the same kind of lap times as what Graham Van Breda is doing. Van Breda doing 101.9s. We're getting 104s out of Michael Smith, but his best lap's been a 103. Just keep up that kind of pace, maybe he can just do something about it. But a 103.9 is definitely an answer there to the pace that Smith's been showing straight away from the man out front and the current champion in this class. Across the line, 5 to go. And LaRue comes out there, this time trying to stay on the grey stuff all race long, does not want to make any more mistakes like he did in the first heat. If he stays where he is, remember he leads out the C-Class battle. So he's going to return the favour there to Teddy Brook, the Silver Surfer. Possibly spoil his day. And, just have a shared victory there between the 2 Class C riders. Remember, Class A is for the ZX10R Masters. Class B is for the ZX10R Veterans. And Class C is the ZX10R Grandmasters. It's 35 and over, 45 and over, and 55 and over for those various categories in this class of racing. Rob Craig now under a bit of pressure from Dave Enticott. Enticott wants to also maybe just share the honours there for the Cape Town riders and give them each a chance to be on the podium. Four laps to go for Graham van Breda as they come across the line and complete another one. Smith trying to close him down. Enticott doing late braking into turn one. He's now a lot closer onto Rob Craig with 4 to go. The Sunbet Red Square ZX10R Masters Cup Kawasaki ZX10s in full flight with Bridgestone rubber, keeping these riders on the circuit. Amazing to see how these guys go at it. Keep it all together, particularly after a long day of sitting and waiting to get out on track again. 2 big 30-minute endurance races for the four-wheel categories that they had to wait for. They had to wait for the national superbikes to round their day up. Now it will be the final bit of entertainment on our live stream feed here from Aldo Scribante. Enticott on the inside of Craig. Oh, it's close, but he's not close enough. Was never going to square that one off on Rob Craig. Rob Craig definitely had the better line. You can see it actually cost him a little bit of time there. Dave Enticott just taking that dive on the inside compromised his corner speed and of course his ability to exit the corner. And there you can see also, speaking of exiting corners, it is the Silver Surfer Teddy Brook on the Brook Refrigeration ZX10R closing in on the Avidan bike of Johanna Roux for the lead of Class C. Craig and Enticott still continue to go at it, and it's a great little internal rivalry here between the two Cape Town boys. You see who's going to have the overall honours for the day for the Western Province Motor Club riders. Super to see these guys going at it this hard. You know, it's such a good show. Gareth Besaidnote has made up some ground. He's up to 5th place. Could possibly get into the hunt for 3 and 4. As Enticott this time squares it off nicely and gets through into the final corner. So a much better line there from Dave Enticott. It was kind of the marker the first time he went through there. Now he's put the sighter together. Hopefully he can put the bullseye and get it all sorted out to get that 3rd place and the podium. It'll be 2nd in Class A behind Michael Smith, but he'll be happy about the fact that he's beaten his Cape Town compatriot, Rob Craig. Maintaining that lead now over Rob Craig. Rob Craig falling into the clutches there of Gareth Besaidnote now. Besaidnote can have a bit of blood in the water that could possibly have a bit of Cape Town flavour to it. As the man from Northcliffe looks to close things down. See if he's able to do anything about that man in front of him, the 5th place rider. Coming up and looking to close in and possibly steal 4th place away from Rob Craig. Very dismal start from his liking. He'll definitely be the first man to admit that didn't get off the line as well as what he'd hoped. He has made up a large amount of time in the space of the last 10 laps. There's 2 to go. Make that the final lap now. 1 to go for Graham van Breda. Michael Smith and Dave Enticott for the podium. Van Breda's opened up a 2nd lead over Michael Smith, so I don't think Smitty's going to have an answer. Van Breda looks for a double victory here for the Stefanuti Stocks and Motul Kawasaki. Shop 74 helping out, of course, Michael Smith now in his potential 2nd place, but it's not over yet because I think Enticott might have a little bit of a chance here. Coming up on the 64 bike. Peter Clark, I think, is on that 64 bike as they come up onto the breaking point. Besaidnote's got through on Rob Craig. Travis Nordia just behind them. Can he maybe even make Craig's day even worse? Back marker for Graham van Breda shouldn't be too much of an issue. He'll go around the outside and up towards the final corner. Look in the background for 2nd place though. Enticott is having a go. Enticott on the back end looking for a way through on Smith as they go to the line. It's going to be very close. He's got through. Enticott has got Michael Smith to the line. And across the line, what a ride there. Dave Enticott into 2nd place. Michael Smith down to 3rd. Behind Graham van Breda, who took the victory. But just in the background, picked up on those green leathers of Dave Enticott, diving through. This is for the win in Class C. the Avidan bike is going to win out. Yes, he is. Johan LaRue taking the victory over the Brook Refrigeration Kawasaki of Teddy Brook. All bolts are coming through for the 10 spot. So let's get confirmation of those results as Harwood comes to the line. He'll be just outside the top 10 in 11th place. Graham Van Bedar, Dave Enticott and Michael Smith 1, 2 and 3 to the line. It's Van Bedar who takes the win in Class B ahead of Sanjeev Singh. And a bit further back it'll be N. Harwood in 3rd place, in 11th place for Class B's. Class A, Enticott from Michael Smith from Gareth Besaidnote. And Class C, it's Johan LaRue beating out Teddy Brook for the honours in the Class C category from the ZX10R Masters Cup. Wow, that's a nice way to finish off the day's racing. Last ditch effort there from Dave Enticott to dive up the inside. Thought we might have got that just in the background. I don't know if we saw it, but I just caught it in the glimpse of the background action that was happening there, picking up on those lime green Kawasaki style leathers that Enticott runs on the Motorwise bike. And he was just able to dive through on Michael Smith into the final corner to spoil Smith's day and drop him down to 3rd place. Smitty won't be happy about that, I can tell you. But Enticott is going to be ecstatic about it. Not only has he beaten out his Cape Town compatriots, but he's got up onto the 2nd step of the podium and follows Graham Van Bedar through for a 2nd place here. Possibility of a 3rd place overall there for Dave Enticott. That's how we're going to wrap things up here, of course, for the day's action. And it's round 3 of the ZX10R Masters Cup, round 3 of the Extreme Festival down here at the Aldo Scribante Racetrack in Kwabacha, Port Elizabeth, for those people who still know it as PE. The new name for the city, of course, now entrenched in everybody's names down here that we've been here for the first time. There you go, Pete coming over to give him a big high five, and Van Bedar will be happy about that. That number 1 plate looks like it could stay on that Stefanuti Stocks and Motul sponsored Kawasaki ZX10. Let's see if he's able to do anything more about it down at the East London Grand Prix circuit. 2nd place going to Dave Enticott on the Motorwise Kawasaki, and 3rd place going to Michael Smith there, being helped out this weekend, of course, by Shop 74 and Wayne Shelley. 4th place for Rob Craig, in fact 5th place for Rob Craig. He also got outgunned there by Gareth Besaidnote in the closing stages. Apologies there to my brother Gareth. He comes through for 4th place, beating out Rob Craig there for the RPM Centre and Mad Max team. Good effort there from Rob Craig. Great to have him back, as I said, in ZX10R Masters Cup racing. It is Travis Nordia and Sanjeev Singh behind them. And then, of course, it was Johan LaRue and Teddy Brook fighting for Class C honours in the ZX10R Masters Cup. So we're just waiting for the interviews to be set up. We'll go down to the pit lane to catch up with Graham Van Bedar, possibly with Dave Enticott after that great run, and see what we're going to hear from their side of things as to how things have wrapped up here for the day. You've been ecstatic, Graham Van Bedar, with a double victory, but it'll probably be an even more excited Dave Enticott after getting that move done right into the last corner. So as we start to wrap things up here from the 3rd round of the Extreme Festival, we're just waiting for the final interview there with Dave Enticott. We're going to catch up with the 2nd place rider out of the ZX10R Masters Cup, sponsored by Sunbet and Red Square. It's been a superb day's racing. We've battled a little bit with weather conditions, but we hope you've enjoyed all of the action that we've brought you on Facebook and on YouTube. Let's go down into the pit lane and catch up with Dave Enticott.
Dave Enticott, that was quite the last lap there. Still good.
Yeah, definitely. Started in 4th place. The last lap on its own was the whole entire race for me. Came past Rob Craig in 3rd, got past him, and literally pipped Michael Smith on the last corner to the straight. It was flipping fantastic.
You're looking forward to the next race in East London?
Definitely. I haven't been there before on the ZX10. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Thanks to our sponsors for obviously getting us there and whatever, and supporting the series.
Well done, bud.
Thanks, pal.
Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup wrapped up, and round 3 of the Extreme Festival also in the bag. Another great day's racing. We hope you enjoyed all the action from our side here at the Quebec circuit. Aldo Scribante, we say farewell, and we'll see you in about a month's time on the 4th of July weekend down at the East London Grand Prix circuit for round 4 of the Extreme Festival. We'll see you soon. From myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, on behalf of Laren Mew, my fellow commentator today, we hope you enjoyed all the action, and thank you so much for your support. Please like and share all of the action, and we'll see you soon. Take care then. Bye-bye now.